In the dawn of time, before writing, before civilization, teaching began. The first teachers were the elders, passing knowledge through stories, fire, and survival. From Mesopotamia to Egypt, the first schools were born. Scribes, philosophers, and scholars emerged to shape the world with wisdom. In the heart of Greece and Rome, teaching became an art. Socrates questioned, Plato imagined, Aristotle defined. The foundations of modern education were set. In the East, Confucius taught that education is the path to virtue and harmony. His teachings shaped generations, laying the foundation for lifelong learning and respect. Through dark ages and enlightenment, knowledge survived in monasteries, mosques, and temples, carried by the devoted. The Renaissance brought a new dawn. Books spread knowledge. Teachers became the architects of thought and progress. In the great academies of China, scholars mastered literature, science, and governance, ensuring that education remained the pillar of society. With industry came schools for all. Education moved from the elite to the people, building the workforce of a new age. From war to peace, teachers became the guardians of knowledge, shaping generations and breaking barriers. Today, classrooms transcend walls. Technology, AI, and innovation redefine teaching, but the heart of education remains unchanged. Dedicated teachers lighting the way. Tomorrow's world is unknown, but one truth remains. Teachers will always shape the future. From the first humans to the far future, teaching is the greatest legacy of humankind.
Any advice that you would give to let me check out the to a teacher who's, I don't know, in a burnout, for example? Do you get any advice?
Yeah, I mean, it's like you just need to take good care of yourself.
Mm.
You need to incorporate yourself. Like you need to be a part of your environment. I did live in a city that had only one foreigner for over 4 years, just me, just the one foreigner in a very remote area. And so
Mm.
in a time when you cannot speak the language and you can't do much by yourself, it could get very exhausting. It could, and you cannot go to a lot of places. You go to school and then you come back home. All right. You need to you need to set some limits. You need to also break some boundaries. You need to go out. You need to go into the community, go into places where you will engage with people. Go to the malls. There definitely might be a mall in your place, a shopping center. Go to the park. Just engage with people. Don't make it just about the work and then, and then
Go to the
every
bar.
time. Yeah. Just be a part of the environment. That's all. Just don't be
Enjoy your
isolated. No
time.
man is an island. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's very important. Thank you very much, William. So don't forget to follow Teacher William on his YouTube channel, which is going to appear right here. I'm going to send as well the link into the chat. I already did, but right here is right here. Here we go. And of
Thank
course,
you.
as well, his course, right? Can you tell us a little bit about your course? How many units you get in your course?
I've got 6 units.
6 units. Yes. So that's
Yeah. So
uh,
when you open teacherwilliam.org and then you go to courses or /courses, you should see it right there. It's
I
there.
get the link into
I've,
the. I just send the link. So feel free,
yes,
everyone, to go check out William's course. Awesome. It's going to
there's
help
40
you, especially.
videos.
I was
Yeah,
sorry.
there's 40 videos, 40 different videos that you can watch through the lesson.
Isn't that awesome? Yeah. All right, cool. So all the different links are right there. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, William, for joining today. That was a great pleasure to talk about one of my favorite subject, one of my favorite students' age, kindergarten, because we usually 4 years when you arrive in China, this is one of the first easy job to find. Working in kindergarten is an easy job to find, but now I don't know, with the policies and all stuff might be a little bit more complicated. Well, anyway, there's like my father always used to say, and my father is an old teacher, retired teacher. My father was always saying, whatever, when there's a problem, there's always a solution.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So and if you got problems, guys, feel free to come on the ESL live stream or go and check out Mr. Teacher William. Thank you, William, for coming today. Wish you all the
The pleasure
best.
is mine. Thank
See
thank you
you. Bye bye.
too for the
Cheers.
opportunity.
Really
Okay,
appreciate your time
goodbye.
too. Thanks, man. That was awesome with Teacher William. Don't forget that you can go and check and watch the replay if you miss the replay, or if you miss the beginning of this live. You can go on the new community that I just opened. I'm just checking for here it is. The community of teacher just opened the ESL teachers home. You've been asking for a community, and I ask you what name you would like and what logo you would like, and here it is. It's live. We had a live yesterday for the launch. We are already 40 members in ESL Teachers Home, and feel free to come. It's also very friendly use. You can use it on your phone. It's a really awesome little platform. Feel free to join. That's the spirit. You get so many sections where you can ask for help. You get also ESL lesson, free ESL lesson plan, and you also have my ebook, who is free. My new ebook was just free for 4 days. There's 4 days left, so feel free to go check out that ebook. The ebook name is uh, Lessons They'll Love. Believe me, it's a guide about innovative teaching method and strategies that you can use in your class, because with the evolution of technology, kids becoming more screen addicted, it's very important for us teachers to evaluate as well and try to find the balance of traditional teaching and innovative strategies. So over there, we have tech and tools in the community to help you find new stuff, new tools. Really, that community here, you got everything. You got even hobbies where you can just chit chat and share. You always have to take it easy a little bit at time. It's difficult to be a teacher, a lot of things in your head. So please feel free to check out ESL Teachers Home. I've been working on it for a good year, and it's all free except for courses, of course. Welcome to join, chit chat, and I will see you next Sunday on the ESL live stream. If you join the community on ESL Teachers Home, you would be able to have lives with fewer people. You can ask, I can help you. So we're going to have some workshops there too. I just received a mail from Michael B. Horn from Harvard University. He is specialist in blended learning. And he said, yeah, Mike, anytime. He's willing to help as well in ESL Teachers Home. So that's really awesome. Feel free to join that ESL Teachers Home, and I will see you very soon. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, MNSM. Thank you to all of you for being here today. Together, we are stronger. And that was the ESL live stream. Mike from Mike's Home ESL, signing out.
Well, as a practitioner myself, as an edtech enthusiast myself, well, I have been also experimenting with AI tools.
Yeah.
I've been posting about AI lately, creating some demonstration videos on LinkedIn and Facebook. Well, when it comes to CPD courses, again, well, of course, there are many courses which are now including element of AI. As example, the one that I completed just last night, designing learning with AI, and then AI in instructional design, AI in lesson planning, AI in English language teaching, AI in creating this and that. Well, those are the topics, and they are great topics, and they're essentials. Teachers need to have guidance, and when it comes to courses, it's structured, organized, it's a step-by-step guide. And well, I believe teachers need them, and I recommend teachers to take some courses on AI related teaching or AI related communications or even English language teaching with AI. But the trend is now platforms like Coursera, edX, FutureLearn, they have embedded the AI into the course. So now there is this AI assistant that you can ask, that you can chat with to talk about the course. And well, it's helping and it's a hype. Well, it's, anything that sells, right? But it's helping. It's actually helping. Well, recently again, I've been taking some courses from Coursera, and now it has this new feature where I can chat with, I forgot the name, but so there is this on the bottom right of the website. So you can click it, and then I can chat with the AI to talk about the course, like that. And they are embedded in the course. And many course platforms or LMS platforms like Open Learning, Canvas, even Moodle, or Google, as simple as Google Classroom, now they have the feature to actually embed AI into your course. And I've been thinking about it recently, and it's not impossible. It's not impossible that CPD courses will be dynamic. So we can expect to take a course that can change every day. So the course content is unconventional. So it's not like, as example, okay, I'm doing I do this module today, I'll do the next module next week, and then third module the other day or the other week. But it's somehow, I've been thinking about this, it's possible to actually the CPD courses or the CPD to become an AI chatbot, as simple as an AI chatbot. So this AI chatbot can be like a mentor, not a course. So as example, like say your steward is no longer doing, or let's say running the course, but steward directly mentor a TEFL trainee. So steward doesn't give modules, steward doesn't give, assignment, but stewards, chat with the TEFL trainee about how to teach. And do things along the way.
Be educated, a chat
Yes.
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 Because there's that still going on. I get your idea. It still have to what can do that. That's for sure. Chatbots, playing. The way structure, but it all depends what you're learning, because very important example for two very special structure recommended by the body. They want you to have that skill, and it's going to make teach this because usually chatbot goes on to him, he's gonna end, right? If you it's I don't know if you get that what's that teach you actually go to this kind of following when you as
I was teaching IELTS this week. I've got a student teaching online, teaching him IELTS, and so we were doing IELTS speaking, and we were focusing on part 1. And I downloaded an IELTS app using AI that uses AI, and it listened to her responses, and it did a transcript, and then afterwards it did a recommendation. So these are the mistakes that she actually made. They didn't give examples. They gave real examples that she had said 10 seconds before, immediate answer, and also the vocabulary that she used. And also they gave real examples about how she could have changed that vocabulary to score a higher band. And it blew me away. I was like, wow, this is very, very clever. So there are ways of getting AI, I think, into courses that directly talk about the course. Yeah, I don't know how you do that, but I'm sure someone out there does.
Yeah. And one more thing that I want to...
Sorry, Mike, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, Mike.
No.
One more thing that I want to raise when it comes to chatbot, because the thing is that the way of how people learn might shift, because as we know, with the massive availability of these chatbot, ChatGPT, Grok, and everything, we have seen a big shift in how people search things. So some people now can just chat into a ChatGPT or even on WhatsApp and ask for things, and that's how they learn.
It looks like a big mountain. How are you going to get up there? What are you learning on the way as well? What's in the scenery? And being able to visualize it like that can be a way to get students to get hold of their own journey and see that they're walking it. It's not us. I'll walk beside you, but it's your autonomy. You have to kind of go and walk for yourself and make the steps. Yeah.
That's it. So I guess you're kind of learning, kind of training the students how to learn, and like kind of thinking about this as you're planning as well, from a planning stage for your lesson. How can you weave in these little sections for autonomy? Like the ladder, like kind of what kind of things can you do over, rather than trying to like a traffic light in the street. So you're on green, then you've got amber, then you've got red. So before you go from red to green, you've always got amber, right? Anywhere you go, if you're going from green to red, you go through the amber. If you're going from red to green, you go through the amber. And the amber for me has always been really important in teaching. So say I'm about to do a listening task. From going from red to the green is the listening task. I always go through amber. How can I set the context? Let's talk about it. Let's start discussing the listening topic before we start listening, and before the learner autonomy, before really letting them go. The amber stage. What little things can you do over the space of a month to get your students prepared? So see it as like a long-term thing, right? By the end of 2025, I want all of my students to be able to understand how to learn autonomously, how to go home, how to choose what they're going to learn, why they've made that decision, and really be independent, truly independent. But before I get to there, and I'm here, what's the trajectory? What's the journey? What things can I do to get here? You see?
Yeah.
I
like that image. That's really nice.
It's really, really nice. And the thing is, you're facilitating it as well as a teacher. You're facilitating that journey with the decisions that you're making in your plan and in the classroom.
I find that a lot of teachers' books don't really put that space in. So it's having to look more at the course book and thinking, where can I get this in? What can I tweak? Where can I give the students a choice? That's something I would love to change when I'm king of teachers' books or queen of teachers' books. That's what I'm changing. So that there's
so many failings in textbooks.
So
many failings. There's no spiraling with textbooks. There's no spiraling to go back to review language. It's just like Unit 1, holidays. Unit 2, food. Unit 3, clothes. And then end of the book. Next book. There's no spiraling of the language. And there's no thought to put in how can we build in language learning autonomy in this textbook. There's nothing out there.
I know they have to be one size fits all, but we could change the pattern a bit. We don't all have to be wearing hoodies the whole time. We could wear something slightly different, slightly more autonomous.
Or just have a page in there. Little autonomous exercises that build on each other throughout. Kirsty, we should be textbook writers. We should collaborate and write a textbook, I think.
I'd love it. I'd love it.
Yeah.
Autonomous learning with a textbook. Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
I think we're onto
Yeah.
a winner. Mike,
That
how's
would
the
be
giveaway going?
awesome. Just checking people as well. I had one or two on Instagram because we can't see the message on Instagram, but for sure everything is right here. I'm gonna show it a little bit again. Let me see. It's right here. It's always a little bit difficult. Yeah, I gotta share my screen, and so everyone can feel free to join the giveaway. We get ebooks for everyone, so you just have to type dash and ESL win, and I enter your name into that giveaway. That is gonna be like in a good 10 minutes, yes, and a little bit more. We're gonna do that. We're gonna try. First time we using this method, right, Stu?
Oh, the old Wheel of Names. It's such a good website. You just you can put in topics, student names. I use it all the time when I'm teaching. It's free and completely random, and you can share the screen. The students get excited, and you get a little round of applause for the winner. But type in ESL win and enter the draw.
Yeah, for now we have Kachi on Instagram, Ibtisam, and Brenda. So feel free, guys, to hashtag ESL win again. I hashtag it again. So you can copy, and on Instagram as well. We are, there are almost 10 15 people on Instagram. Thank you for coming. Very good. Easter. Okay, so we're gonna that's an example. That's awesome. That's like Stu said, you can use it in the classroom, right? Esther, and you see she's in. I mean, and then you ask a little bit smaller, we'll be fine.
Actually,
yeah, man, it's not easy. I got to do everything behind.
Yeah, it's like Mike's in the man. He's like sitting there in the background trying to like read like 5 screens at the same time. It's very impressive, actually.
I'm the
talking
MC.
about talking about learning autonomy. Actually, it's really student centered because you students choose the path, the journey that they want to take.
Yeah.
So you could say, right, movies, songs, apps, websites, communities, groups, blogs, and you can direct them and start. And this is another thing about learner autonomy, which we haven't touched on yet, is the power of learner autonomy on learner motivation. You've got, I worked in China for 21 years. I was teaching in China. And the problem in China, there's always lots of exams, lots of tests, and students, they often see English. You ask them, why are you learning English to a Chinese student? Most of them will answer because I have a test coming. They can't see beyond the test. Like the reason they're learning English is because the teacher gives them a test about it. And that's the reason that they learn English. And so they've got no motivation. They feel bad. They're motivated by fear of doing badly in the test rather than being motivated by improvement in language and feeling good about themselves. Everything's very negative. Nothing's positive. So when you're doing like learner autonomy, you are showing the student that there's more to language learning than meets the eye. It's not just about the classroom. They can go home. You've given them a blog. You show them in the classroom, like, this is the blog. This is what the kind of things you can do. Let's work together now to put a link in. Let's put a photo in. Make a little movie of yourself saying this sentence and upload the sentence onto the blog. You can set it as private, so only those in the classroom can see it. There's so many things you can do that students can feel good about language learning. I can do this. This is working.
There was a really, really nice study that was done with, I think it was university students in China. So tertiary level, but I think it would work at other levels. And they had a sort of a WhatsApp community, and I think it was called the Blue Cloud Cafe or something. They called it. They chose the name for it.
Yeah.
And it was student moderated, student led. The lecturer would come in if there was a question, but they wouldn't interfere, and it let the learners really develop their own second language personality. It let them own the language, and it was lovely. It was just lovely.
That wouldn't have been WhatsApp. That would have been this little one here.
This is love. Kids don't lie. Their feelings at this age is not a lie. If they hug you, you get it right. It's all good. It's a great point. That means it's a win for sure. So let them hug you. Just grab your pants, because when they all grab you, sometimes I remember, that sometimes I almost lost my pants. It was so, when the assistant teacher can't control them, it can get really wild for sure. So yes, embrace yourself. Welcome to kindergarten. In China, 40 of them, man, is going to be something different for sure. Let's go on with the next little, the next slide. Let me see, what is it going to be about? Yes, communicate with ESL parents effectively. So this is more, maybe in China is going to be more the teacher assistant job, right? To communicate with parents, because you get the language barrier. But after the years, you will be able to meet the parents. And sometimes the parents, they like to speak to you, talk to the teacher, even if you're a foreigner. So yeah, here are some tools, some little ideas that you can use. Realistic goals, communicate expectations early, show progress. You can use portfolio to track learning. It's very important to show the progress to your parents, right? And evolve the parents and engage them in activities. That, remember when we used to make demo classes, right? You did demo class in front of the parents, right, William?
Definitely, I did.
Yeah.
So the thing about parents is you need to know that parents have paid money to bring their students there, and they want to see results, and that's very normal. And when parents come, they come with their expectations, and sometimes some of those expectations are not the ones that the school is even there to fulfill. So it is very imperative that you set expectations and let the parents know about them. You let them know uh, what the school can do and what the school cannot do. And you can't tell me the school can do everything, because there are certain things that the school, not necessarily because they cannot do, but because of certain constraints like time and the kids level and all that, there are certain things the school will not go into. So you need to communicate everything very early to the parents. And I understand, because if you are an ESL teacher and you're teaching in kindergarten, some of these are not necessarily your responsibility. Like, some of these are the responsibility of the class teacher. But then also, you as the ESL teacher, you need to sort of let the class teacher know what their English curriculum is, what their lesson for the semester is. What you need to keep the class teacher and the school informed about what the parents need to know, so that they can pass on that information, because they need to know that very early. and they need to also know what the kids need to do and what they as parents need to do to help. Because I've a lot of times had parents, not once, not twice, they will come in, they bring their kids, they don't do anything to help, they don't follow what we say, and then later they'll say that, how is it that my kid has learned for 3 months and they don't know any English? That is something that you are going to encounter. So you should be ready for that. And therefore, it's very important that you communicate what's going on and you continue to let the parents and the teachers know that, hey, this is what we are doing. This is how your kid is doing in relation to what we are studying at this time. So that when that time comes, you will say that, hey, I told you, I told you everything, right? So it's for your good as a teacher to communicate expectations, let parents know what is going on. Yeah.
You got to prove prove that they were, you got to prove that the parents didn't submit the homework, for example. That's things are happening, but today with the new technologies as well, I guess they use a lot WeChat, or use a kind of application where the teachers, for example, the kids can just repeat after the on the phone, just like Duolingo, maybe a kind of app, so that they can, that's a proof that the parents were not doing it right. And sometimes it's very difficult for the teacher. They don't want to be too pushy too, because it's public, especially for private school, when you pay a lot of money for kids to be in that kindergarten, the teachers, they don't want to be too pushy with the parents and the homework, right? It all depends as well on the
that's true.
and
And
also
I think some of it, you
yes.
need to let the responsibility fall on the school. Like the school can, for instance, there are parent-teacher meetings and stuff like that. So that school has to actually really drill that in, let the parents know that, hey, this is how we do things in our kindergarten or in our language center or wherever that place is. And therefore, for instance, in my school, we established a routine where I record a video of what we learned in that day. Whatever it is, I'd hold a flashcard, I'll make a video, and then I'll send it to the class teacher. All the class teachers will just push that to the classroom, to the class group. And therefore, every kid is supposed to hold that, whether it's an iPad or mommy or daddy's phone, and then say the word, watch the video that I record, say the word like once or twice, and the parent has to record that and send it back to the class group. And a teacher has a book where they mark all the kids that send the video each and every day. And therefore, there's records to show which parents are doing it and which ones are not. So when it comes to a time of reconciliation, the parent comes and says, hey, my kid cannot do this. Then we go check and see if your kid actually did follow the rules or the things that the school said to help them learn. So I think you really need to let the school be in charge of this. You as an ESL teacher, you cannot go push parents. And the class teacher also has a certain limit on what they can do by themselves, unless the school has set that standard and they can push it. So I find that this is how it usually works best this way.
Right.
So, well, during the pandemic and before the pandemic, I have developed this expertise in navigating the internet, aka Googling. Right. So using the correct keywords, the effective keywords, you might find anything that you actually need, especially learning resources. And it's sometimes surprising that
Yeah. Oh, good. Go on.
Yeah, well, it's actually surprising when well, how could people not know this, right? How could this is not popular? And then well, there were also courses that I paid for and I skipped them because, well, unfortunately, quite disappointing. So I know there are more and more online courses. There are more and more uh, courses creators or courses designers freelancing, creating, designing their own website, building their own website, selling their own courses, and maybe selling their courses through platforms like Udemy, okay, or LinkedIn Learning. So there were these courses that I found. The courses were only curating things that are the things that you can find online. So they're not authentic. So they're just some YouTube videos. They put it there. Lesson plans from the website that I actually know, which are free. Okay, some pictures that are curated from other websites. So yeah, I skip a lot of courses. I just left them, or maybe I unenroll. Sometimes I subscribe to the platform, and then I just let them be because they're quite disappointing. Yeah, the things that maybe this also will answer the next question, the upcoming questions about how to choose the effective courses or the best courses that you can, or that worth your time and especially your money. They made up some landing page, made them look convincing, but actually it doesn't actually exist. It's not real accreditation, right?
Yeah.
I believe you know it, right? Yeah. So that's why, other than accreditation, I mentioned I search for real testimony. I search for LinkedIn post. Okay, I search for a blog post talking about the course, because, well, of course, again, accreditation is very much important, especially when it comes to qualifications. Especially if you take the course in order to advance your career, to apply for jobs. Okay, again, qualifications. But I know, and I've taken courses which are, let's say, not accredited. They are not accredited because they can't be, but, well, they don't need to be. Okay, as example, the courses that I know, the designers. Okay, like, yeah, I know the designers, and they're great people. And they don't have to accredit their course because the course is just for you to learn. Okay?
Yeah.
Not as something that you need to, again, to prove your qualification or stuff like that. So check and rechecking is very essential, especially when you are about to put some investment into this course or into this.
So something like this, making this group, giving them the autonomy to go in there, like interact in the group, type in English messages. That will help with their grammar, will help with their sentence structure, everything. Like,
Yeah.
love it.
Helps them to be them in English. They're
That's
not
it.
just
Well,
sort of in
where
a
did you see
classroom
this
saying
study?
what they have to say.
Yeah.
Where did I read it? I can't remember which of the teaching journals it was in. If anybody wants to know, I'll find out, and I'll put a reference to it on. I can do it on LinkedIn. I can link it to one of our posts on LinkedIn.
Yeah. That sounds ideal.
I'm gonna send I'm gonna put your link right away. Wait a moment, from LinkedIn. It's super slow today. Oh man.
Just while Mike's doing that, let's close this up with what advice would you give to? There'll be teachers watching this. They'll be watching this now. They'll be watching the replay, and they're like, right, I like the sound of this learner autonomy stuff. I've not really given much thought to it before. How can I do it? And just give some quick tips. How would you encourage learner autonomy, and where to start again? If we can just go back over that again.
Yeah. One thing, the important thing is you're going to try it. We should start with ourselves. So trying out learner autonomy and experimenting in the classroom so that we've got experience of it, experience of being autonomous learners in our professional development. Then we can support learners in becoming autonomous themselves, because we know where the pitfalls are, we know where it's scary, and it's scary for the learners as well, to be honest, if they're particularly used to a traditional setting. And scaffold the choices, little choices to start with before you go all out and they have a completely free choice. Maybe start with classroom management and then move into autonomy in the type of language they want to learn, how they want to learn it, autonomy in materials design as well. As we were talking about, the students make quizzes, the students make Kahoots. That's quite high up the ladder, I would say. So don't start with, everybody, you're going to choose a topic and make a Kahoot. Start with a choice between the topics. Baby steps, one rung at a time on the ladder. And just go for it. I think it's scary. I know I was petrified when I started, but it's so worth it. Yeah. Baby steps. That's a really good analogy of it. Just take your time, give choices in the classroom. Do that, and don't just do that for 1 week. It can be over a month or 6 weeks. It's a long-term thing. It's a long-term thing. That's it. And then start giving tasks to do at home, and then come in with the feedback so they can start doing things alone. Then after they've been doing that for some weeks, you can give them an app and you say, right, complete this thing on the app, and then come back and give the answers in the class, and just keep baking the cake, And model the autonomy. Show them a couple of. Sorry, my dog now thinks he's a wolf. It's all right. It's normally, Kirsty, don't worry. It's normally my dog. In fact, did you see that floor open about half an hour ago? It was my dog. It wasn't any. It was my dog. My dog gets involved. What I'll try and say between the howling is, model the autonomy as well. So if you've got a great website, show it to the students, say, I found it by doing this. There's other things out there. Why don't you go and look? So you're taking them sort of outside of the classroom, modeling autonomous behavior for them. Show them. It's like modeling an activity in the classroom, right? Like modeling a speaking activity. You model what they're expected to do at home, so they don't just get there. Got the mine still. Still got the TESOL course, and got a couple more trainings started this week. We actually cover learner autonomy in the classroom and things that students can do at home with learner autonomy, like using their phones, apps, using a photo, making a photo dictionary, so taking photos of different objects that they come across, and making like a digital photo thing. That's one of the things that we cover. So learner autonomy is really covered well in the TESOL course. So if you want to start a TESOL course with a difference, it's a little bit better than a lot of the offerings out there, check out the TEFL Lemon 180-hour higher certificate of TESOL.
Yes, and the link is in the chat.
In the dawn of time, before writing, before civilization, teaching began. The first teachers were the elders, passing knowledge through stories, fire, and survival. From Mesopotamia to Egypt, the first schools were born. Scribes, philosophers and scholars emerged to shape the world with wisdom. In the heart of Greece and Rome, teaching became an art. Socrates questioned, Plato imagined, Aristotle defined. The foundations of modern education were set. In the East, Confucius taught that education is the path to virtue and harmony. His teachings shaped generations, laying the foundation for lifelong learning and respect. Through dark ages and enlightenment, knowledge survived in monasteries, mosques and temples, carried by the devoted. The Renaissance brought a new dawn. Books spread knowledge. Teachers became the architects of thought and progress. In the great academies of China, scholars mastered literature, science and governance, ensuring that education remained the pillar of society. With industry came schools for all. Education moved from the elite to the people, building the workforce of a new age. From war to peace, teachers became the guardians of knowledge, shaping generations and breaking barriers. Today, classrooms transcend walls. Technology, AI, and innovation redefine teaching, but the heart of education remains unchanged. Dedicated teachers lighting the way. Tomorrow's world is unknown, but one truth remains. Teachers will always shape the future. From the first humans to the far future, teaching is the greatest legacy of humankind.
The AI image looks good. Do you have a second? Mr. Brickface, come in, come in. Do you know that Children's Day is coming? Children's Day? Of course I'm ready. I have a video for Children's Day activities for teachers or schools. You might be interested. And how about the sandwich writing? Sandwich paragraph? Not this time, but I have a robot craft writing paragraph. Students can build their own robot. They can color, cut, glue it, and write about their robots. Flashcards? Of course, in color and black and white. I know what you're thinking, Mr. Brickface. And the cat. Kahoot quiz, of course. Audio file, so that students can practice listening. Yes, thank you. How about Well, I know, right there. With a special matchmaking quiz.
And is it still free?
Yes, still free on Mike's Home ESL.
Oh, good. Oh, and how about the
Lesson plan? Yes, of course. There's a teacher guide to help and guide the teachers on how to use this material.
anything else? Not bad. Sorry for disturbing.
Going on. So let's, without waiting, everyone, Phil, we're going to welcome Kirsty tonight, specialized in autonomy in the classroom. So here we go. Let's welcome Kirsty.
And now let's welcome today's guest, Kirsty Jackson-Wills.
With that horn right here. How are you doing? Thank you very much for your time, Kirsty. Hope you can hear me. No problem. Some people will say they can't hear me.
I can hear you fine. Yeah.
All
Thank you for
right.
having me, by the way. I'm excited to do this. So yeah.
Yeah, welcome. Whereabouts are you?
Okay, I'm here.
Joining us on today, Kirsty?
I'm in Germany. In the fairly far west of Germany, near Bonn, if people know the geography. We're about 2 hours from the German border, with the Netherlands. So
Oh, okay. So kind of like top corner kind of thing.
sort of middle side. If you imagine Germany as a square, and we're kind of in the middle of the western side. So
Got it.
yeah.
I got it. So what we normally do, Kirsty, we have a guest on each week, or we try to get a guest on each week, and each week they talk about their kind of specialist subject. So before we get into learner autonomy, which you're quite knowledgeable about and something you've got a big passion in, right? Can you just quickly introduce yourself for everybody, and how long have you been teaching, and what brought you to teaching?
How long have I been teaching? Ages, since 2007. And before I was a teacher, I actually worked with old manuscripts in a library, with sort of the medieval manuscripts, but there's no people involved. And I wanted to do something with people. So I retrained, did my CELTA in 2007, and I've been teaching ever since. I came to Germany in 2010, and never want to do anything else. Yeah.
So these are they're like the medieval manuscripts you need to put on gloves, kind of thing, and wow.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got to have a talk about that. That's something that really interests me, actually.
Let's do it. Yeah. I can have a proper geek out about manuscripts as well.
Oh,
so.
let's do it. It's on. We got a date.
All right. You guys stop chilling for a while. Come on. All right, here we go. So we're going to start with the... I'm still here. This time you can hear me all fine. Here we go with the first question. So what does learner autonomy really mean in the context of ESL classroom, and how has your own understanding of it changed over time?
That's a really good question. In the context of the ESL classroom, it's pretty much what Stu was saying, I think, at the beginning. It's about handing responsibility for learning over to the learners. So the learners start to decide more how they learn, who they want to learn with, what they want to learn. But it's at the same time moving the responsibility away from the teacher. What I used to think was I stayed sort of as a teacher in charge of the classroom, and I just said to the learners, go away and learn, but without changing the paradigm, the sort of the power paradigm in the classroom. So it's much more about shifting that paradigm so it's more level, teachers and learners on the same level together, than having the teacher kind of up here with all the control and just saying, go away and learn. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes really good sense, actually, is, you know, like, yeah, shifting levels down and empowering your students to know how to go away and learn, right? And when I first started teaching, I really just thought about the classroom, like my own lesson plans, my own view of what was going to be going on. I might set some homework, which I'd check. It was very teacher-centered, and it was very classroom-centered. And I didn't really think about learner autonomy at all. You know, how would the students be learning outside of the classroom? What would be the process? Is it work? I didn't put thought to it. And I think as the years went by and I got more experience, I got more interested in learner autonomy. But yeah, for lots of people, it can be like quite a buzzword, right? We kind of think we know things, but we don't really know how to do it. So what kind of methods might you
scared of losing the control, right?
Yeah.
Be scared of losing control. That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's classroom management here is going to be a big deal, because it's good to leave the kids working for themselves about the topic, but it's often sometimes you feel like, you know, it's like driving without your hands on the stairwell.
Yeah, you're on a bike and you're steering just with your back or your bottom or something. And exactly.
That's it.
Yeah.
I think a lot of teachers,
we have
a lot of teachers have a fear of losing control of the classroom. They feel that they should be holding the rope of all of the students. You know, you've got students at the end of all different ropes, and the teacher holds it. And you can be intimidated by allowing your students or encouraging your students to learn independently.
Yeah, I know when I did my CELTA, and it was very much, if you don't know what's happening every second of that lesson, you've not done your job properly, essentially. And it's just about having the confidence as a teacher to step back a bit. And the learners, how to manage themselves. They learn about group work. It's not just the English knowledge, the language knowledge that they're learning. They're learning how to manage themselves as well, which it can be scary. When I started experimenting with more autonomy in the classroom, I was scared because I didn't know what was going to happen. But the learners stepped up to the plate and they did it.
How did when you just when you first started experimenting with learner autonomy, how did you do it? Like what did you do?
What did I do? Little things to start with, more to do with classroom management. And giving learners sort of the choice to say who they wanted to work with, if it was group work, or how they wanted to approach an activity. Did they want to do it as a listening? Did they want to do it as a reading? If we're doing listening, the students have control over the audio button, for example. If they want to play something back, then they can play it back. Little things like that, and then the learners sort of get the taste for it, for autonomy.
I like that.
And then
I
you
like
can
that a lot.
start to move into giving them choices about what they want to learn. So they start to learn to reflect on their strengths and their weaknesses. If it's important to know something now, if it's an important gap in their knowledge, or if that can save till later and this is more important. So they start to learn to prioritize. You start to learn to prioritize your learning as well.
Got it. Yeah. Yeah. So students are learning to, or getting practice with little bite-sized practice sessions of, like, you know, like you say, with the rewind button. If you're doing a listening activity, rather than the teacher having their finger on the button, you get one of your students to, and if they want to listen to it again, they can select to go back.
Yeah.
That's really a good little tip, actually. And then giving them different options as well. So you can learn about this, or this. It's up to you. So yeah, I love it. It's good differentiation in the classroom as well.
Yeah.
Make it very learner centered. Yeah.
And then if you've got, it's more work, I admit, for the teacher, but if you've got two groups doing different things, and then there's a plenary at the end and they teach each other, and then you've got more autonomy, you've got more practice. So you
develop it in. So what is it when you're as teachers, we often discuss the theory about learner autonomy. We think we know what it means, but why is it that lots of teachers don't really give it a go in practice?
I think different people mean different things by autonomy. So different people might be doing different parts of autonomy in the classroom. I had a look at the research, and there's at least 5 different definitions of learner autonomy out there. So everybody might be doing something different. That's one thing. Another thing, as we were saying about CELTA, you're not encouraged to let go when you're training. And I think fear has a big part. What happens if? What happens if the learners don't learn? What happens if the classroom management breaks down? What happens if? But you don't have to do everything at once. You can scaffold the autonomy in the same way you'd scaffold the grammar, for example.
I think it's also, you know, like if you've got like a new approach that you want to try, and it can be quite scary. It might be like, for example, back in the day when we first used interactive whiteboards, it was quite daunting, right? It was daunting.
Yeah.
What new piece of equipment? How do I use it? Like, what am I going to do with it? And I guess it's just an example of that. Like, what do I do? Exactly. Yeah. Very, very cool. Mike, do you want to? You've got a question there?
We can go with with the third question right here. What are some small practical steps teachers can take to encourage autonomy, especially in more traditional classroom settings? That's what we were talking about early, right? Some small, like, practical steps for teachers so that they can take to encourage autonomy. Any little tips?
Encourage the students to move around the classroom. I was talking to a colleague about this, and she taught, I'm not sure where in East Asia, but the desks were fixed to the floor and the chairs were fixed to the floor. And so she got the students to move around. That's one thing you can do. You have to sort of think outside your classroom box a little bit. And what works really well in any classroom is encouraging the learners to reflect on things, what they did well, which is really good for motivation, and motivation is good for autonomy. What gaps they can see in their knowledge, what they want to learn, what they want to do better, and what they want to learn next, and then sort of getting them to think, how can I learn this? Do I need to be in a classroom to learn this, or can I watch a video? Can I try reading something? Can I try blogging?
Yeah.
Can I go in a chat room?
Yeah. I see learner autonomy as like, let's have an analogy of like a ladder, and you're at the bottom of a ladder, and at the very top of the ladder where you want to get, that's true learner autonomy. But you've got different rungs of the ladder that you need to ascend in order to get to the top, this full learner autonomy. And it can start in the classroom, like choose your own activities, move students around so that they start to take control of their own learning, and it's not so teacher directed. And these are the ladder. Go home and find a website about learning English, and then come back tomorrow and tell people what the website is. So you've got all of your students, they go home and they find a website that they like, come back into the classroom, you write it on the board, you get everyone's ideas, and you're developing this autonomy, and you're taking it through the rungs of the ladder towards learner autonomy.
Exactly.
I really understand about the fixed desks in Asia as well, because me and Mike, we taught in China for years. Public schools, those desks are going nowhere.
Always the same settings.
Bolted to the floor. So like, what do you do? Like, and you've got these like real problems that teachers have in these classrooms. How to
sometimes you bump into the desk, and that really hurts.
Yeah, you bang your knee on the underside of it. But how do you do pair work, group work, mingling? And you've got these real kind of practical problems, right, that you have to kind of overcome. You have to find a way.
Yeah. And it's different for different age groups as well. How you could work with how you work with teenagers is different to how you work with adults, is different to how you work with young learners.
Yes, true.
And I think it depends a little bit on the capacity. At different age groups, people have different capacities for motivation and reflection, I think, as you develop as a person. So maybe with very young learners, I do more sort of, I mean, I'd call it carpet time or circle time. You know, everybody's sort of in a group, and they can reflect together on the choices that they made, or give a limited number of choices. It doesn't have to be a completely free choice at that stage. It's a bit like, do you want pasta or do you want rice? You know, what would you like to do first, kind of thing. Would you rather do this in this way or in the other way? Just little choices, reflecting together, so the students get in a little bit of discussion as well, because peer support is really important. I think it's more important for very young learners and for young learners than maybe for adults. I've taught a lot of one-to-one adults, and they're fine just choosing for themselves because they do it every day at work. But bring it down and give choices, but give them it's more a which rather than a completely free what, maybe, for young learners.
With young learners, what I like to do, I like laminate some smiley cards, like emojis, like smiley, plain face, sad, tears, really happy, love. And then at the end of, like in the morning, if I sit down with the students, we do circle time, hold up an emoji about how you feel that day. So you are giving students, even very young learners, choice. And you start weaving in the idea of choice into all of your
Yeah.
classes, and then hopefully they can start taking that away. Once they understand that they have choice in the classroom, they can take it away, and they realize that there's also choice at home as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
And you could
autonomy.
even use those emoji cards after an activity. How do you feel about talking about animals? Or how do you
Yeah.
feel about talking about family or something? And they can hold up, and then they can talk about why it feels good,
That's
what
it.
they did well, why it
Yeah.
feels a little bit iffy, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, really, really good. And like if you laminate them, you can kind of keep them as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I used to freelance for a company called StudyCat, and StudyCat is it's a language app for predominantly for young learners, and students can learn on the iPad, they can learn on the phone, and they can learn languages. You've got very low level. It's graded, and it works up into stories. Really, really clever. StudyCat, check it out. And
Yeah.
their big thing was about learner autonomy. And with EdTech, you've got the ability to take things out of your classroom. When students go home, the parents have a phone, and you can get apps. They're often free. Get them on the phone, and the student can spend 20 minutes each day
Yeah.
being on the phone. They really like going on TikTok and
Yeah.
playing games or whatever. But rather than just mindless scrolling of videos, it's this focused learning.
Yeah.
And so you can set a homework task to the parent. Okay, sit with your child and choose a story that they're interested in.
Yeah.
And the student it's learner autonomy. They're going, and soon the student won't need the parent. They'll be picking up the tablet. They'll be picking up the phone. Mum, can I go on StudyCat? Can I do a story by myself while you're cooking? And this is learner autonomy.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That reminds me
yeah.
with my French class, you know, with my French class. Yeah, I'm lagging a bit, I guess, but you know, with my French class as well, the way I use autonomy is more because they're grade 10, 11, and 12. So I want students to, I don't want to be in their back all the time, because I told them, when you guys going to go abroad, when you're going to go to university, nobody is going to be in your back. Nobody is going to care about if you are learning or not, you know? So I let them, I'm going to be in front of the board for maybe 20 minutes or 30 minutes. The total of the class is an hour and a half. And then I use that app as well, which is called VHL Central, and it's a language app, and is made by Bista. Well, this is really interesting because they can really learn without me. You know, that's pretty much this. There's audio, there are videos, they can send me their audios. So I choose generally in class. Well, I explain them. You know, you still have to have that human contact. You know, that role play, and then I let them work on their laptop, because and I'm not going to go around, because they have to understand that they study for themselves, not for
Yeah.
the parents to be happy, right? This is a very big problem that we have in China, because most kids, especially in international school like mine, kids are a little bit spoiled, you know what I mean? And they always need a little kick in the hip so that they're gonna work, you know? So,
Yeah.
but I try to teach them how to be, you know, working without the teacher, because when they're going to arrive in university, there's no one to, you know, give you that kick in the head.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
So this is a
Yeah.
way in autonomy. I think we've been talking of, there are a lot of different ways that are really interesting, and especially that which is quite pretty much with this question, right? It's all about that question right here, where we're talking about what role do online tools and digital, you know, teaching method play in building learners' autonomy today? Are the tools? So you recommend? We've been recommending some tools, right? And I think these are very important tools because today with EdTech and all this new technology, AI and all stuff, kids can be really autonomous. They can choose the way they learn, and this is really important because they can learn better if they
Yeah.
like it, right?
Yeah, exactly. One of the things I've used quite a lot, it's a more classic tool, but I use Kahoot. But I let the learners
Oh yeah,
write the
me too.
quiz. Yeah,
Mm,
it needs a bit of checking beforehand, so they're not kind of
yeah,
propagating something that's not quite right. But they decide what's important for them. They decide what's important that they've learned and present it to the others as a Kahoot. It's interactive. People get a bit competitive sometimes,
it's
which
fun.
can add to the fun. And yeah.
Yes, I
I
think
love it.
Kahoot
Another
So
is
thing
something.
that's
Yeah, I use it
sorry.
as well. It's okay.
no, I was just
I
going to
use
say
it.
because I've not really
I use it
used
as well.
Kahoot. Yeah, Mike. The older.
You know,
The
with
problem is with China,
Kahoot
it's
today,
about
even
6
for
seconds
language
each
teach.
way.
Yes, you know, with it's very interesting because you get audio. You know, you can create slides. Kahoot is not only quizzes, it's now you have lecture mode where you can literally teach them without needing a PPT. And in fact, it's a slide, it's a PPT. And then the kids all get into it. So they all scan the code, enter the code, they are in it. After each slide, you have a questions, and then they answer the question so you can check the understanding, which is really
Yeah,
important. And then you go on
that's
in
really
your
nice.
teaching, and Kahoot has also audio files. So when you want to play after, you can, if they hear the word bonjour, what does it mean, right? So they heard the word bonjour, then they're gonna go and choose the right answer. So it makes the learning more fun and also very interesting. And there's autonomy in it because you can give Kahoots as assessment, as assignment back home,
Yeah, yeah,
as
exactly,
homework back home.
exactly.
So
Yeah,
it's very
either
important.
making them, either making
That's
them or answering them. Works both ways for homework. So, yeah. The other thing, it's not exactly a digital tool, but I love doing it with adults or older sort of teens. Blogs, online
it.
blogs. Then you've
Yeah.
got an audience. Um, So it's slightly higher stakes if you're writing. So you're going to take a bit of care with your writing, but then your classmates say, or other people in the real world, they can leave you comments. And it's really good for learners reflecting on the best way to say things, the sort of self-development of language, and it's really good for them reflecting on what they've learned and how they've learnt it as well. I'm a
Yeah,
big fan of blog
Yeah,
projects.
we had
there's a
some.
blog. There's a few blog. There's many free ones, aren't there? So you can you can blog about what you're learning, put in pictures, put in links that are
Yeah,
interested and connected to what the topic is. That's really good for kind of teens, isn't it, and older students.
yeah.
We've got a question here from Ibtisam, which I think is important. Where were we? Yeah. What are some of the
Will
challenges
there
if
any
you try
challenges?
to?
Mm.
Yeah. What are the challenges of trying to implement learner autonomy?
Yeah. One of the problems is with motivation. I think it's important to try and keep the motivation, to assess the motivation levels of the student, the motivation type. that the students have? Is there a certain degree of internal autonomy so they can really push themselves? Or are they more externally, instrumentally motivated, so their motivation is coming from the outside? Depending on that would depend on the path that I would take forward. I think if students can motivate themselves, then the challenge would be losing control maybe in the classroom, and how to deal with that. If the students are instrumentally motivated, you have to somehow try and turn that round and get them to own their own learning in some way, encouraging them to reflect. Maybe what I've also done with younger learners and older ones, actually, they've drawn or they've written their own learning sort of path, their own learning story. Say, you can make it fun. You're on a hike, you're on a balloon ride. What are the steps that you're taking? Where are the obstacles? Maybe it looks like a big mountain. How are you going to get up there? What are you learning on the way as well? What's in the scenery? And being able to visualize it like that can be a way to get students to get hold of their own journey and see that they're walking it. It's not us. I'll walk beside you, but it's your autonomy. You have to kind of go and walk for yourself and make the steps.
That's it. So I guess you're kind of learning, kind of training the students how to learn, and like kind of thinking about this as you're planning as well, from a planning stage for your lesson. How can you weave in these little sections for autonomy? Like the ladder, like kind of what kind of things can you do over, rather than trying to like a traffic light in the street. So you're on green, then you've got amber, then you've got red. So before you go from red to green, you've always got amber, right? Anywhere you go, if you're going from green to red, you go through the amber. If you're going from red to green, you go through the amber. And the amber for me has always been really important in teaching. So say I'm about to do a listening task. From going from red to the green is the listening task. I always go through amber. How can I set the context? Let's talk about it. Let's start discussing the listening topic before we start listening, and before the learner autonomy, before really letting them go. The amber stage, what little things can you do over the space of a month to get your students prepared? So see it as like a long-term thing, right? By the end of 2025, I want all of my students to be able to understand how to learn autonomously, how to go home, how to choose what they're going to learn, why they've made that decision, and really be independent, truly independent. But before I get to there, and I'm here, what's the trajectory? What's the journey? What things can I do to get here? You see?
Yeah. I like that image. That's really nice.
It's really, really nice. And the thing is, you're facilitating it as well as a teacher. You're facilitating that journey with the decisions that you're making in your plan and in the classroom.
I find that a lot of teachers' books don't really put that space in. So it's having to look more at the course book and thinking, where can I get this in? What can I tweak? Where can I give the students a choice? That's something I would love to change when I'm king of teachers' books or queen of teachers' books. That's what I'm changing. So that there's
so many failings in textbooks.
So
many failings. There's no spiraling with textbooks. There's no spiraling to go back to review language. It's just like unit 1, holidays, unit 2, food, unit 3, clothes, and then end of the book, next book. There's no spiraling of the language.
Yeah.
And and there's no thought to put in how can we do, how can we build in language learning autonomy in this textbook?
Yeah.
Just nothing out there.
Yeah. I know they have to be one size fits all, but we could change the pattern a bit. We don't all have to be wearing hoodies the whole time. We could wear something slightly different, slightly more autonomous.
Yeah, or just have a page in there. Have a page in there. Little autonomous exercises that build on each other throughout. Kirsty, we should be textbook writers. We should collaborate and write a textbook, I think.
I'd love it. Yeah. Autonomous learning with a textbook. Yeah, definitely.
I think we'll do a winner. Mike, how's the giveaway going?
That would be awesome. Just checking people as well. I had 1 or 2 on Instagram because we can't see the message on Instagram, but for sure everything is right here. I'm gonna show it a little bit again. Let me see. It's right here. It's always a little bit difficult. Yeah, I gotta share my screen, and so everyone can feel free to join the giveaway. We get ebooks for everyone, so you just have to type dash and ESL win, and I enter your name into that giveaway. That is going to be like in a good 10 minutes. Yes, and a little bit more. We're gonna do that. We're gonna try. First time we using this method, right, Stu?
Oh, the old Wheel of Names. It's such a good website. You just you can put in topics, student names. I use it all the time when I'm teaching. It's free and completely random, and you can share the screen. The students get excited, and you get a little round of applause for the winner. But type in ESL win and enter the draw.
For now, we have Kachi on Instagram, Ibtisem, and Brendam. So feel free, guys, to hashtag ESL win again. I hashtag it again. So you can copy, and on Instagram as well. We are, there are almost 10 or 15 people on Instagram. Thank you for coming. Very good. Easter. Okay, so we're gonna that's an example. That's awesome. That's like Stu said, you can use it in a classroom, right? Esther, and you see she's in. I mean, and then that's a little bit smaller. We'll be fine.
Actually,
man, it's not easy. I got to do everything behind.
It's like Mike's in the man. He's like sitting there in the background trying to read 5 screens at the same time. It's very impressive, actually.
And the
talking
MC.
about talking about learning autonomy. It's really student centered because students choose the path, the journey that they want to take. So you could say, movies, songs, apps, websites, communities, groups, blogs, and you can direct them and start. And this is another thing about learner autonomy, which we haven't touched on yet, is the power of learner autonomy on learner motivation. You've got, I worked in China for 21 years. I was teaching in China. And the problem in China, there's always lots of exams, lots of tests, and students, they often see English. You ask them, why are you learning English to a Chinese student? Most of them will answer because I have a test coming. They can't see beyond the test. The reason they're learning English is because the teacher gives them a test about it. And that's the reason that they learn English. And so they've got no motivation. They feel bad. They're motivated by fear. of doing badly in the test rather than
Yeah.
being motivated by improvement in language and feeling good about themselves. Everything's very negative, nothing's positive. So when you're doing like learner autonomy, you are showing the student that there's more to language learning than meets the eye. It's not just about the classroom. They can go home. Yeah, you've given them a blog. You show them in the classroom, like, this is the blog. This is what the kind of things you can do. Let's work together now to put a link in. Let's put a photo in. Make a little movie of yourself saying this sentence and upload the sentence onto the blog. You can set it as private, so only those in the classroom can see it. There's so many things you can do that students can feel good about language learning. Feel, I can do this. This is working.
Yeah. There was a really, really nice study that was done with, I think it was university students in China. So tertiary level, but I think it would work at other levels. And they had a sort of a WhatsApp community, and I think it was called the Blue Cloud Cafe or something. They called it. They chose the name for it. And it was student moderated, student led. The lecturer would come in if there was a question, but they wouldn't interfere, and it let the learners really develop their own second language personality. It let them own the language, and it was lovely. It was just lovely.
That wouldn't have been WhatsApp. That would have been this little one here. See those two language bubbles? WeChat. WeChat is like WhatsApp, but like 5 times as good. WeChat is amazing. You've got it's got all of these features that WhatsApp just doesn't have. It's got it's like Facebook and WhatsApp in one. It's a really great app. It would have been that, and that's a fantastic.
And you can buy 2 potatoes with it.
Yeah, and you can buy potatoes with it as well, or anything. You can shop with it. Everyone in China, they never use cash. They just shop on WeChat. Like, it's very, very clever app. So I taught a university in China for 7 of the years that I was there. Motivation is a huge problem. Lots of English is a compulsory module in nearly all of the Chinese degrees. So you've got students who might be learning medicine, they might be learning, hotel management, whatever. They'll have English as a module, and most of them hate it. When is the English ever going to end? It never ends, learning English, and they don't want to be there. So something like this, making this group, giving them the autonomy to go in there, interact in the group, type in English messages. That will help with their grammar, will help with their sentence structure, everything. Love it.
Helps them to be them in English. They're
That's
not
it.
just
Where
in a
did you see
classroom
the
saying
study?
what they have to say. Where did I read it? I can't remember which of the teaching journals it was in. If anybody wants to know, I'll find out, and I'll put a reference to it on. I can do it on LinkedIn. I can link it to one of our posts on LinkedIn.
Yeah. That sounds ideal.
I'm gonna send I'm gonna put your link right away. Wait a moment, from LinkedIn. It's super slow today. Oh man.
Just while Mike's doing that, let's close this up with what advice would you give to? There'll be teachers watching this. They'll be watching this now. They'll be watching the replay, and they're like, right, I like the sound of this learner autonomy stuff. I've not really given much thought to it before. How can I do it? And just give some quick tips. How would you encourage learner autonomy, and where to start again? If we can just go back over that again.
One thing, the important thing is you're going to try it. We should start with ourselves. So trying out learner autonomy and experimenting in the classroom so that we've got experience of it, experience of being autonomous learners in our professional development. Then we can support learners in becoming autonomous themselves, because we know where the pitfalls are, we know where it's scary, and it's scary for the learners as well, to be honest, if they're particularly used to a traditional setting. And scaffold the choices, little choices to start with before you go all out and they have a completely free choice. Maybe start with classroom management and then move into autonomy in the type of language they want to learn, how they want to learn it, autonomy in materials design as well. As we were talking about, the students make quizzes, the students make Kahoots. That's quite high up the ladder, I would say. So don't start with, oh, everybody, you're going to choose a topic and make a Kahoot. Start with a choice between the topics. Baby steps, one rung at a time on the ladder. And just go for it. I think it's scary. I know I was petrified when I started, but it's so worth it. Yeah.
Baby steps. That's a really good analogy of it. You know, just take your time, give choices in the classroom. Do that, and don't just do that for 1 week. You know, it can be over a month or 6 weeks.
It's a long-term thing. It's a long-term thing. Yeah.
That's it. And then start giving tasks to do at home, and then come in with the feedback so they can start doing things alone. Then after they've been doing that for some weeks, you can give them an app and you say, right, complete this thing on the app, and then come back and give the answers in the class, and just keep baking the cake, you know?
Yeah. And model the autonomy. Show them a couple of. Sorry, my dog now thinks he's a wolf.
It's all right. It's normally, Kirsty, don't worry. It's normally my dog. In fact, did you see that door open about half an hour ago?
Yeah.
It was my dog. It wasn't any. It was my dog. My dog.
Yeah.
Gets involved.
Yeah. What I'll try and say between the howling is, model the autonomy as well. So if you've got a great website, show it to the students. Say, I found it by doing this. There's other things out there. Why don't you go and look? So you're taking them sort of outside of the classroom, modeling autonomous behavior for them.
Show them. It's like modeling an activity in the classroom, right? Like modeling a speaking activity. You model what they're expected to do at home, so they don't just get there. Oh, what do I do now? I can't remember. I won't do it then.
That's a great topic, really. Yeah. Thank you so much. So everyone, feel free to follow Kirsty Jackson-Wilms on LinkedIn. The link is right here. The link is in the chat. And I would like to say a big thank you to Kirsty for coming today in the live.
Thank you for having me.
Never easy to do live.
It was lovely. It was lovely. Thank you ever so much.
It's never easy.
Thanks for coming on. I think I've learned a lot, definitely, for sure. Yeah, I've learned a lot, and I think everyone watching this would have learned a lot about it as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Kirsty, for coming today. We're gonna set you free. This is Saturday. I think it's gonna be lunchtime for you, huh?
Yeah. Time to take the dog out now. So yeah. Okay.
So like what we say in French, bon appétit and merci beaucoup. Thanks. Have a good lunch, a good weekend. Thank you, Kirsty.
You too, guys. Thank you.
All right, Kirsty. Bye. Bye.
Thanks. Bye. Awesome. We learned a lot of stuff today. That was a really cool one, autonomy, things that we never usually hear in ESL teaching, right?
Yeah, like it's when you do your training, your training doesn't really cover this. How can you how can you teach your
And that's
students to
true.
be autonomous? What can you do? What things can you set at home? And there's so many things that you can do. Yeah, very, very cool. Oh, do I see a wheel?
Exactly. So, everyone, feel free. Yes, the wheel of names. Feel free. You still have like 2-3 minutes. You go and you do hashtag ESL win to win an ebooks about innovative approaches in ESL teaching, kind of ebook that can help you, try if you want to start using these tools in the classroom. Perfect little ebook. It's a guide from myself that I created for you to help you, step by step in the classroom using blended learning. Because with AI these days and all these tools, you gotta do it. You gotta go for it. You gotta give it a try, and it will change your classroom for sure forever. So
That's
feel
very
free,
cool.
guys, type ESL win, hashtag ESL win. We have already 4 people in it. That's great. Pretty cool, Stu. Everything all right, Stu? How's everything with you?
Yeah,
Back
yeah,
in, you
all
still
good.
have your TESOL course on it, right?
Yeah, yeah. Got the mine still. No, yep. Still got the TESOL course, and yeah, got a couple more
Yeah.
trainings started this week. We actually cover learner autonomy in the classroom and things that students can do at home with learner autonomy, like using their phones, apps, using a photo. Making a photo dictionary, so taking photos of different objects that they come across and making like a digital photo thing. That's one of the things that we cover. So learner autonomy is really covered well in the TESOL course. So if you want to start a TESOL course with a difference, it's a little bit better than a lot of the offerings out there, check out the TEFL Lemon 180-hour higher certificate of TESOL.
Yes, and the link is in the chat. A super TEFL course that I really recommend to everyone, and it's accredited. You can with this, you're gonna find all kind of ESL jobs or English teacher jobs in all around the world. It's accredited by an accredited body called ACTEC, right? Which is
Yeah,
one of
ACTEC.
the most difficult accreditation that you can have in this world.
That's it. It's one of the most difficult. I could have chosen an accreditation. A lot of accreditation bodies out there are dodgy. You pay them, they'll accredit it. Thank you. Give me the money. Thanks. It's accredited. We didn't do that. We chose the hardest one, and they improved the course no end. Yeah, they only accredit 3 courses in the whole world. All the others fail. They don't get
only
accredited.
3. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost
So
impossible to
imagine.
get
Yeah,
accredited.
someone.
Really hard.
Wow. So guys, go for it. The link is in the description. If you want to have a real TEFL course, go for Stu ones. He's gonna be here with you, helping you all the way, supporting you. And yes, we had as well Rekinox was saying, what are those words here on the top? Yeah, these words are for the giveaway, giving an ebook away for today. So you can, do I add your name?
Yeah, go ahead.
We're gonna go. Hey, a
Probably,
big shout out as well to Sharina right
oh, hey,
here.
Trina.
Welcome, Sharina Smith. She was one of our guests a couple of months ago. She's always very, how to say, very active on Mike's Home ESL and the ESL live stream, and always it was a good fun. We had a good live with her as well.
Yeah, Sharina runs a group called TEFL on the Go, and it's great if you're particularly if you're a new teacher and you need the guidance and support from those around you. You don't really know what you're doing, but you know you want to do a great job. Check out TEFL on the Go. It's a good starting point for you.
Great. So we're not going to wait anymore, and let's spin that wheel to see who's going to be the winner. Hey, Ibtisam, right?
We
We'll
don't
Here we
want to
go.
make it appear that it's like it's completely random. Gucci.
Yeah, Gucci on Instagram. He was, I don't know if it's he or she, but I will have to find him back right there on Instagram. If you see that, feel free to contact me on this email right here that I'm writing. This is my best email. If you want to contact me, there's no problem for others. You might be in my spam folder, but I always check out my spam folder because there are a lot of people contacting you, and sometimes it goes in the spam. That even sometimes one of your email went to my spam folder. So you know.
So a few mad spam
So
folders, don't they?
congratulations to Gucci.
Wrong thing. Yeah, well done, Gucci.
Yeah.
Yeah, well done, Ibtisam.
And that's going to be it. So,
just finished the TESOL course,
yes.
so she's got a certificate
Oh, really?
on the way soon. Yeah, yeah.
You see, this is testimonial. It's really important here in the live. This is not the TEFL that are the fake ones, right? That we can see a lot around in here. We can see here at the SEM. You can maybe contact her if you want to. She would be she can tell how the course is good. Thank you,
Yeah, she
Ibtisam.
was a
A big
really
shout
good
out to
trainer.
Ibtisam.
Yeah,
Yes, thank you, Stu.
really good.
That's gonna be it for today. I hope you're gonna have a good weekend. You know, the weather is nice as well in Xi'an, China. And hope to see you. We're gonna go on next week. Today, a lot of people came on the live. That was nice. Very good topic. Feel free as well if you want to join. Yeah, Stu. People can
Yeah.
come as well, right?
Yeah, just you can message Mike or myself. We can get you on the live.
LinkedIn.
Kirsty today, yeah, on LinkedIn. Kirsty today had never done a live before. This was her first time. She had a passionate interest that she wanted to share, so we got her on. You know, we want to hear from you. So if you are out there, you've got a really passionate about a particular area, come on, we'll talk about it.
That's it. Good vibes only here on the ESL live stream, the teachers live stream, and I will it's going to be every Saturday 6 p.m. The replay will be as well on Sunday 9 p.m. And today we were live on the ESL live stream channel as well. So if you want to go and check as well on, it's easy. You get I don't know where the link, it doesn't matter, not a big deal, but we try to work closer with only one channel for lives, but we'll see. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you, Stu, and I'll see you next week, right?
Yep, see you there, same time next week.
All right. Cheers, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
The AI image looks good.
Do you have a second?
Mr. Brickface, come in, come in.
Do you know that Children's Day is coming?
Children's Day? Of course I'm ready. I have a video for Children's Day activities for teachers or schools. You might be interested.
And how about the sandwich writing?
Sandwich paragraph? Not this time, but I have a robot craft writing paragraph. Students can build their own robot. They can color, cut, glue it, and write about their robots. Flashcards? Of course, in color and black and white. I know what you're thinking, Mr. Brickface.
And the cat.
Kahoot quiz, of course. Audio file, so that students can practice listening.
Yes, thank you. How about
World War, I know, right there. With a special matchmaking quiz.
And is it still free?
Yes, still free on Mike's Home ESL.
Oh, good. Oh, and how about the
Lesson plan, yes, of course. There's a teacher guide to help and guide the teachers on how to use this material.
Anything else? Not bad. Sorry for disturbing. Bye-bye.
Just come back from the IATEFL conference. I went to the IATEFL last year. It was in Brighton. It was just down the road. It was a bit further afield. This time it was up in Edinburgh. But the IATEFL, basically, it's the who's who of ELT. People come from all over the world to hear what's going on in our industry. Latest developments in language acquisition. Publishers come and show their new books. You can meet people, network. It's like the world's best conference for ELT. And what you can do there, you can have these breakout rooms and you can do presentations. And so Lewis did a presentation on emergent language. So I'm really looking forward to this today.
Awesome. Thank you. With this said, let's welcome Lewis. Here we go.
And now, let's welcome today's guest, Lewis Jacquest.
Hi, Lewis. Very welcome in the live. Thank you for your time, and hope you're doing good.
I'm great. Thanks for having me today. Yeah, I'm doing well. The weather's terrible, but indoors it's great. Yeah.
Yeah, it's turned, isn't it? The weather's turned, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit grey, but that's April for you, isn't it?
Because you guys are in the same country.
No.
Because you guys are in the same country,
right?
We're
from the same country, but Lewis, I believe you're in Germany, right?
I'm in North Germany. Yeah, I guess we're probably on a similar latitude, but yeah, actually in Germany, but same continent at least, right?
Yeah. Same ballpark, stone's throw.
Yeah. More or less, yeah.
You see me? Yeah, look at me.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys, 35 degrees already here in
Wow.
in Xi'an, China. Damn, it fell like right away. It's a roller coaster weather in here. We had a sandstorm. Stu knows that. That's the season. It's getting very warm, very stormy, a lot of wind. And we had sun this week. I almost got an insulation. I was dead on my bed, couldn't do much before. That was when Friday, I guess, it was, and yesterday. And the weather is super hot. That's the first time, in those 24 years in China that it is that hot that early here in Xi'an. Incredible. But we gotta make it.
Yeah, Lewis, myself and Mike, we lived in Xi'an in the same city for 20 years in central.
Okay.
And every year about this time, the wind whips in from the west and from Xinjiang province and all of like the deserts up there, and it just picks up loads of dust and just drops it all on eastern China, like Beijing, Xi'an. We just get covered in dust for like a week. Yes, every year.
Wow, that must be quite a sight, or not, I guess.
Yeah, right. You look up to the sun and it just like covers the sun. It's quite kind of eerie,
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow,
nature
I have to,
yeah.
I'd love to experience that. We don't get anything quite as dramatic as that here. So
China's awesome.
So, Lewis, can you quickly introduce yourself and what you're doing? I know you have a website, you have different courses as well. Can you introduce yourself briefly for everyone to know you a bit better?
definitely, yeah. I'm Lewis. I'm originally from the UK, South Wales to be exact. I've been in Germany for 18 years. I've been teaching the same amount of time. So I've been working in ELT for about 17, 18 years. I run my own business, so that's wordsmithery.elt. That's my own operation. And yeah, I'm extremely interested in emergent language and how we can use it in the classroom, in the online classroom in the meantime. So I've been teaching online exclusively for the last 6 years. Before that, face-to-face classroom teaching. And I just find it a really, really interesting area of ELT to explore, to investigate, and that's why I presented my ideas at IATEFL then last week in Edinburgh.
Yeah, that's it's quite a thing, IATEFL, isn't it? Like it's like you get to meet so many great people in what we do, like really positive people, different ideas, different approaches.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Was it your first IATEFL?
No, I've been before. It was my first time presenting, so I took I took the leap, and it was great. Yeah, really great. It's such a supportive community, and I guess that's one of the reasons why I enjoyed it so much, because I teach, but I'm also a teacher trainer, so I enjoy sharing knowledge, gaining knowledge from other people, best practice, talking about whatever it may be. Emergent languages, my thing, but lots of such interesting talks, over 600. So I mean, it's quite a lot of information to take in, but it's brilliant. Yeah.
How did you get into like the kind of into emergent language and take such a deep interest in it? What's your story with it?
I think like many teachers, it probably almost emerged like emergent language itself. When I started teaching back in 2007, you do the initial teacher training courses like your CELTAs, and I didn't really know exactly what my teaching style was, and you sort of get thrown in at the deep end and you see what happens, what develops as you start teaching. And I found myself sort of reacting a lot to what the learners were saying in the classroom environment, rather than here's a book, we've got to follow it, and I saw good results, and I was thinking there must be something to this. I wonder if there's some kind of methodology behind this, or some kind of approach. And it turned out, with the advent of DogMe, which was this movement by Scott Thornberry and Luke Medding, I stumbled across that in about 2009, 2010, and realized that that's kind of what I've been doing. So it does have a name. It kind of made me feel oh, I'm doing something right here. And from there on, I went on to do my my DIP TESOL, which is like a Delta sort of a postgrad in teaching. And there you explore so many other methodologies, approaches, task-based learning, which is very closely enmeshed with DOGME, with emergent language, with this whole idea. And that's, you know, ever since, I guess, for the last 10, 15 years, really, I've been exploring it to different extents, and now online for the last 6 years, and how that can work and be kind of implemented in the online classroom. That's really, really cool. So I've got a couple of questions that we're going to be throwing your way. I hope that will be okay. So lots of the people that are going to be watching this they might not kind of know what emergent language is. Once you explain it to them, I'm sure like yourself, you know, I get it. This is what I do too. But can you just go over what is emergent language, and how does it differ from traditional language learning? Yeah, if you'll indulge me, I just had a thought earlier today to give you an example through the kind of history of language development, how language emerges itself. If you think of going to, right, as this typical grammar chunk, grammar structure. If you look back about 400, 500, 600 years ago, Shakespeare's times, it actually only meant the physical movement of going somewhere. Right. I'm going to the market. That emerged, different meanings emerged over time and became things like, well, going to with a plan, you know, I'm going to do this at the weekend, you know, and then it's gone morphologically as well. It's changed from going to gonna as well in certain contexts in spoken English and different Englishes. So that's the way that language emerges. So it's this natural development of language. Conversation driven, it's usually in meaning focused interactions in the classroom when learners are communicating because they want to communicate, not because they have to fulfill, you know, number one on the worksheet, whatever. So giving them a real reason to communicate. And then the learners are trying to say what's emerging is their kind of interlanguage, what they are trying to say, what they are, you know, what they're relying on what they know from their own kind of pool of knowledge, but also trying to say what means something, what they want to express, you know. And it's listening for that. That's what's emerging. That, you know, it's kind of based a lot on co-constructing meaning, and it's like a kind of interplay between learner and teacher, you know, or learners and teacher. And there was just one really, really interesting, there was a practitioner in the 80s called Michael Breen, and he said the student leads, the teacher follows. And that's kind of where I see language development and emergent language coming from. It's reacting to what a learner wants to say rather than prescribing what they should say, you know. So it's just flipping the playbook a little bit.
Yeah, I was teaching earlier this week. I had some Polish students. I was teaching them online, and we just you know, we went down like not a rabbit hole. We were just kind of like chatting about stuff, and then it started to develop. The conversation began to develop, and the question was, you know, did you ever have any accidents as a child? And this student, lady, she was Polish, and she was saying she was on the bicycle, and she went down a steep hill, and she went too fast, and she came off, and basically she grazed her knee. And she didn't have this word graze, but I could tell that she wanted to say it. She was trying to, you know, use her hands to, you know, point to her knee and move it like this. So graze, this is the word that, and this was, obviously this would never be in any textbook, right? Graze would never be in any textbook. But it was language that was important to her at the time, and it was important to the situation.
Exactly. And that's, if I may, that's one of the things associated with emergent language is this teaching at the point of need. And that's when a learner needs a word or an expression or a grammatical form or whatever it may be to push their conversation and express themselves further, then that's where the teacher can help. And it sounds, of course, it's intuitive, but it's then developing that, you know, graze for an injury. But if you dropped your phone on the floor, which of course I've never done, but you wouldn't say you grazed your phone case, right? It's a similar kind of superficial injury, as it were, but you'd say scuff, wouldn't you, for example? And you can explore things in related terms, so not only words individually, what's this word, and they'll just forget it the next week, and get them to record it, write it down, explore it, repeat it. What other chunks of language can you use with graze or with scuff, for example? And that's how you can really make it sustainable as well, that they can learn from it, because they obviously want that word or expression at that point.
Yeah, that's it. And like you say, you can extend it and everything. Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, we got the second question coming up, because I guess for some teachers it doesn't mean to be, it's not very clear, I guess, for some of us in here. The next question is, how can teachers identify emerged language moments in their classroom? Can you give us like a little idea or example that would, how to identify those emerged language?
Yeah, I mean, there are many different things that you could classify as emergent language. It could be like really good use of language that a learner uses really well, that you want to share with the whole group and think, oh, they would all benefit from this. And it's that, again, it's not what's in the course book and what they should have covered at this point in time, but it's kind of their interlanguage or their language development, where they're saying, oh, I've heard this somewhere, I want to say this. An example would be a class I was teaching recently. We were talking about mobile phones, right? And they were talking about their first ever mobile phone. And somebody tried to use the expression used to. So I used to have whatever it was, an old Motorola phone, right? But I think they said, I used a mobile phone, or I used having a mobile phone in a Motorola. And I could see what they were trying to say. They'd heard it somewhere, they kind of half knew it. But instead of saying, oh, that's wrong, I kind of echoed it or recast it and said, oh, you used to have a Motorola. Okay, and what kind of features did it used to have? And kind of grabbing onto that, echoing it, and then they kind of say, oh, yeah, that's what I want to say. I've heard that somewhere. Wherever it may be, it's somewhere in there, and they're trying to use it. And the others cotton onto it, right? If you write it down, you explore it, and then look at the form and how you use it. That kind of thing would be, emergent language, where you can see what they're trying to say, but maybe you need to just help them scaffold it a little bit and just kind of grease the wheels, as it were, to help them say what they're trying to say.
Yeah, that's it. Like a lot of the time with emergent language, I'm sorry, Mike, go on.
Oh no! What it reminds me, in my class as well. You have students, when you ask them questions. I didn't know I was using emergent language before. It happens to me in the class, especially when you ask student, where did you? When we're back from the holiday, I think that would be as well a great example for teachers to understand with a very simple example. Like the one that was on the thumbnail. Well, I always ask my students when we are back from the holiday, I always ask them, where did you go? And they would always answer, oh, I go to Beijing, or I go to Shanghai, right? So it's in the past tense. You don't say I go, you got to say I went, right? And then you would have the students. I usually, when I hear the mistakes, I don't cut the students right away. I let him finish, because obviously it's always difficult to let them express themselves, especially kids in China. They're quite a little bit shy, not very outgoing, so it's difficult for them to express themselves sometimes. So I let them finish, and after, maybe I want to see others reaction as well, and some students they're gonna correct him, especially the advanced students in your class. He's gonna say, oh no, you cannot say I go, you gotta say I went. So that was examples I used to that was, oh yeah, I was using emergent language, because after they go to the board and write the question, where did you go, then write the answer, I went to, so that they remember this, in their mind, and that, that's a part of, sometimes that's why we say lesson plans are never useful, mostly because in the classroom sometimes you're going to change everything when emergent language come up in your classroom.
Yeah, I think the thing with emergent language, and in the classroom, you have to be responsive and reactive as a teacher. So something you might hear, and I think a big misconception is emergent language is error driven. If a student makes an error, then that's one way that emergent language can come up, and you can examine the errors. But it's not only that; it can be student driven as well. Like you might have like, for example, Mike. One student said, I go to Beijing. Well, another student might say something, really quite different. That's really quite interesting, and then you can be reactive and responsive to that. So students are actually driving the emergent language as well.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. It's really, reactive teaching, and it's what you do with that. Like you said, Mike, let them express themselves. It's not about jumping in. That's wrong. Of course not. It's about letting them express themselves, because they obviously want to say something, because it means something. That's why we ask them the question. It's familiar territory. It's, what did you do at the weekend? It's a classic. And then what I would do is then, try and let other learners help them first, share good language. You could also say, I was in Beijing at the weekend, whatever. But then you could also just try and capture it as a chunk. I went to, and then where else could you say? I went to the market. I went to a different city. I went to Shanghai, And it's not so much, oh, that's great. It's not so much saying it's wrong. It's, look what you can do with this. It's like a little stem, isn't it? Don't treat it as an isolated word. Treat it as an opportunity to develop. I went to, there are hundreds of different ways you could end that sentence, right? I went to, and the negative, I didn't go to, I didn't do anything, and explore that. And record it, write it down, keep a vocabulary box in the classroom, or an online record of what you're doing if it's online, so that they review it, repeat it, then it starts to, it's emerging, and then it becomes part of their repertoire then.
It becomes part of their linguistic resource.
Exactly.
I'm really into encounters, if you've got these language chunks of vocabulary, and if you can repeat the encounters, it really helps it to stick. And like you say, Lewis, if you can encourage students as part of their just the way that they learn is to keep a notebook, they write down any language chunks and vocabulary.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it's these high frequency things as well. Sorry, how often does somebody say, what did you do at the weekend? I mean, I ask it probably 100 times a month, in a teaching situation, but in my private life as well. It's a very high frequency chunk of language. I went to, I didn't do, then teach that, and then they'll pick it up, and then they'll be able to use it.
Especially on Monday.
Yeah.
Well, I think one of the reasons why that
then you ask
question
for
is
the
so
weekend.
one of the reasons it's so good to ask things like that, you're giving opportunities for this language to emerge. What did you do on the weekend? Oh, I went to a panda research center. Wow. Okay, now we can go in this direction. So you're giving a platform for this wonderful kind of natural language to emerge by itself.
I think that's why you call these learning opportunities or affordances. So you're not prescribing this is what you've got to say, but you're opening like a kind of linguistic area for them to explore, and you're helping them to fill that with what they want to say. Of course, you're the you're the kind of the expert in helping them to scaffold it, but You know, it's kind of, that's again co-constructing meaning. Them saying what they're trying to say, what they bring to the classroom is then what we can help them to say, you know, by using our resources, using our kind of linguistic knowledge. And that's what it's about. It's kind of a two-way thing, you know.
Mike, we've got a question from Ibtissam, Mike.
That's why I wanted to say, how can Ibtissam is asking, how can we correct them, and how can we reduce emergent language moments in our classes? I guess she's worried about the curriculum, you know, time in the class, objectives that you have. That's one of our questions as well. We have in our 10 questions for tonight that people might worried about time you got to spend on it, right?
Yeah. Of course, I know, I can understand there's this tension between what has to be followed in terms of curriculum and what the emergent language is as well. So, I mean, you can set aside time for it. What I often do is, well, in nearly every class I teach, I ask learners to be like honeybees. When they're out and about between lessons, collect bits of language. I mean, English is everywhere, right? It's on TV, it's on the streets, it's in adverts, you hear it on the street, you can see it nearly everywhere. You know, you pick it up on YouTube, you pick it up everywhere. And then I ask them to be just attentive, notice new bits of language, bring those in. And if you're tied to a tight curriculum, which of course does happen, then just say, right, the first 15 minutes of the lesson are bring in what you found, your little bits of English, and exploit that and talk about it, put it back into a context, make a little dialogue out of it. I heard somebody saying, you know, whatever, I've got to catch the train. Catch a train, that's a bit, how do you catch a train? And then, you know, put it back into the context, who was speaking to who? Oh, it was this guy on the platform and he was late. And the other said, oh, quick, the train's coming, you'll catch it. Whatever, put it back into a context, but get it to come from the students. And if you've only got a limited amount of time, then that's one way of doing it, that you say, that's our emergent spot, 10, 15 minutes, and then we can move on with what is on the curriculum, for example.
Yeah, Ibtissam, Ibtissam was one of my trainees on my TESOL course, and yeah, what I would say, Ibtissam, is don't be afraid of emergent language opportunities. Embrace them, encourage them, get them more. This is a way of differentiating in your class. It makes it student-centered. It makes your language teaching fun. You know, students, it's really learner-centered, and they'll really enjoy these little golden moments where you're not just doing the book, you're not just sticking to your your plan. It's okay to go off of your plan, and I would encourage it. So yeah, do it.
Well, that comes to the fourth questions, right? Which is, what are the benefits of focusing on emergent language in both speaking and writing activities?
That's a great question. Yeah, I mean, of course, there are many benefits. We've talked a lot about the speaking activities. I really like the idea of focusing on the writing activities as well, because you can use, you know, if you're thinking about process writing rather than product writing, where you're writing because the enjoyment of writing is part of the process, then it's about writing because you've got an interesting topic. You know, you're writing about, for example, let's go back to your weekend at the museum in Beijing, okay? And then you've talked about it, and then you can write it, and let learners be creative and free, and don't restrict them and say, you've got to use this, you've got to use that. See what they can do, talk about it, then recast it, you can redraft it and get them to rewrite it, you know, using your upgrades. You can do loads of things with writing, like this creative, spontaneous writing, where you could correct it all, put it on the board, say, you know, this would be more natural here. You may be looking at, you know, how adjacency pairs work, you know, when people are interacting. How are you? I'm fine. Really natural things if it's a dialogue based thing. and make it natural, get them to look at it, to rehearse it, and then cover up the board and say, right, now you've got your original. What can you remember from the, what we talked about? Oh yeah, there was this, how are you? I'm fine. What about you? And they have to, it's not about getting everything right. It's about acquiring what they find interesting, what they find useful, but that's a kind of really nice writing activity, just spontaneously. You can do with anything, with any group of learners. It could be business learners writing a report. Doesn't matter what the level is. They write it spontaneously with your support and then correct it, co-correct it, show them, okay, give them time to kind of work on it and write down, okay, this is how I can say it better, or write it better, then cover it up, or turn the board around, or, whatever, share your whiteboard on the screen and then take it away. What do you remember? That's how, and it's about what they see as useful to acquire, not what you're telling them to acquire,
Yeah, that's such a cool activity. Getting students to write something, and then you can swap papers, and do something like SPAG strategies where students are marking and correcting each other's work, or just add new ideas, new language. Swap it back. You can then put that onto the board, so they're reading it. So you're turning written production into receptive. Retell the story. Everyone's listening, so it's receptive again, and then you move it from written production into spoken. It's just, you just can move around. Yeah, take
brilliant,
risks,
doesn't it? Yeah, exactly.
Sounds like big freedom.
It's
well,
really
it is.
Yeah, sorry, Lewis, go.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I tend to think of it as, with emergent language, if you've got some frameworks, like lesson frameworks, ideas in your mind, like this, like swapping papers, like having it on the board, they're waiting to be filled with content and with ideas, with what the learners want to say, rather than always driving them down a path and force feeding. You've got to do this, you've got to do that. So it's like a framework rather than a cage, if you know what I mean. It's open and needs to be filled, and their content, which you can co-construct and negotiate together, fills it. And then you take that as a kind of, okay, this is your template, now go somewhere else with it. And there's, so many opportunities, and these are affordances,
Lewis, you've got me excited.
It's exciting, isn't it?
Right now. Being a language teacher is so awesome, the ideas you can get, and right now we're bouncing ideas off of each other, and we can actually use these in our classes,
Yeah, exactly. And they're just so simple, but it's just about training yourself to notice these things and notice these opportunities.
That's the thing, isn't it? Listening, often when let's say you've got a speaking activity in your class, you might be shadowing them, listening. You're trying to listen for mistakes. And you're writing down all of the mistakes, and actually you realize, what are they actually talking about? And it's because you weren't listening to what they were saying. You were listening for the mistakes. You weren't listening to what they were actually saying. So you miss these kind of opportunities, Right, I've got another question. How can teachers balance between correcting language errors and allowing for language to emerge naturally? Yeah, the stop button, right? When to press it and when to let it continue.
Yeah, from my experience, I would say, if there's an absolute breakdown in communication, it's not clear what one person is trying to say to the other, then you're trying to intervene so that you can help them to say what they want to say. It's interesting, this tension between, because I see it a lot, and I hear it a lot from other teachers who I work with training. The tension between correction and emergent language, and is it the same thing or not? And what I often do is, it's a lot about listening and reacting. Listen to a communicative activity where it's about meaning. They could be, I don't know, planning a trip for the weekend, but you're not giving them a restrictive cage. Again, you're saying, okay, you've got 3 people, you've got this many hours, you're going to this city, what are you going to do? And you listen to them just communicating, speaking. Write down good language, so things that you want to share and reward, and write down attempts or things that need to be recasted, reformulated. and then mix them all up and then do a little kind of grammar auction activity with it. So you maybe got, depending on class size, 8, 10 sentences, half are great, half need a bit of work on. Gamify it, make it fun. It depends who your learners are, but I've not met one single learner who doesn't enjoy, even, the CEO of some big bank. They enjoy it because it's engaging and it makes them really interested in the language. So I said that, hey, I'm really good. Or, oh, did I say that? Oh, what did I mean? And then you just dictate them, or you write them on the board, whatever, and then they work together, and it empowers them. It's agency, it's learner agency and autonomy to say, we can do this together. Let's work in groups, decide which ones are good, which ones need reformulating or fixing, make it if they're into games, then make it an auction. You've got $100, £100, €100, 100 yen, whatever, and bet on your sentences. And show us, I'm so sure this is right. This is my sentence, it's great. Error codes I just saw as well, yeah. Not telling them this is wrong, but saying, look at the lexis, look at the grammar, look at the, whatever it may be, pronunciation, give them coding.
Let them identify themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Themselves. Yeah.
And so for example, you might have a couple of sentences. There's some grammatical problems in there. This could be sentences that they've just created themselves. You put up on the board, okay, there's a problem here. I'm not saying what it is. And then the students have to work together. So you've got teamwork going on, you've got negotiation, you've got
exactly. Yeah. And if you just think of just think of all the language that's flying around there, the functional language, the agreeing, disagreeing, negotiating, clarifying. Are you sure? Didn't he mean that? Or what do you mean exactly? All of this language, they're using it because they need to fulfill something that means something to them. And that's what this emergent language is, And I think it's often a case of, in different classrooms around the world, it's exposing learners to that, to get them comfortable with it, because it may be very new for some, and for some teachers as well. But you can start small, with just little slots, and then expand it so that learners feel more comfortable with it, and they kind of bring their own language in, like this honeybees activity, and they feel more comfortable with, I'm part of this classroom environment, this dynamic. I kind of make it work as well. It's not just about the teacher,
Yeah. I love your honeybee analogy, like go out and gather language, notice things around you. Might be your students watch Netflix and they've got some really interesting language that they've listened.
Yeah.
I want to bring that back to the classroom.
Yeah.
Let's discuss it.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very cool. Mike, we've got another question here.
Yeah. How can teachers support students in noticing and reflecting on their emerged language?
Yeah, so many ways. I mean, we'd probably have to do another hour or two to cover everything. But I mean, the things that I really like, for example, doing spontaneous dictations, maybe at the end of the lesson, or at some kind of stage of the lesson after you've collected lots of errors or lots of emergent language with errors. Dictate 3 of them related to your own life. And so if we had the used to example, it could be, I used to work in a prison. I didn't used to like olives, and I used to go to my grandparents every summer. And they have to write this down, then so it's like, oh, if I've written it down right, you can make sure that everything's written down and they can co-correct, etc. And then you say, right, I've got to be honest, 2 of these are true, 1 of them is a lie. Work out which one. Classic, 2 truths and a lie. But it's embedded language that's come from them. And then they're working on it because of an intrinsic meaning and intrinsic need to find out what's true and what's not. I mean, we're humans, we want to know, right? They work on it and then they write their own. You tell them, yeah, okay, I didn't used to go to my grandparents every summer. We went once a month, right? But you're getting them asking questions and it's emerging. Can they build the question? Did you used to, or when, what used to you, then they're thinking, how do I say that? And they're working on it, and that's learning. because they're involved, engaged, and they're part of the process. And then they do their own examples, just as a kind of micro example. You can do it with anything: grammar, vocabulary, chunks of language. Yeah.
Imagine you've got like used to in your textbook, and you might be a teacher. You go into the class and you ask students to write out the sentences that are in the book. So you're practicing used to, but by doing it your way, you're making it much more student focused, right? This is much more important. This is what I actually used to do. I actually used to work in the prison. I actually used to like others, but now I don't.
Yeah.
And so you're taking that structure and you're making it much more relevant for the students, and they're going to go away. The chance that they're going to remember it and be able to correctly use it in the future is far higher, because it's been correlated with themselves.
And I think if you foster this kind of open learning dynamic in a classroom, I'm going to tell you stuff about myself. It's not this mystic teacher personality that's removed. I'm part of this environment. I'm just like you. I like some stuff. I don't like other stuff. I did used to work in a prison. What? Really? I did. And it's like, I'm sharing stuff, and that will encourage them. It rubs off, they'll share stuff about themselves as well. And if they don't have the language, then you help them with it. That's what they want to say,
Yeah.
You're co-constructing, it's dialogic. Yeah.
And I think by doing, like, being a teacher like that, where you're opening up yourself and you're building this rapport with your students, that has benefits in other ways for your classroom management, with disruption,
absolutely,
and the level of your the enjoyment of your classes and the way that it flows freely, and you're going to get much less instances of disruption as well.
Yeah, agree completely.
We got a question from TikTok, from Billy, who is asking, for emergent language, you should have at least intermediate level students. Is it true?
I would tend to disagree. I think it really can be done with any language. It can be done on single word level. It can be done with extremely high level learners, extremely low level learners. Of course, you need to adapt the task and adapt what you're picking up, and what you're trying to help them with. But I would say you can do it with anyone, and it's not really restricted to only intermediate from B1 up. Certainly not. From my experience, I've taught, from A1 to C2, and there's always something you can find. I think you've got to be judicious. The lower the level, of course, the more or the less able a learner may be to string full sentences together. Then, of course, you don't want to be jumping in, but you can certainly help them with looking at patterns, with expressing themselves in simple but effective ways. It's like, again, going back to chunks of language. I've heard people say you shouldn't teach pronunciation to A1 level. I would disagree and say, what you do is a very basic expression, to talk about professions. I would not teach them what do you do, because it's unnatural. And what you do is what they're going to hear in the wild, in different Englishes around the world. Maybe not always what you do, but they might hear it and then be completely thrown by it. And what was that? It's about exposure to language and learning. It's awareness, right? And it's much more about awareness, maybe at lower levels, to kind of start consuming English how it naturally is. And then they'll start noticing on Netflix, on whatever, on YouTube, oh, he just said that what do you thing, or where do you, how do you, you'll hear it, and if you don't expose them to that, then it's a missed opportunity. It's an affordance, that's what it sounds like. Notice it, go out and hear it, and they will. So I would say from any level, but you need to be judicious.
Yeah, it's certainly easier to do it with higher levels. Like, but I think it's like that with any language skill. You know, if you've got like A1 and A2 learners, any type of kind of language task will be a little bit more problematic because they can't produce as much and they can't understand as much when you say it, you know, when you're trying to help them. So I think you have to, like Lewis says, you have to this is for Billy on TikTok, you have to obviously pick what you say, how you frame it, the type of language you're using back. But it's certainly, like, if you're A1 or A2, you can't work with emergent language. That's not the case. You can, but you've just got to be a bit more, slow and steady with it, I think.
Maybe just needs more scaffolding, just to add.
Yeah.
You know, because basically it's about conversation and it's dialogic and it's interaction, and help them more. You may need to scaffold more by writing a dialogue out on the board and then looking at, you know, where does this sound happen? Where'd you go? Why'd you do that? You know, but I would say, it just needs, to be more careful management and scaffolding if it's a lower level.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Billy. Thanks for dropping that in.
Yeah. Billy on TikTok. Yeah. So last question. That's quite pretty fast. Always the time flies always too fast on the ESL live stream.
Really,
Thank you. Very interesting topic. And so the last questions that wasn't in. I just want to ask for a teacher, ask you for the best advice to a teacher who wants to start using emergent language in their classroom. How they should start to, what's the process? What's the best advice?
What's the best advice? I would say trying to distill what we've talked about in the last 50 minutes. So get learners noticing language outside the classroom, and make it a routine. Make it something that's important to you that will rub off on them, like collecting a vocabulary box, or or whatever box of language that stays in the classroom, or that you have online on a document. That everyone feels they're contributing to the classroom, to the dynamic of what's unfolding. So I often think of it as uncovering language rather than covering a syllabus. Of course, there are syllabuses to be covered in certain contexts, and that's how it is. But you can also have your own emergent syllabus. This is what we've uncovered in the last 10 weeks. It's really not, to coin a phrase, rocket science. It's just listening and encouraging learners to be open to what's around them, to listening out for English. And for teachers, I think it's also, it can be a leap of faith for a lot of people, I think, because you are tied to certain structures. But just embracing these moments, writing them down, I think really key for when I started exploring emergent language was write it down, capture it in some way, explore it, expand it. Don't teach a word on its own. We had catch the train as an example. What else do you catch? In this sort of non-lexical way, you catch a cold, right? You catch a bus, transport catch a ferry, catch a plane. Can you catch a skateboard? No, right? And then explore it in that way with whatever level, whatever type of English, be it young learners, teenagers, business, general English. There's always a way in, and it's just listening and training your listening skills to react to, even if it's just a 5-minute moment, of emergent language, letting learners be part of that, co-constructing, and then gradually develop. See how they ask them what they think about it. Reflect on it at the end of the lesson. How did you feel about that today? What would you do if you were the teacher? What would you have picked up? And maybe one said, didn't he say, shouldn't he say, Exactly. Get them to be part of the whole dynamic of the kind of whole learning environment and feel valued. And that makes them also autonomous learners, right? They feel like they're part of a whole, which they should be.
Yeah.
So that would be what I would say on it. Yeah.
Perfect. Lewis, mate, that's
Thank you very much,
brilliant.
Lewis.
Brilliant.
Yeah, that's brilliant. How can people reach out to you? I know that you have a website, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right here. And do you have any courses? I know that you have courses as well. So people, if they're more interesting, this one might be, uh, is it this one? Right? Online business teacher, innovative online business teacher, right?
That's my
Can you tell us a
newsletter.
little bit about this one?
Yeah, for sure. That's
Oh,
a
that's a newsletter.
newsletter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I write it about once a month. That's with little creative hacks, creative ideas, some of which we talked about today for exploiting emergent language in the classroom. Little activities, little ideas that are practically zero preparation, but they're frameworks. They're ideas that you can implement without reinventing the wheel. And also the courses I'm developing at the moment, I presented last week in IATEFL. It's called the Creative Toolkit. So that's it's my whole idea came from wanting to work better with emergent language, exactly what you can see on the screen. So this is the selfie form, which is the Student Emergent Language Framework Interactive. It's what I presented last week at IATEFL. And this helps learners and teachers to capture, expand, and then work interactively. So there's a suite of tools that I've also embedded into this. This is coming in the next few months, so I'm still working on the technical side of it. But if you sign up for my newsletter or to the Creative Toolkit link that you can see now, then you'll be up to speed with as and when this comes out. And I'm also going to be offering some coaching courses, how to work meaningfully and effectively with emergent language using these tools that I've developed. So that's that's what's in the pipeline at the moment, coming in the next few months.
That's fantastic.
That's great. Very, yes, really interesting topic. Thank you so much. That's the first time we had a topic about emergent language on the ESL live stream. Really interesting. Think it's something we get to look at it as teachers, to try to make that the learning more engaging, more fun, for sure.
I think, thanks so much for having me. And I think the last word on it is, I think we all do it already. It's, whatever you call it, it's just then this noticing and reacting. I think most of us do it anyway. It's just maybe developing structures and frameworks around it that help you to notice it more easily. And that's what I'd like to share, really, because I think it's just, it benefits learners and it makes teaching so much more fun. So I really enjoyed the hour here. Thanks so much.
Brilliant. Thanks, Lewis. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lewis. We keep in touch. Hope to see you in another live stream. I get a lot of teachers and being interesting wherever if we were on TikTok, Instagram. Difficult to answer all the questions, but thank you so much. Everyone, if you want to reach out to Lewis, you get all the links into the description, whatever it's the newsletter, courses, his website. Feel free to reach out to him. You are on Instagram as well, too, right? Am I right?
I am indeed, yeah. Wordsmithery, that's the company name. That's me. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Lewis. See
Thanks
you soon.
so much. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Bye. That was cool.
That was great. Thank you, Stu, for recommending Lewis. How did you get to meet him?
It just literally through LinkedIn. So
To know him.
Yeah. Just literally through LinkedIn. It's
okay.
one of my kind of connections on LinkedIn, and I put out a post saying, "Hey, would anyone like to appear on the live stream?" And Lewis threw his hat into the ring and said, "Yeah, I'll give it a go." And so if anyone out here is watching on Instagram or TikTok or YouTube, Facebook, wherever, and you want to join us, just reach out, and we can get you on.
Exactly. Go check out the link into my bio. If you are on WeChat and Instagram, you're going to find the link tree. Very soon, this link is going to be changing to a new link about Pop Store. It's a really new kind of link where you get everything linked and it looks awesome. You'll see that around May days very soon on the ESL live stream as well. You can even do lives on this kind of links. It's incredible how technology is changing. And thank you so much. We can be live on so many platforms with Restream as well. It's incredible having people from around the world. I mean, China, Stu was in Britain. When I was back in the 90s, we didn't even have phones. And today, it's quite incredible. You can do everything like, Back to the Future movie, kind of.
I definitely still want a hoverboard. So, Mike, if you can get me a hoverboard, that's what I want. Or a lightsaber. I'm not sure which one I want the most.
Thank you, Stu, for being here. How's everything, Stu, these days?
Yeah, going really well.
You got to know that Stuart Hannon has that full lemon course.
Yeah. So we've got a couple
it's
more.
Still on.
Yeah, got a couple
incredible
more
course that.
Sorry, Michael. Yeah, we've got a couple more students this week who've started their training on our 180-hour course, fully accredited, and you'll learn all about the stuff that we cover in the ESL live stream is all part of that course. So if you're looking to do a TESOL or you've done one already and you want to update a little bit, then take the TEF 11 course. You won't regret it.
Yes, and it's accredited. Always difficult with that. ACDEC, right?
ACDEC. ACDEC. Yeah. ACDEC.
Because,
in actual fact, the sorry, Mike, the IATEFL that we were talking about earlier with Lewis, the group who started IATEFL are also the same team that started ACDEC. And they're the oldest accreditation body for TESOL distance courses. It started around the same time as IATEFL, so a very, very well-established accreditation body.
Yeah, the other day during my coaching, I started to do a little coaching help for teachers because they've been asking me. They want to learn all tips and tricks watching my YouTube videos. So I say, yeah, why don't do coaching, right? Just like Lewis or even you with your course is the same. You show up and you have a great support on your course. And I had one person who say, that's Ellie from Taiwan. She said that she was doing a TEFL or TESOL course. She's not really sure. At that time she was in class. She was in between two classes, and then she said she did a 550 hours, and that was strange because it was. She said when you finish one level, you get to pay for the next level. So I wasn't
There's some
sure
really bad
of
courses out there. Yeah, really,
Yeah.
really bad courses. And often those 550-hour, they're kind of not. They're like 3 or 4 different courses. Like say one might be a 100-hour course, one might be a 50-hour course, and they kind of package them together to say that it's 500 hours, but it's not. It's lots of like micro courses, and each one is crap.
That's
So
because
it's like, yeah, you got to be careful.
yeah, I asked her, where's that course from? And then she said that's from the Taiwanese education government. I was like, okay.
Yeah, it's a money spinner. Yeah, it's a money spinner.
Business is business.
Yeah, so you have to be careful. You have to be careful. Actually, for the TEFL Lemon course, no worries. Just quickly for the TEFL Lemon course, there's the video on my channel, and I talk about every unit of what you'll learn. So it takes about 45 minutes to get through, but if you're interested enough, you can yeah, you can skip obviously as well. Yeah, you can learn what you'll learn basically.
And don't forget to follow Stu. Massive follow to Stu. Always here with us in the ESL live stream. That's awesome. Since we started, since we started like a good. Oh, Will was been sometimes together on the live a long time ago. I've been watching some on old lives. It was so funny. And then yeah, now working all together, trying to make it consistent. So please follow us, give us some likes, because it's really is really difficult, not easy, difficult to keep up live stream like that, especially when we are in a different time frame. So give us some support, whatever, in Tefl Lemon or Mike's ESL, to keep the good vibes, helping you with your class, and hope you enjoy it. And yes, Stu, have a nice weekend.
And
You
yeah,
gotta be free
Easter,
for the
it's
whole
Easter
weekend,
here, so
just like me.
yeah, yeah, it's Easter weekend, so happy Easter, everybody.
Thank you, Stu. So remember the ESL live stream every Saturday, 6 p.m. Beijing time.
There we go. I think we've lost Mike. If you're still watching,
See you guys.
Hey, Mike back. All right, see you later. Bye.
Yeah. Happy teaching, everyone. Cheers. Bye, Stu. Take care.
The AI image looks good. Do you have a second?
Mr. Brickface, come in, come in.
Do you know that Children's Day is coming?
Children's Day? Of course I'm ready. I have a video for Children's Day activities for teachers or schools. You might be interested.
And how about the sandwich writing?
Sandwich paragraph? Not this time, but I have a robot craft writing paragraph. Students can build their own robot. They can color, cut, glue it, and write about their robots. Flashcards? Of course, in color and black and white. I know what you're thinking, Mr. Brickface.
And the cat.
Kahoot quiz, of course. Audio file, so that students can practice listening.
Yes, thank you. How about
World War, I know, right there. With a special matchmaking quiz.
And is it still free?
Yes, still free on Mike's ESL.
Oh, good. Oh. And how about the
lesson plan? Yes, of course. There's a teacher guide to help and guide the teachers on how to use this material.
Anything else? Not bad. Sorry for disturbing. Bye-bye.
Please. So that's the first question that gonna comes to people's mind when looking for that TEFL course, and what should teachers look for when choosing a TEFL course this year in 2025, because it's evolving, the evolution with all that AI, the tech. I haven't been checking, but I guess you got some TEFL course now who are pushing it maybe with AI, because we are in 2025.
Yeah, I'm sure that AI is being used to promote the course, but there's not too many courses that just kind of use AI, and you'd have to be careful of those courses as well, to be honest, Mike. Just because it's like an AI course does not necessarily mean it will be much better. I could see loads of drawbacks actually right now if you were to do an AI course. I don't think you would be looked after particularly very well. This is a big thing to think about. If certainly a course should train you how to use AI. I think there should be a part in the course that covers the use of AI, how to use it. That would be really useful. But actually doing a wholly AI course, I don't know of any of it out there, to be honest, at the moment. And you should be careful. One big thing to look out for, Mike, is how you're looked after. Will you have a tutor to tell you where you're going right and where you're going wrong? Because most courses don't offer that, and if they do, it's like an extra money that you have to pay out. You've got like bronze level membership by getting the course. If you want the gold level membership, you have to pay even more. So that's something to think about.
Great. Yeah, because it's always difficult to find the good one when it all depends on what teachers are looking for, right? Because they're different levels, if I understand.
Yeah, so it depends on what kind of job you're hoping to get. Hours, this is it's an important thing.
Big thing.
The basic minimum that any teacher should try to get is a 120-hour course. Okay.
All right.
Now this is the industry standard. Lots of countries will not issue a visa if you don't have at least a 120-hour course. If you've done like a weekend course, a 60-hour course, a 20-hour course, just scratch the surface, forget it. It's no good to you. It might be good if you've already qualified and you want to kind of brush up your skills. That's fine. But if it's going to be the qualification that you choose and you only have one and you've picked a 20-hour one, you've made a mistake. So you need to look for one that is at least 120 hours of instruction. That's important. And that will be a level 3 qualifications on the international frameworks, level 3, 120-hour course. Make sure it's at least that.
Yeah. Great tips right here. The next question, let me see. Okay, is accreditation actually important or just a marketing trick? That's what maybe people think, but because when you see this on the screen or on the ads, people are just thinking of, is it just an how do you call that? Is it just a sponsor?
Like a buzzword
they're not
or something.
sure.
Yeah, accredited course. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yes, they don't understand. Yeah.
Yeah. So what is accreditation? So accreditation is importantly, it's by a third-party body. So it's got nothing to do with the company that's writing the course. They're completely separate entities. And if you find that they have a connection, drop them like a bad habit. Because what a lot of TEFL companies will do, they will create the course, create their own website, and then kind of create a fake accreditation body themselves, making a separate website. And then they say, right, TEFL Rainbow or whatever, I've just pulled out of the air, TEFL Rainbow is accredited by this accreditation body, but actually they're the same company. So it doesn't count. It's fake. So what is accreditation? So it should be from a third-party body that has no interest in the TEFL company. They will look at everything. They'll look at your materials. They'll look at assessment. They'll look at your website. They'll look at your, do you pass ethics checks? Do you have policies in place for fair money returns? If the student isn't happy within a certain period of time, do you have a returns policy in place? They check everything. And this is what accreditation does. And then at the end, if they're happy with the course, the content, the assessment, are you making any false claims? They'll check everything that you say. Are you making any false claims? They'll check absolutely everything with a fine-tooth comb. And if they're happy with everything, they'll give you the seal of approval. And then you can say, right, my course is accredited by this accreditation body who've checked everything. This is a good course. This proves that you will be able to go into a class and teach them. Oh, hey, Katie. Yeah, I used to run TEFL courses. So yeah, so you'll know what this is about, the accreditation, right? When I wrote my own course, I wrote my own course over a period of 2 years. And I thought it was perfect. This is a true story, Mike. I thought my course was perfect. And I then put it through for accreditation with an accreditation body called ACDEC. It's the Accreditation Council for Distance TESOL Courses. And they said, this is great, this is great, this is really good, this is a problem, and this is a big problem. So I had to go back to the drawing board. I had to change lots of things with my course. I had to add in lots of stuff. It took 2 years to gain accreditation for the 180-hour higher certificate TESOL course. Yeah, that's the QR code there. So all in all, what I thought was a 2-year process became a 4-year process. And it was horrendous. It was horrendous. Loads of late nights. I had to write 4 new modules to the course. I had to scrap a lot of the stuff that I was doing, change the assessment. So yeah, accreditation is important. So if you're thinking about taking a TEFL course or TESOL course in 2025, check the accreditation body. Who are they? Do they have a background? How long have they been running for? Do they have a connection with the company themselves? Because if they do, red flag, immediate red flag, get rid. So they must be completely independent. Yeah.
Thank you for the valuable advice. We had Katie Prescott, who was one of our guests. That was quite a year ago, but I'm sure she would be. Yeah, Katie, would you like to come up? She's a lovely woman, lovely teacher, and she is saying good quality accreditation is expensive. Fees plus all the work involved, so cheap courses often don't bother or use a fake accrediting body, and that's true. She's adding that it took it took us a year and a half to get the accreditation, and it was also a lot of work, but also a valuable process to get external feedback from third-party experts in the industry. Yeah, that stuff. It reminds me, I had a call I had a coach call that I'm doing this these days, 15-minute for free with me, trying to talk and see if we can go further in helping in your course. And I met Ellie, who was from Taiwan, and she told me that she was doing a 550 hours TEFL course. And I started to ask a little bit because I was curious. And she said that it seems that when I finish one module, I got to go to the next module and I got to add money. So there's step by step, asking, facing paywall. And then I asked her, where was that from? Oh, that's from the government. So it's fine. I was like, okay, but make sure of the accreditation body because this is the most important thing. It's not because it's from the government, because government are here to make it money out of it. And I mean, if it's, she said that it's from the government, but maybe this government is working with a company, to bring that money.
Dinners have been had, like, Katie brings up a really good point. It's through getting accredited, it makes course writers see things through a different lens. So I thought that the course that I created, it couldn't be improved. And then two people who are very experienced sat and looked at it and said, okay, so this is really good, but that could be improved. This isn't working. And their experience was invaluable. The course offering that I produced, it was already very good, and I turned it from very good to excellent because of the accreditation. And if a bad accreditation body, they won't have that guidance, that experience to tell you, actually, no, that this needs improving. They might just grab your money. Like Katie said, it's expensive. I paid out, it was more than £2,000 for the accreditation. And then there's an annual fee to keep it going as well. So you should get lots of good feedback as a course writer through a good accreditation body. So if you're a student, if you're a trainee, you want to do a TEFL course, check out who is the accreditation body, because it will have a big bearing on the quality of the course. And as Katie said, a cheap course, would they really spend a lot of money on getting good accreditation, or would they cut corners, get it accredited, but actually it's still a really bad course? So be careful with cheap courses, please.
Yes. Let's go to the next question, if you don't mind, Stu.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. How much should you realistic pay the realistic money for it?
Yeah.
It's quite difficult to say. It all depends on the content for sure, right?
Yeah. It's like how much money should you spend on a car? I think it depends on your budget. If you haven't got much money, you're going to know that you're going to get a banger that's not going to last you very long. You're going to be down the garage all of the time fixing problems. With a TEFL course, if you pay cheap, you can't expect that much quality. Surely you can't expect that much from it. How much live support are you going to get? If it teaches you how to teach speaking in your courses, how well will it teach you to train you to do that? Will it give you many practical tips? Will there be video and audio content that you can learn more? Or will it just be a few paragraphs of text? You read it, you're like, yeah, that's obvious. And then you're in the next module and you still don't know how to teach speaking because the content isn't rich enough. It just brushes the surface, And for assessment, you might have just a few quizzes or something. You haven't been
something like
assessed. Yeah, you've had no feedback. You don't know where you've gone wrong. So how much should you pay? Yeah, that you can go onto Groupon, pay like $10. You download the digital certificate, or you have to pay a lot more to get a paper one. And then it's the accreditation body is very suspect. What have you earned yourself? What have you got? You know, you've got this really crap piece of paper, really.
You get some of these tests. You're gonna start with maybe $10, and then it's gonna go next module it's $10 or maybe 20, and then go up always up like that. And that's just not real. That's just not education here. It's right away business.
Well, you're taking shortcuts, you know. And I was an academic manager of a really big school for about 6 years, and I would know good courses, I would know bad courses, you know. And I would question the teacher, you know, why have you taken that shortcut? Why haven't you done a TEFL course? Do you not take this job seriously? Do you not take your students seriously? You know, you're not serious about what you do. So, and this teacher's gone the whole hog and got this better course. Okay, so this person might be taking their job, their career with a little bit more respect, you know.
That's true.
Yeah.
So it's really different prices is really a big headache for something that is really important. We're talking about education, educate our kids, right? And here I got Pavel, a big shout out. Hey. Sorry for the horn. I can. All right. The issue with money is not for the reason of certification of official accreditation, is mostly about teachers and others' efforts and experience of one who creates, and therefore it must be valued.
Yeah. Like when I was doing mine, 4 years, you know, that was 4 years of full-time work. You know, I quit my job and I was at home all day, every day, just writing the course, adding images, making cartoons, because I had all of these, like hundreds of cartoons explaining these quite tricky concepts in language teaching, you know. So the artwork helps engages trainees, but also breaks things down, help things easier for people to understand. So it was a big process, you know, and it's, you know, you can't sell them for $10. You just can't, you know, just can't. It's, you know, and if you were to do that, I definitely couldn't look after any of my trainees, you know, give them any kind of help or guidance. It would all be automated. So you do get what you pay for.
Exactly. Let's go further with that. Question 4. Are online only TEFL course accepted by most schools? This is also an issue, I guess.
It is. Yeah, it is. I would say yes. And there's a good reason for that. But if you see, when I first started my career in TEFL, there were only in-house courses. I had to quit my job to do the training because it was Monday to Friday from 9 to 5. So I had to take a gamble. Right. You know, I was going okay with my job. I was looking at getting promotion, you know, and then I was like, right, I want to be a language teacher. I'm going to have to quit my job, take a huge risk. I might not like teaching. I might not be very good at it, and quit my job to do the training. Now with distance courses, you can keep your job and you can study on the weekends and in your free time. And most courses now around the world, they're all distance now, right? The difference is, could you get the same from an online course as you could having a face-to-face course? Now, with a face-to-face course, there's lots of facets that you might get over an online course. Like the biggest one is observed teaching practice. Having an in-house one, you might actually have some opportunity to teach real students being watched by the tutor who can see you in action, see you teaching, see how you're walking around, how you're interacting, how you're presenting each task, write it down, and then give you feedback on that. That's what you're paying for. You're paying for that observed teaching practice, but it's really expensive and you have to quit your job. So for most people, they can't do it, right? So the question is, are online courses accepted? Well, yes, because if it was solely just in-house courses, there just wouldn't be enough teachers. And so schools wouldn't be able to find anybody, right? So they have to be practical. Yeah. This teacher has done an online course, but we need 5 people by next month. Otherwise, we have to close the school. You know, I think as long as you answer questions correctly during your interview stage, and any kind of technical questions that the interviewer might ask you, and you can answer them competently and confidently, they're fine. Yeah, get you on board. Yeah, let's get you in. Wow, look at that. 9 grand. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah, I didn't check. My UK teacher training costs, oh my goodness.
Yeah. Wow.
And a whole year intensive in-person training that taught me so much more than my first online TEFL course.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
But you will do. I mean, like you're working with a tutor. You know, they give you feedback the whole time, and it's intensive. Again, you get what you pay for. It's £9,000. You know, that's no go for
big
most
money.
People.
Yeah,
there's no go for most people. Can't do that. Haven't got the money for it.
Yeah.
So if you want to be a language teacher, a lot of people are teaching online as well. So they feel, they feel perhaps they don't need to spend like £9,000 or whatever, or 2,000 on a CELTA. They can get something a little bit cheaper. But you should find a balance. If you're paying anything under $50 or $100, you're gonna be so disappointed, and you've only got yourself to blame. Yeah.
Yeah, true. Let's go to the next question with, does a TEFL certificate help with you already have classroom experience? So if we already have experience, how can TEFL certificate help, or does they help?
Yeah, right. Is it worth your time and money? If you've already got a job,
that's it.
You're already a good teacher, why spend more? Well, we've been looking at continuous professional development. Like, this is like an overriding theme of the ESL live stream, is about professional development. That's why people are watching this right now. They're interested in professional development, and that's why you should keep taking courses. You know, there are tons of micro courses out there you can take. And yeah, if you haven't done any TEFL training for 10 years and you've just been teaching, what could have happened is you'd get very stuck in your ways. This type of exercise as a lead-in for a listening task, this type of exercise as a warmer, this type of exercise for a writing task. And you stagnate. This is a big word for me. You stagnate as a teacher. You've got no new input about different ideas, things that are changing in our industry, and you stagnate. So yes, if you are an experienced teacher, continue to learn, continue to speak to other people, continue taking other courses. It's motivating for you as well. It can get boring being a teacher sometimes, right? So it helps to motivate you, keep you sharp, keep you on your game. And when you go into your classroom or you've got your online students, that motivation will kind of ooze out of you. You're going to feel good about yourself. You're going to feel ready for your class. You're going to be a better teacher, and your students are going to learn more.
obviously education is evolving every, we're not gonna say every year, but maybe faster these days, because in new technologies,
Yeah,
and a lot of schools have completely switched to using AI in the school.
yeah,
No more teachers. I've seen that kind of scary sometimes.
yeah. Well, I mean, companies are doing that just to make more money, so you don't have to pay teachers.
Yeah.
It's like iterations. So you get like iterations will continue in our course, small changes that will over time be a huge change. So, I mean, we're going through a change right now with AI that's so fast, we're getting swept away with the crowd. I've got a feeling that it's going to go really wrong for for society in the next 10 or 20 years. I think there's going to be so many jobs that are lost and a lot of unhappy people. So I think we're living in that time of change.
It's already started for sure. I had some.
I see revolutions, to be honest.
Yes, I had from my family, my wife's family here in China. One of his cousin had a very good job working at Baidu, and he was coding for websites. He had a good 30,000 yuan a month, and right away after AI, they just they fired the guys who were not willing to use AI, who were not interesting, and the oldest as well. And they employ new, easier to control. We're going to say, when you are a newcomer in the company,
Yes,
a new employee, you're going to be like, yes, I listen. Yes, I do what you want. Yes. And in China, man, it's even worse, if we can say that like that. Yeah. So, right away from that much money to zero, just like you are asked to leave because they don't have laws like we do have back home, right?
That's it. So you
In
have
Europe.
to, like when we had Michael B. Horn on, probably about
Again.
6 months ago, right? That was a game changer for me because he was saying AI won't kill off teachers' jobs. AI will kill off the teachers who can't use AI.
Yes.
So if you're not continually updating your skills, does a TEFL certificate help you if you already have classroom experience? If you're not continuously updating your skills, you're going to get left behind. You're going to be one of those guys that gets cut. So learn, evolve, iterate your own skills. So that you don't get left behind. Yes, it does help.
Really important. Yes, of course. So let's go next question. Very interesting one for people who are not very clear with this, because that's it. You have not only TEFL, you get CELTA or even Delta. So what's the difference between all of them?
Yeah. So, first off, the Delta is, from those four, the Delta is the highest. It's like a master's degree. It's the same level as a master's degree if you get the Delta.
Yeah.
And it's made by Cambridge University in the UK. It takes about 2 years, and there's quite a few modules on that course, and you have to get observed teaching and practice, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Right. The biggest differences are TEFL and TESOL. Well, we say the biggest differences. Actually, there's no real differences now at all. TESOL was more of like a US centric, an acronym, and TEFL was more Eurocentric. And originally, TESOL was more to do with like adults. CELTA was to do with adults if you're teaching adults. TEFL, you could mainly use it for if you're teaching children, primary, whatever. Now the line is really grey and blurred because what I do is TESOL, but it's written by a British guy, so it's like all European language. we look at a lot about how to teach children. So the lines are really blurred. And today, if you are looking for a course, whether you choose a TEFL course or a TESOL course, what you're learning is going to be roughly the kind of same. It's just a level of depth that you might go into it. So look for the level of the course. Is it level 2, level 3, or level 4? And also the amount of tutor feedback that you're going to be getting. Because if you get a TEFL course or a TESOL course, they're both going to get you jobs worldwide, whether you're teaching kids or adults. So don't worry too much about it, to be honest. Yeah, CELTA is expensive because it's. I think there are now online CELTAs. I don't really know how that would work, because part of the CELTA is the observed teaching practice. Maybe they have like online classes or whatever. But again, the online teaching, the in-house classes that are watched, I didn't find that very useful anyway, because I was teaching adults in Brighton, and I talk about this on my course, Ibtisam will remember. I taught adults for 6 hours, and it was observed. I got feedback. I went to China and I was teaching children. I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
So it's not that helpful anyway, to be honest. Yeah.
Great. Ah, man. Yeah, it's really, with all these abbreviation like TEFL, TESOL, CELTA, Delta. It's I know that there are also diploma like what is it called? IGCSE or
Yeah, the PGCE.
yeah. No, PG. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, the PGC is the postgraduate certificate of education. So
Yeah.
you need that if you want to be a teacher in the UK. So let's say you want to teach at a secondary school or primary school, you need a PGCE, unless you have a degree in education, let's say you've got a degree in linguistics, like I do. My degree's in linguistics, applied linguistics, ESL. If I was to teach in a state school, I would also need a PGCE. It's like an add-on, like on top of your degree, postgraduate qualification. So after you've already graduated, so you do your PGCE, and then you can teach in UK. And you also need one for China now. So if you want to teach in an international school, you need your PGCE.
According to what you're teaching, A level, I think.
Yeah. So it's general. It's not really language teaching based. It's general teaching about the curriculum, lesson planning, methodologies, learning, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's the cover of the book.
Yeah, it gets complex though, right? It gets complex.
Yeah.
TEFL, TESOL,
Exactly. That's it.
Yeah, and if you're, I'm an expert on it, and it still gets confusing. I have to keep checking all the time. So if you're a new teacher, it must be a nightmare.
Yeah, that's true. So we're here to help. We're here to help a little bit, even if we sometimes do get lost, but we can get the information faster that maybe others, right?
That's it. Yeah, and
it's in the corner of the brain.
This helps people, right? Hopefully, this live stream will help people make the choice about what to get.
Exactly. Here we go with question number 7. Which courses actually prepare teachers for real classroom challenges?
So we get down to the nitty-gritty. All right. So classroom management is such a three-dimensional entity. There's lots of moving pieces in the classroom, where you're standing, the answers that you give to students, the responses that you give to different situations that are arising. It's this constantly moving thing. Every single class, The students make it different. The teacher makes it different. The weather, bright and sunny outside.
Yeah.
All of these things. The time of day. Are students tired? Do they have an exam coming up? You've got these moving pieces all the time. So a course that will get you ready for this. So you need modules on classroom management. There must be in my course, it's module 5 of class. It's classroom management, module 5. Big module. How to give tasks, how to reward students, how to stop poor behavior before it starts, before it gets really serious, noticing things that are happening.
Yeah.
So little tips like this, but also it goes deeper. So that module is about classroom management, but also how are you setting up your lesson plan? So that you've now crossed the border into lesson planning. How are you, you've got a 10-minute YouTube video or 10-minute video that you want to use as part of your class. How are you prepping for that? Do you just press play and sit back, or how do you work it into your class?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. What happens when you stop it? What are you going to say? What was your aims? And this is all classroom management. This big energy ball that goes along. So which courses actually prepare you for that? You're not going to know until you start, right? So you need to be speaking to former students. Give me feedback. What kind of review has this course got online? Do I trust these reviews? Okay. Does it mention about classroom management? Email the course provider. What can you tell me about classroom management on this course before I pay you? Let me know. If they're professional, they should give you a really long answer.
Exactly.
Yeah, they should be authoritative. That's it. But it's important. I think really this is the most important. How you're going to manage your classes. And give you real advice you can actually use and take into the class. You know, when I did my first ever class, again, I talk about this on my course. I give lots of anecdotes from myself and other teachers. When I first walked in, I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't know what to do. There were children. I had 2 hours. I had to teach, hello, nice to meet you. My name is, nice to meet you too. I had to teach for 2 hours.
Yeah. Wow, that's too long.
Too long. It was terrible. You know, I needed more help. I needed more guidance. And the course I took, which was an in-house expensive course right here in Brighton, did not prepare me for that moment. I wasn't prepared. I had a big problem with it, you know. And then writing my course, I tried to address that so that anyone doing the TEFL Lemon course would not feel like that walking into their first lesson.
That's it. Yeah. That was pretty much the same for me when they just throw me in the classroom and just go teach, because I just arrived in China. I needed money pretty much. And being a teacher was like, well, I can't do anything else pretty much. So just go for it. Right. And then, that was terrible. I started with, I said I never got. I remember when I said the first time was in a kindergarten far away from Xi'an, in a countryside, and they just throw me in the classroom, and I had no idea what it is. They give me some flashcard with apples, bananas, and stuff like that. That was a good hour. It's already too much because the kids were like 2 to 3 years old. So imagine, they have only 2 to 3 minutes pure attention. And if you add TPR or games and all stuff, that's going to get longer. But I had no idea at that time, So I felt like you when I started that Mike's Home ESL. I was like, I hope no teacher is going to feel like I felt this so many times,
Horrible.
because you can't
situation.
sleep at home. You can sleep back in the night, and you are so afraid of the next class. Like I
Yeah, I
felt
won't
I
do that
was back.
anymore. Yeah.
I felt like I was back in high school right before my, taking the test for my bachelor degree. That was,
Yeah.
oh, damn, because I
That's it.
care, obviously. I care of kids. They're in front of me. They're paying for that. I was just arriving in China. I couldn't speak Chinese. Nothing to help.
Yeah.
Boo, man.
This is a real thing that language teachers all.
Yeah.
We've all been there. Like, but we shouldn't be there. We shouldn't have to go there, right? We should be. This is why because I had started TEFL Lemon in China, like writing lesson plans and giving classroom games, making videos, giving warmers and stuff, and I was already doing that. And then I was did like a side gig for a company. I won't mention who they are, but quite a well-known TEFL training company. And they said, "Oh, can you put our advert on your website, and you'll get a few dollars each time someone signs up." So I said, "Yeah, fine." So I said, "Right, I wanna have a free course by you guys. I want to see the course so I can talk about it more." And I did the course, and it's expensive, and it was awful, Mike.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself,
Yeah.
this is an awful qualification. I'm going to write my own, and that's how it all started.
That's it. It always comes to bad experience. So that's why TEFL Lemon is here. That's why Mike's Home ESL is here, because we've seen pretty much the worst. Even if sometime we didn't experience, we have experience, but we don't have the experience of everything. But we do have friends who experience as well a lot of stuff that you don't want to experience for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So make sure your class prepares you for teaching. I think it should prepare you for teaching all ages. How to teach the 4 macro skills: reading, writing, speaking, listening. How to lesson plan. How to teach online. Not a lot of TEFL courses have a module on that, but they all should, because a lot of people are switching to online. So you need to learn how to do it. And also how to teach large classes. I mean, Mike, what's the most students you've ever had in one classroom?
80?
Yeah. Yeah. About the same
80?
for me.
That was
About
80.
90.
Yeah. And that was the time they were very,
Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And
I
if
was
you're
doing a
teaching,
demo class at that time.
yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. So you're doing a demo class.
Yeah, and I was doing
all
the demo
details.
class. Yeah.
That's it.
Man, and so it was like a one-man show, and one of that was all classroom. You had a step. It wasn't very comfortable. It wasn't very easy to work, but you had a chalk. I just had flashcards, and then using the flashcards and TPR, and for 40 minutes that would go. Doing actions. I had all those 80 kids doing that taxi. Oh, that was impressive. 80 kids doing that. Then after I did 2 demos like that, and at the end of the 2 demos, that was the usual 2 periods, so it's the break. And when they saw me outside, they said, all the kids went out, look at me, oh my, that's the foreigner who was fun. They run to me, and I was like, I gotta run too. And I run right into the first door who was open. The first door who was open, and just enter like this. And I scared everyone in the office. That was the principal office. So they were like, what's going on? See, that was back in 2002. When not much foreigner in China. I couldn't speak Chinese too. Yeah. Oh man, things that you never gonna.
That's it. But I mean, a lot of people, that's their job every day. So they get a job in a public school, and they have to face this every day. 80 kids.
Oh yeah.
And it takes a real skill. How do you learn to set up your tasks to ensure that everyone is learning, not just the loud, confident ones at the back? Maybe the shy ones at the back, at the front. Maybe the shy ones at the back are struggling. They don't understand anything and they feel nervous. How to notice these students and pull them in out of the shadows? You know, do courses cover this? You know, and they should do.
Exactly. Yeah. And here we go with that question 9. I skipped the question 8 because we already talked about it. That was how to recognize a scam about TEFL courses. Here is, can you teach abroad without any TEFL certification in 2025?
I'm sure that you can,
no.
yeah. Well, the thing is,
can, yeah.
You can, but I mean, what jobs are you
Bachelor
really
degree?
getting? Yeah, like, so you've got
That's it.
Yeah, maybe
Exactly.
you've got a degree, maybe you haven't. You know, I've met a ton of great teachers with no degree before, but not having a TEFL certificate, there's no excuse for that. There's no excuse for that. So you have to think to yourself, what kind of teachers would be trying to go into a job without the bare minimum qualifications? What kind of person would do that? That just really wants to wing it. Every class you're going to wing it. What kind of schools would be interested in hiring you? You know, you might be able to find a school that will interview you and give you a job if you haven't done a TEFL certificate. What does that say about the school? The kind of people that they want to hire, that they're happy to get. You know, that's a huge red flag. Oh, come and get a job here, no TEFL needed. Why is that? Yeah, why would I do that? Yeah, so you're setting yourself up for a nightmare, potentially. So do the right thing. Go and get a good TEFL or TESOL certificate. Spend a bit more. Get that quality that you need to take your career to the next level. And you can give yourself a pat on the back. Yeah, that was a tough course I've just done, but I've done it. I've got it out of the way. And this qualification I have, I'm proud of it. And I work for this. It didn't just cost $29 on Groupon. I got this course and it's much better.
Yeah. Great. Next question and last one is going to be, what are the top 3 things to consider before enrolling in any course? Is going to be the wrap-up question. What are the top things to consider before enrolling in any course?
Yeah, so I've seen the top 3 ones are the quality of the company. Does it have good reviews? Does it have good feedback from students? Were other students who took the course happy with it? So check that. Number 2, accreditation. Who are they accredited by?
Accreditation.
Hours. Do some digging. Who are the accreditation body? Speak to the course. They should give you like a brochure. Should be happy to have a phone call with you, like talk to you. What kind of guidance are you going to get from your tutor? And number 3, I think, obviously, would be cost. You know, we all have a budget. Times are hard these days. You have to balance, you know, spending $2,000 on a CELTA with, you know, putting food on the table, right? So that's something to consider as well. But please just don't get the cheapest one, because you end up going to get another one anyway. So those are the 3 things.
And we had a question. I wanted to go through that one from Wenyana Sharon. Has everyone ever experienced creativity block in teaching, especially if you have taught students for a long time, let's say about 2 or 3 years?
Yeah. Hey, Sharon. Sharon was also, she's a graduate on the higher certificate TESOL as well. So hi, Sharon. Yeah, so absolutely. Well, Sharon, the thing is once you've been teaching students for 2 or 3 years, they've seen your playbook, right? They know your warmers, they know your games, they know the type of jokes that you might tell, the stories that you might tell, right? They've seen your full playbook. So that's when you get the creativity block, right? You're like, oh, I've done this before, I've done that before. So take more courses, retrain yourself, get some new approaches, some new activities. Hey, hi, Sharon. That's it. Yeah. Sharon was cool. A really good student, actually. Yeah. Hey, Sharon.
Yeah, and Pavel was saying there's going to be a strict rule hiring teachers to high-level schools only with proper certificates. Sadly, seeing here in Russia, they mostly don't care, and teachers' level is so low. Well, both with English.
TEFL, unfortunately, is a really dark industry. It's got a lot of bad practice that goes on, quite a lot of very unethical. Quite often a school, let's say a school in Xi'an or a school, wherever, the boss of that school will be like, right, we need 4 teachers by September for all of our classes. We've got this couple are leaving, that teacher's leaving, going to a different country. We need new blood. Yes. And there's just not enough people around. Maybe the salary in that school isn't very good. So you have to just take anybody that you can find. And that's where often a lot of these scam certificates work, because the schools can't afford to be too picky, because they need to see someone by September. And that's how they get by. But it should be avoided. Should be avoided like the plague. If you've got a bad certificate, you're going to end up in a really dodgy school, in a dodgy place, not getting paid on time. Your visa's going to have problems. So do the right thing and get a better quality TEFL course.
Exactly. Guess the best TEFL course you can. You can. How to say?
Best. Well, for me, of course, I'm biased. I'm going to be. I wrote this course, but I mean, we've got Sharon.
Recommend best recommendation.
Yeah, that's it. So it's a really good course. There's like lots of video content in there. Like for example, teaching reading and writing. There's like 120 pages of content and ideas and practical things that you can actually take in your classroom. You can like read one page of the course. Right, I'm going to use that in my class today, and they work. And you learn why you should use them as well, not just how to use them, but why. It's a really good course. Level 4, 180 hours. It's above that minimum level. It's a pop above that, and you can use it worldwide. And also, Mike, if you use this link, if everyone watching this, if you use this, you get 30% off the cost of the course as well.
Exactly. Right. It's an awesome course. With Stu, I always been promoting one and only TEFL course on Mike's Home ESL, and that's Stu's ones, because I know what it is. I know who's the guy. I know he's been working on it really big time, spending hours, and I was waiting. We were waiting I was waiting as well. Mate, whenever you're ready, will promote. And of course,
Yeah. Thank you.
here we are here in front of you. We're not gonna leave tomorrow. We have so much. I mean, the audience that we have, everybody knows us. We're not gonna bring. You know what I mean? Scamming. No, there's great support.
Yeah, well, that's
Plus,
the
you
thing,
have,
isn't it? Like,
you know, you get students in here, right? They're all here. Your students are
yeah,
right here watching you and always supporting you. Like I'm thinking as well as Ibtisam
yeah.
as well.
These are,
So yeah, that's a
hopefully, this
great
course is
course.
authoritative, right? So, I mean, we do this every week. We're passionate about teaching. We're passionate about language learning, making it as good as possible. And yeah, so I hopefully, well, not hopefully. I'm being a bit too modest here. It's a fantastic course. You know, if you haven't taken a TEFL course yet or a TESOL course yet, I highly recommend this course. You won't be disappointed. And if you're already a TEFL qualified and you want to do like something to update your skills, take it as well. I promise you, you'll learn so much new stuff.
Thank you, Stu. Feel free as well to follow Stu on his own YouTube channel where he has some interviews as well, right?
Yeah,
With
so
experts.
yeah, that's it. So, for example, with teaching vocabulary, I spoke with Hugh Deller, who wrote a lot of the National Geographic series. He's written a ton of books. He runs Lexical Lab out of London. Interviewed him. I interviewed a professor from the University of Toronto, a professor from the University of Strathclyde, and that's all part of your learning materials exclusively on the course as well.
So the link is in the bio. Phil, go right now. If you didn't subscribe to Stuart Allen's YouTube channel, you're not gonna regret it. And we are here every Saturday, 6 p.m. Beijing time. The ESL live stream, always here to help you. Feel free to join if you need help as well on the ESL live stream club on WeChat. If you got questions there, feel free to join if you are interested about that WeChat group. I'm just going to leave my WeChat ID. It's easy to write. It's pretty much this is right away that one. Easy. 山西老外 SX Lowe. So you can go right there on, you can add me on WeChat. If you have WeChat, you know, WeChat is a mix of Facebook, WhatsApp, and plus you can buy 2 potatoes with that too. So it's really, you can buy stuff. It's a game changer. And back in Europe, they're still using retarded apps. I'm sorry to say it like that, but frankly, oh man, we are so much scared in Europe or in Western countries, scared of making that move to the digital world. We've been using it in China, using Alipay, using WeChat for ages. Nothing happened. It's quite secure, you know?
Yeah, it's a really
Phil, it's
fantastic
always a
app.
pain when yeah, well, it's always a pain when I go back to France. I have to have that much money on me, and I don't feel secure. You know, all these, coins, euros. Oh man,
Jingling
bling
around.
bling blang blang. All right. Yeah. Oh man, that's how it is. It doesn't matter. We'll go with the flow. Thank you, Stu. That was awesome to have you to talk about this subject today. And maybe next week, not sure, we might not be able to make it because it's the Labor Day. So wish you all wish you all a happy Labor Day. Hope you're gonna have fun. relax sometime is really, really important. We're gonna have like 5 days for us back in China, so it's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna take a little bit of rest for sure. I need it.
Enjoy. So we'll be back in 2 weeks' time.
Yes, exactly. Very soon, the next live should be as well on May 10th with Joe Congra. If I think Conca, I might mess up a little bit with the name, but yeah, we'll just stay tuned. Subscribe to the channel, give some likes to help, and we'll see you in the next ESL live stream. Thank you for joining on Instagram and TikTok and of course Facebook. Thank you, Stu.
No problem at all. And thanks again. Thanks.
The AI image looks good. Do you have a second? Mr. Brickface, come in, come in. Do you know that Children's Day is coming? Children's Day? Of course I'm ready. I have a video for Children's Day activities for teachers or schools. You might be interested. And how about the sandwich writing? Sandwich paragraph? Not this time, but I have a robot craft writing paragraph. Students can build their own robot. They can color, cut, glue it, and write about their robots. Flashcards? Of course. In color and black and white. I know what you're thinking, Mr. Brickface. And the cat. Kahoot quiz, of course. Audio file. So that students can practice listening. Yes, thank you. How about World War, I know, right there. With a special matchmaking quiz. And is it still free? Yes, still free on Mike's Home ESL. Oh, good. Oh. And how about the lesson plan? Yes, of course. There's a teacher guide to help and guide the teachers on how to use this material. Anything else? Not bad. Sorry for disturbing.
What you run ELTtraining.com? What kind of inspired you to start things off?
Well, I did an MA. So that's what started it, and I got interested in technology. And the main thing was that I was working as a CELTA trainer in a college, and what we found is that a lot of people would come to want to train to be English teachers, and very often English was their first language, but they didn't know what an article was, or a preposition, or what the present perfect was. And I think that's really normal because, like in lots of countries, you're taught, France or Germany or the Czech Republic, whatever, you're taught the grammar of your own language. But in England, we really aren't. A little bit now in primary school, but not that much. And I certainly wasn't taught it. So, you get all these people who are coming in and wanted to teach training, but didn't know how to explain the language to learners. So they could say, that's not right, and that's right, but they couldn't explain why. And so, and they didn't have the terminology. So I wanted to make a course that was, that would teach them grammar. Would teach grammar to English-speaking people. So people who already knew the language, they just didn't know there were names for the grammatical terminology. And I wanted to make this, I started making this, thinking about doing this, and I thought I wanted to do it live. Couldn't do it in the college where I was working because you couldn't get enough people in to do it. And then I thought, well, I'll do it online and do it live online. And that was funny because I used it as my, for my dissertation. I used that as a research point for my dissertation. And I had this free grammar course. We'll go live every week. We'll do it. And I got 120 people signed up for this thing. It was free, 120 people signed up. How many people do you think came to class every week? Go on, guess.
No idea.
Yeah, maybe half. Wow.
4.
40. Wow.
Maybe 5, 6. Just
Oh, 4.
nobody. And how come? I don't
Yeah.
know. And so at that point, see, before that, I was thinking the best way to learn is in a group talking about things. You know, I had a really sort of that idea of learning. And then it suddenly occurred to me that actually, for some things, not everything, but for some things, some information-based things, actually video works really, really well. And so I started to make videos, and more people watched the videos than came to the live classes. So I thought, well, that's the way to go. And then I made a grammar course, and then over time I've made other courses as I've gone along. So that's kind of how it all started up.
Yeah, I can really, that really resonates with me. When I started doing my own TESOL training, I didn't know any of the terms either. And you get thrown in at the deep end. And just because you're a native speaker and you can speak the language perfectly, when it comes to the terms and the terminology and how to teach grammar, you're at such a disadvantage to non-native speakers who have actually learned the language, you know, these technical terms themselves, and they can explain grammar. Because they've learned
been
it.
So much my experience.
Yeah.
And I mean, people like, for example, with articles, and the, and you go with, you know, so as a native speaker, you go, well, that's not very difficult. They're just 2 tiny little words. How difficult can it be? And the answer is very, very difficult. You know, so it's that's the sort of thing I think that really helps if you know what's going to be problematic and how to explain it to people.
Very cool.
Great. Thank you. I got another question, which is over the years, how have you seen the needs of ESL teachers evolved, and especially when it comes to training and support?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I mean, I think, you know, everything changes and everything stays the same to some extent, you know, so a lot of things aren't different in a much more online world. I mean, COVID, of course, was huge. That made such a difference with everything going from, you know, all the CELTA training was only face-to-face pretty much. And then and Cambridge had been saying for years, no, we can't do an online version. And suddenly 2020 hit and everything's online, and suddenly we can do an online version, and it does work, and it is okay, and it does provide the same skills in a slightly different way, but it does. And I think again now with AI, you know, there's such change happening, and so, you know, so we have to think about how to accommodate that change, what's useful for teachers, because AI is hugely useful for teachers, I think. And it will continue to change. I mean, I think there are big changes continuing. So yeah, I think those are the 2 big ones recently. Was COVID, so everything going more online, and now AI.
How did CELTA do it? Because before CELTA, one of the big things with CELTA is it had 6 hours of assessed teaching practice. How did they get around that? They still do it.
They just do it online. So I think that was the initial issue. That's for so long it was, you know, no, we can't do it online because of the teaching practice. And suddenly, you know, they were forced into a situation of, well, it's going to die unless we do something about it. And yes, we can teach online, and we can have classes online with real learners, just the same, you know, in exactly the same format, just online, not face to face. And I think a lot of trainers at the beginning were very skeptical about whether, you know, the same kind of skills could be developed. But very soon, I think people realize, well, yes, they can. And it is a different environment. And there are some things that are a little bit different, but it's still, you're still having to give clear instructions and set up tasks and explain language and give practice. And, you know, these things aren't different.
Yeah, very, very cool. Mike?
Still here?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I think we might have skipped a bit. So, like, what kind of difficulties have you had? Like, have you had any kind of like feedback from teachers saying that they kind of need any extra support with the videos, not being face to face?
So I guess it's a bit. Do you mean sort of with CELTA or with video more? Because obviously we're sort of the two kind of.
I guess with your videos at ELT training, yeah.
I think that you have to see video as somewhere between having a live person with you and having and reading something from a book. So I mean, it's somewhere in the middle of those two things, because obviously it is a one-way street. You're listening to somebody who's giving you information in the same way that you're reading a book and getting information, but it does feel a lot more personal. So I think that the feedback I get from a lot of people is, I really felt like I knew you. Yeah. I like people come to me at conferences say, I really feel like I know you. And it's because they maybe spent hours with me chatting on to them. And it does feel personal. But obviously, you've got that issue of you can't ask questions. But I suppose the way I get around that is that I say, you can ask questions at any time, email me, message me, if you've got questions. And people sometimes do, but more often than not, they don't. So I'm kind of assuming that mostly people, find their way through it. And I think one of the great things about video, one of the real advantages of it, is that you can go back and listen again without being embarrassed. So if you're with a face-to-face teacher, and this happens, I think, a lot, particularly with the grammar terminology stuff, because often it's really new to people and they really don't get it easily. And if you're with a tutor and you go, can you just tell me again why the present perfect's so difficult? And you go, yeah, okay, let's go through this again. And they don't want to say, oh, can you tell me again? But if it's on video, you can just rewind and play it through again. Stop and start, make some notes, go and look at other books or other resources.
No, that's true.
And you don't have to be embarrassed about, oh God, it's me who's the stupid one. And I can't ask that question again. I'm not sure if that answered the question.
Yeah, that's pretty much answering the question that we have here. Yeah. That's exactly. Here the question was, why do you believe video is such a powerful tool for teacher development? First, I guess, like you said, you can rewind, you can go back in the past. Then for things you didn't understand, you can review it. And so that's what it makes it more effective than traditional method, right? Any other examples? Like,
sure. I think that as well, it's a bit tricky to say more effective, isn't it? Because it depends a lot on the context, and it depends on what you're teaching. So I think that, like, some things it works really well for. So knowledge-based stuff like the present perfect and why it's hard, that works really well because it's just knowledge, it's stuff. You can learn it and then you know it. Whereas there's other things like, how can I improve my teaching, for example, where you kind of need to reflect personally on what you're doing, and that's really helpful if you've got somebody to work with, I think. And that probably doesn't work so well on video because it's not knowledge, it's more a skill. Or like giving instructions, let's say. So you can get some tips on giving instructions from video-based stuff. You can give people tips on what makes good instructions, what makes bad, doesn't help so much. But it's not just knowing that doesn't mean you can do it. You are going to have to do it and get somebody's feedback and try again or reflect on your own feedback, your own instructions, whatever. So I think that skills-based stuff doesn't work so well on video, but knowledge-based stuff really does.
Yeah, I can completely see that. like you could have a video explaining about, you know, present perfect continuous, or, you know, use of the passive or whatever. But yeah, when it comes to like self-reflection, there's only so much a video can do without, as you say, that self-reflection. You know, keeping a diary about what you're doing, go back thinking about your lessons and how they went, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What are some of the other challenges that trainee teachers face today, do you think?
Well, I guess perhaps sort of the technology is a huge benefit, but also it's a bit of a stick to beat people with to some extent. You know, maybe there's that idea of having to keep up with stuff, and, you know, are you falling behind if you're not using, you know, the technology that people expect? And sometimes technology in class is really useful, and so outside of class I think it's hugely useful. But sometimes it isn't. Also, you know, I think back to basics can sometimes be just as effective. So that's one of the things that I think is kind of an extra pressure on teachers these days, is keeping up to date with that sort of thing.
I think it can be quite a sorry, can you hear me okay? Yeah. Do you know what it is? The road's just here, and every time you're speaking, I'm pressing mute myself, and then I can't remember if I press mute or not.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you fine.
Cool. No
problem.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I think that can be quite a give anxiety, right, to a lot of teachers. You know, we hear that AI is so useful, whatever, but some people are really quite kind of intimidated by what to do, how to use it, where to start.
Yeah, I think that's true. And I say, I think there's sometimes as well, it's just kind of overload, isn't it? There's so much out there. And so much of it is really helpful. I mean, there's an enormous amount, a wealth of resources and, you know, YouTube videos about all sorts of things, which are really helpful. But there's so much, and also it's kind of there's an awful lot out there that isn't so good as well, perhaps not so helpful or not so well done or whatever. And so kind of sorting the wheat from the chaff can be quite a challenge, I think, for people.
Quite problematic as well. We've actually done quite a few live streams over the last year about AI and encouraging people just to start off with baby steps. You don't have to go big straight away. You know, you can just use like little bits and pieces and kind of self-train and develop your own confidence.
Yeah. And I think there are all sorts of challenges as well with online teaching, because that's something that, you know, perhaps wasn't. I mean, in lots of ways, it's a fantastically wonderful thing, because it opens up the possibilities for teachers, for example, to have their own businesses much more easily than they could have done before. Teaching online, I mean, if you had to teach face to face in your hometown or whatever, you've got to hire a room, or you've got to, you know, that's money, that's a lot of expense to start off with, and you've got to find learners, and they've got to be local, and you know, there's a lot of restrictions there. Whereas if you want to start a business teaching online, the world is literally your oyster. So I think that's been a huge affordance for people. It's a huge opportunity, but also, again, it's sort of it's where do you start? How do you build a following? How do you get yourself out there on social media? How do you make sure that people notice you, and, you know, that you're not lost in the mass of people offering language classes, for example?
I think it can be quite intimidating for teachers setting out as in the online space, because there's just so many people offering their services, different prices. You know, like it's a bit of a minefield, but it's an important one to navigate.
Yeah. I just think there's a huge opportunity there that didn't exist before, and you know.
Yeah, exactly, absolutely.
Yeah, talking about intimidation, we got that question here. Many teachers feel intimidated by the idea of being on camera, right? What advice would you give to teachers who want to start making videos but feel camera shy or unsure about the tech?
Yeah, I think that this really feeds into what we were just talking about. So yeah, that idea of being,
Yes.
starting your own business, or even if that's on the side, I work in a school, but I'm going to try and do a bit on the side. I'm going to make my own business as I've done. And I realized a few years ago that I could help people. So I've also got a course that helps people to develop this confidence and also editing skills and that sort of thing. But it's interesting that what I've noticed over the last 3 years that I've run this video creation for educators course is that I started off thinking that the problem that people would have, the kind of the stopping, the stumbling block, would be tech. I can't edit. I don't know how to film. I'm nervous about that sort of thing. And actually, although that is one of the problems, the biggest problem is just I'm nervous about being here on camera. I don't like what I look like. I feel shy. I feel embarrassed. I don't feel I've got the authority to say what I want to say. Who am I to put my head above the parapet? So I think
I think that's a major one, Joe. Actually, like you've really touched on something I haven't really thought about before, because I hate my voice. It's kind of husky. It's like kind of husky, and I just don't like my voice very much. I can't do anything about it. But there's something you touched on I hadn't thought about. It's like the who am I thing. I don't feel I am qualified enough or experienced enough. I don't know as much as the next person. I shouldn't be making this video. And people should never feel like that, because we all bring like very rich experience to the table that people can learn.
I think there's a couple of interesting things there. The one is that, I don't like my voice. And I think that's a really, really common experience. People go, because actually the way that you hear your voice, because it's, resonating around your skull, is different. It is different. What you think you sound like is different to what you actually sound like. And so I think once you start hearing yourself recorded, you do start to go, oh my God, do I really sound like that? But actually what you have to keep in mind is that everybody else in your life, except for you, hears that other one. They hear the one that's recorded. That's your real voice, not the one that you hear in your head. The real one's the one you don't like. And everybody in your life, probably, or your family, or your friends, or your learners, have never said to you, God, I hate your voice. They've never said that because they don't think it. And, so I think that's really worth bearing in mind. And a lot of this is just mindset, is getting over it. So that's the one thing. And then the other thing is that idea of, again, mindset, getting over it. What do I have to say? And you sort of, every day you go into a classroom as a teacher and you don't feel like I haven't got anything to say to them. You've got something to say to them, and they like you and they respond to you, presumably. And in that position, in that small environment, you don't think you've got nothing to say. And there are hundreds of other teachers, thousands of other teachers out there, but you know that your learners like you. Well, that could be exactly the same in a bigger space. Other learners will like you. So I think that it's really an open market for people. And the other thing is that there's, if you get the really big people like, I don't know, English with Lucy, or Mema, have got millions of followers on YouTube, and they run English classes and things. And I'm sure they're very, very successful. But you think, well, they've got so many followers that if I were a learner, I don't know, I'd want to go and learn with them, because I would know that they've got millions of followers and they'll never notice me. Whereas if I go to somebody who's just got a few followers and I like them and they seem to be kind of nice, and I know they'll notice me, then I'm much more likely, I think, to go to that sort of person. So I think there's, you know, there's space for everybody in the market. Oh, now you're muted.
Oh.
Okay, it's good now.
Yeah. No, that's an amazing point, because all of these teachers, all of these channels that have like millions of followers or whatever, they're not going to be able to give the individual attention that people deserve. So that's totally right. By going with someone with, you know, a few hundred or whatever, you're actually going to get a really much better service.
I think that's probably true. And I think what the beauty of video, I mean, what I see for this kind of purpose for video is that, so for, you know, online courses, they're much more personable than books, I think. So, I mean, it's not to say the books aren't useful, they are useful, but they've got a different, slightly different purpose. And, you know, you've got that sort of more personal feeling from an online course. And then from the point of view of like promoting yourself, I think that, you know, if you've just got an image of yourself and some text, that's okay. But if you've got a video of yourself, however slightly awkward or whatever it looks, people get a feeling of you. They get a real feeling of who you are and what you're like, much more so.
Exactly. That's pretty much being self-confident. Be yourself, right?
Yeah.
Be yourself. Don't be that shy, because it's the same for me. You know, my problem with me is that I don't like to look at myself, to watch myself, you know, especially when you get the upper, you know, how does that, my front is going backward. So yeah, not much here coming up on my, you know. So, well, the thing is, we have to be confident. Do what you want to do. If you really want to go up there and show and you know, do online ESL training, just go for it. People are not here to look at you for, you're not selling makeups, or you're not selling clothes. You are knowledge, and you're selling knowledge, and it's not about your appearance. And of course, we are old people, which makes it more real, right? Like, especially like this live as well, it's real because we have sometimes lagging, you know, it's not all, but it's real. We're here trying to help each other. And you know, starting this live stream, I was very shy at the beginning, of course, and people in the chat will make you feel good, you know, they will. That's the human relation in here, which is also nice, and support you, all the different viewers that come every week on the live stream. They say, yeah, let's go on, guys. They support us, even if it's 1, 2, or 3. It doesn't matter. Today it's 1, 2, or 3, but you know, they next time is going to be maybe 10 or 20, and that's not, you know, that's not a big deal. Do what you like, the way you like it, using your own experience, right? And if you don't like your voice, you don't like your appearance, it doesn't matter, because someone else is going to like it.
So, I mean, the appearance thing, I think, again, you know, for the first 4 years that I made
That's
video,
pretty much it. And yes, so we're going to go. I'm sure I'm lagging because I can see when I finish to talk, you guys not saying anything. So, yeah.
So, are you, yeah? So I think the thing about, you know, what your appearance is, it's the same as your voice, you know.
Yes, let's go with the next question. In your opinion, what role can video play in peer support?
It's always like this, Joe. Like me, there's like about a 6-second lag between me and the guest. It's perfect. So Joe, we are like synced, and Mike's like about in the Stone Age. Hey, Mike,
what you're going to do.
We've invented the car.
But there is one other thing that, before we sort of leave that thing about the before we leave that, the thing about the tech as well, not like the live stream. So with live, obviously, you know, you have all these things, don't you? I mean, things go wrong, and that's okay. It's absolutely fine, because that's, you know, it's live. But the nice thing about video is that actually you have great control. You don't have to put anything out until you're happy with it. And you know, I don't think you have to be too perfectionist about it, otherwise you just never put anything out. But you can, you know, so if you make a like that, if you make a mistake and stumble, then you just stop and do it again, and then you edit it out in the when you're editing the video. So you can really make yourself look the best version of yourself, the most eloquent, the most
That's true.
kind of smooth version of yourself that you can.
You know what happens though, Joe? You get like about 5 minutes in, and it's been really great, and then you mess something up.
Do you want my top tip for this?
Please,
do you want my top tip for this? And it's a completely brilliant thing. Is the first rule is do not switch the camera off. Don't do it. Just keep going. So you got it. You know, you're talking along for 5 minutes, and then you just keep very still, as still as you can. Keep silent for a couple of seconds, because then you'll see it on the timeline, and then just start again from where you made a mistake and keep going. And then when you in the editing process, you can just cut that bit out, and you'll see where to cut it out because it'll be silent.
Bro.
So that's absolutely the key. It's such a great trick, and it will change your life. I promise it'll change your life.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I do all the time.
Yeah.
You know, when I record my videos, I record them completely, and you know, for better reaction, you have to, for people who are viewing, because now viewers are less and less patient. So when you are recording a video, there's one important thing. You know, when you talk, you always have these breathe, and then you get those silence, and then there's a tool. I made the promotion of it. Is from Wondershare. It's called Demo Creator, and this is an awesome tool because it's gonna when you use that, when you are editing your video, it's gonna find the silence and erase them right away, because it's editing a video. Even if it's 1 minute, it can take you 3-4 hours easily, especially if the video I made for the promotion of for Mother's Day. It took me a long time to get everything all together, because you got to cut it. Because you got to be, you know, people are less and less patient in watching stuff. It's not our generation. We've been using chalk, and you know, now with the new tools, especially those. Today we're live vertically. This is a new stuff, new ways, because people are always on their phones, and you know, they are on the go, and they can watch a live on the go with the earbuds in the ear, and here we go. Well, it's convenient for sure, but people are less. I found they're less patient. Before doing YouTube videos, even if it's for training, it's pretty much the same. You got to attract the attention. You got to engage people. Before, when I was started YouTube, you had to introduce yourself, welcome, and all stuff. Today, no more. Is just go right away into the subject of what you're going to be doing, what you're going to be, I mean, what is the topic of the video? Introduce the topic right away, and then, you know, hooks. That's what is very famous. The hooks on video editing is very important. So I think it's definitely changing, and faster than every day is changing. I mean, it's incredible.
I think you're right about people's expectations. You know, what people are, you say, less patient, and I think
that's the lagging
expectations, because obviously more and more people are making video. People are seeing more and more really professional looking video on YouTube and TikTok and Instagram and everywhere else. and so that becomes the norm. And it's also very easy to do. I mean, it takes time, as you alluded to. You know, it's not generally a quick process, but it is very possible to do, you know, in your bedroom or whatever. So I think that's again something that's a real leveler. It's meant that anybody pretty much with a smartphone can produce pretty high quality video with, you know, with very little tools and very little expense.
It is true. You don't need.
No, that's it. We had a guest a couple of months ago. She is an expert in. She does her own podcast, and she was saying that basically you can just start. A phone. Just a phone. You don't need anything else. It's so good today. You don't need all of this expensive equipment and microphones. You know, microphones can come later, but again, they're quite cheap these days. So you can just start off with a phone and something that you're passionate about and talk about it and share it. And actually that brings on the sharing thing brings us on to the next question about like community and professional learning networks and environments and like kind of peer support. So in your opinion, what role can video play in peer support and professional learning communities among teachers?
That's an interesting one, because to be honest, I think that's where video doesn't have such a great role. You know, I mean, as I said before, my personal opinion is that it works really well for individual learning. It works really well for knowledge-based learning. It doesn't work so well for skills-based stuff, and it doesn't work so well for building a support community. I mean, there are communities that you can build around those things. So, for example, I've got 2 Facebook groups that I have for courses that I run. One's the video creation course, and the other one's for teachers. It's called The Next Step. And within that, within both of those things, I suppose, there's input through video that people have on a regular basis, but then there's also a Facebook group where people can interact and see each other's, in the video case, see each other's videos that they make and comment on them and give feedback to each other and help each other. So I think that, to be honest, it's something that can work in tandem with groups and what have you, and it's good for sharing information. It's good for sharing how to do kind of things, but it's not easy, I think, to see how it would really of itself form a community. I mean, am I missing something? Are you thinking of something?
No. It's like I'm just thinking about it. Let's say me and you were talking and we were like, networking. How would I use video with you? I'd be like, oh, maybe I'll send you a video, ask you to critique it, give me some feedback. But it's not realistic. It would be more like a live chat, right? But working in tandem, like you say, that's really practical.
There are some things. I mean, there's things like, I don't know if you've come across something called cooperative development. It's essentially a situation where you have the opportunity to talk to somebody without them giving you advice or saying, oh yes, I did it like that too. And that works actually really well with email. And I think you could probably do the same thing with video. So for example, if you and I have a some sort of critical friend kind of relationship, and I have my classes, and after my class, I just record for you a little video. That's quite easy for me. It's quite stress-free for me. I just record. I say, oh God, I had a horrible day today. The class went really badly because there was this and this and this, and I didn't know. And I keep talking, right? Until I have talked it out for myself. So perhaps I then send you the video, 5 minutes of me talking, let's say. And then you can listen to that and maybe, send me a little video back. So it doesn't have to be in real time, which that potentially, I suppose, has quite a lot of potential. because it means you've sort of added convenience to the thing. It's like, you know, we don't have to go, oh, we'll meet up tomorrow on, you know, on Tuesdays. Every Tuesday we'll meet up at 5 o'clock or whatever. And then you go, oh, well, this Tuesday I can't do it, or next, you know, it's just when you've got time, you can send me some, you know, what you think, or what you will have in your lesson or whatever, you know. But I think having to articulate what you feel about your lessons to somebody helps. I think it's accountability, I suppose, isn't it? And we talked before about, absolutely mentioned before about writing a journal, which I've never managed to do in my entire teaching career, because I just couldn't. I can see it's useful, and I can see how it would be useful for some people, but it just wouldn't. It's not my thing, you know. But I can see how I'm just going to send you a little reflection on what my lesson was like every week. That could work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm a TESOL trainer myself, Joe, and I always advocate self-reflection. You know, attempting to keep a diary, reflective diary.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing at all. I just couldn't do it.
I think though, Joe, you've been teaching for 30 years. You reflected, I'm sure, internally a lot. There's not such a need for you to write it down, although I'm sure it'd still be beneficial. But as a new teacher, within the first or second year, it's
definitely,
essential.
I think it's really helpful. And the other thing is with writing it down is that you can see the patterns. If you look back, you can see patterns a lot more than if you just think about it. And the other thing in terms of reflection, and I suppose this is sort of not necessarily video, but certainly recording yourself, is that my PhD was all about developing mentoring skills. That was all about, when people were having feedback conversations, recording them, because what you think you said is very often not at all what you said. And I think and it's the same within the classroom. So if you can record even a short amount of your class time, 15 minutes or something of your class time, it's very interesting to go back and actually listen to how much you talked and they didn't, for example, you know. So I think that, again, those sort of recording techniques, it doesn't have to be video, it could just be audio, are very helpful for reflection. So evidence-based reflection.
Brilliant. Yeah, fantastic. Mike?
We got a question. Do you have some tools that you usually use that you would recommend to teachers for the ones who are getting started with video content creation?
Yeah.
Any tools or platform recommendation?
That's the easiest tool. That's really all you need is a smartphone. You know, really, I have now over there a camera, but I've really only bought a DSLR camera in the last 6 months. I think I bought it. I always use my iPhone to record everything. So, you know, most of the, in fact, all of the courses on my site were recorded with an iPhone. And I think that, and also you've got to remember that, to be honest, the quality of the camera on an iPhone is really good, and two, most people, as you said, are going to be watching it on a small screen. So the difference in quality that you get between a proper camera and even just a webcam is, you know, you're not going to notice it when you're on a small screen.
Yeah, to be honest, I've got a really fancy a camera, and it confuses me. I don't know which function to which really, and I just send just using the phone and dust.
So I think in terms of, you know, equipment, really that's all you need. I use CapCut to edit my videos, and I teach people how to use that. It used to be free. It's not free anymore, but it's very powerful and pretty simple to learn. Before that, I used Camtasia for a long time, and that's a great program too. But as I say, I'm kind of I've been converted to CapCut. I do really like it. So that's really all you need. You can use that on your phone. In fact, you could just use very simple. If you've got a Mac or whatever, you can use iMovie. Or even Canva. Canva's great for putting simple videos together.
Oh yeah.
So there's all sorts of things that are
thumbnails
free, or at least, you know, very low cost, very affordable, and you can make stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
CapCut also has something very useful, because when you are training, when you are recording this video, you need, you know, that teleprompter. So on CapCut, you had this too. So you keep.
Yeah. I've got another
You
teleprompter
don't forget
app that I use actually. I don't use the one on.
Yes.
I use this one. It's called.
CapCut.
I think it's just called teleprompter for video, but it's really good. And what I really like about that, and I think the CapCut one doesn't do this, is it's got voice recognition scrolling. Does CapCut have that or not?
I think it has. Yes.
So when
I
you're
use
talking,
that one.
yeah,
that might be the same for
you've got the same
teleprompter.
one that I've got. Yep. I
Yeah,
really like
it's better than the CapCut one.
I really like that one a lot. And so that's as I say, largely because of the voice recognition scrolling. So it makes it really easy. You don't have to go at the same speed as, you know, it's not always going up the screen and you're going, oh, I'm going to talk a bit faster. You know? So I really like that one.
It happens. That's true.
You know, I'm going to have to get into these. I've only seen an advert for teleprompting apps. I've never used one. I always try to remember what I'm going to say and then try and hit it in one go and mess up and have to start again. That's my life, basically.
Game changer.
Yeah,
real game changer is teleprompter. Yeah.
So what's it called?
That one's called teleprompter for video, I think. It's on the App Store. You can use it for.
I'll send it to you. I get the same.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
That's the icon, and it's for. It works with Android and iPhone, I think. There are some things I think I think there are some things like the voice scroll, I think doesn't work on Android but does work on iPhone. So there are a couple of differences, but it's because once you script something, you can, I mean, for example, I say so a lot, an awful lot when I'm teaching. It's so bloody blah, 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 blah. So bloody blah, blah, blah. So, you know, it's one of those really irritating tics. And once you know you do it, it's really hard to stop noticing it. And when you're on video, then you really notice that you do it. And it's hard to stop. So if you've got if you've got, you know, if you can write the script, you can make yourself sound so much more fluid. The trick is there's two tricks. The one trick is writing a script that doesn't sound like a script and reading it so that it doesn't sound like you're reading it. Those are the tricks, really.
You know, my one is I say a lot.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try it out. I've just downloaded it. So you just literally just type in or copy in what you want to say and just read it.
But even better, get ChatGPT to tell you what to say. You know, say I want a video script for blah blah blah. It will give it to you, and you can say, well, actually, that doesn't sound like me. Can you? This is what, and you can upload for it some example video scripts so that it knows what you sound like, and it can make it sound more like you. And then you can obviously tweak it yourself. And then that app will also. I use Dropbox. So that app, but you can also load it up from Google Docs or from Dropbox or from all sorts of apps. So it's really great. And then you've got the script there and you can, off you go. It's great. It's really good.
Awesome.
Well, that brings us to our final question. So what do you think is the future for ESL training? And what role does video have in that?
I think that, do you know what, I have I think you can, it's putting your finger in the air at the moment. There's so much. To be perfectly honest with you, I think language teaching is dead in the water. Because machine translation will make it irrelevant. And so I think that I'm old enough. I'm nearly 60. I'm old enough that I think it'll see me out to retirement. But I think I will live to see a day when language teaching is irrelevant. And I don't think that day's I don't think I'm going to be very old either. I think I'll see that. And so once that happens, then that opens up a whole new world of, some people will still want to learn language, of course, for purposes of whatever, they like it, or they're living in a country, I can see that sort of thing. But for the majority of people who learn languages, I think, their translation machine or the little thing they put in their ear, their Babel fish, will do the job. I'll speak English and you'll hear Chinese, and you'll speak Chinese and I'll hear English. It's nearly that good already.
Or even with the glasses,
exactly.
The Meta glasses.
Yeah.
These ones are going to translate right away.
Right.
And you see it, you're going to read it.
Right.
So it's already there.
Exactly.
That's terrible.
And so what's
going to happen?
So people will go, well, why would I bother? And that's a terrible. Maybe it's a terrible thing. Maybe it's a wonderful thing. Maybe it means the whole world is suddenly able to understand each other. Maybe that's a great thing. But for language teachers, it might be not such a great thing. So I don't know, but I think it's so interesting. Sorry, someone just language teaching will become irrelevant because machine translation will mean that we don't need to learn languages anymore. I think I'm sure that will be the case in the future.
Yeah, Matthew's actually one of my trainees on my TESOL course, so he's probably just logged in going, "What
Why am I doing this?"
Yeah. I'm sure there'll always be a space for language learning, just because people want to be able to wander freely in the country and speak to locals, and they just enjoy it. But perhaps you're right, maybe there will be less call for it because of technology, and you can just,
I can't see a situation in which that isn't going to be the case. And actually, the whole speaking to locals when I'm on a holiday, that one will definitely, I think, disappear. Because why would I spend years learning a language to a reasonable fluency and then get to go on holiday for a week? I wouldn't. If I'm living in the country, that's different. But, if I'm doing business with people, or I'm, and anyone in school, already British kids don't often, most British kids, I've got 3 of my own, don't see languages as relevant. Oh, everybody speaks English, and actually it's true in a lot of cases, not all, obviously. And I've got a son who's living in Taiwan. He's doing a master's degree in Mandarin, so he's pretty fluent. And I've got another son who's pretty fluent in French, and he taught himself. But so it's not like it's nobody will want to learn languages, but I'm sure that the market will really shrink. I just can't see how it won't.
Yeah, this is a really interesting point. And actually, we could actually have another hour talking about this. The future of language teaching, and actually, you've painted a very stark, real picture. I think that I've not really considered that much. That maybe it is a dying.
And also just teaching, and even video making. So, for example, this is quite an interesting thing with the video making, because obviously you can very easily now just put up a script, put in a script, and you can get technology with an avatar to make what looks like, quite a reasonable kind of video. My feeling is that if you've got something which is, for example, if I want to teach you how to use a particular bit of software, then that kind of video works perfectly well. It's probably, it's quicker than me making it myself. It's probably, clearer. It's good. But if I want to sell something to you, or if I want to engage you in a way that you feel, a connection to me, then probably at the moment, maybe a person still has an advantage. But I made a video recently because my son showed me Google Notebook LM. Have you seen this?
Oh, yeah.
It's
Yes.
just incredible. Try
I've
it
been
out.
using it for long.
It's
Yeah,
phenomenal.
you can do your podcast with this.
Yes.
I'm using, you see, for example, all the YouTube, the lives we have. I use Notebook LM for people who've missed it. It's gonna create. You're gonna listen to two people talking, like if you feel that it's a podcast, and then it's great for people who miss the live and they don't want to spend an hour watching it. It's gonna recap it for a good 10-20 minutes, and you have all the information, and it sounds so real. That's
so
incredible.
real. Oh, it's phenomenal. And you can talk to it. So, you know, you can stop it in the middle and say, oh, sorry, I didn't understand that. Could you just go back and tell me what you were talking about? Or what do you think about X? And it will. And it blew me away when I discovered it. And so I made a little video about it because I thought it was so amazing.
So potentially you might have a language learner that has a particular language problem, has an AI teacher who the AI teacher will learn my particular problems and coach me on that, like a bespoke lessons, and I can stop and ask questions and they will respond naturally like a human.
And you can already do that. I mean, you can talk to ChatGPT like that. I tried it because my French is rubbish. And I said, please, give me a conversation in French. And the other thing is, I think so much is that, and this is what both of my sons have found using this sort of thing, technology, is as a conversation partner. A partner who is always there, 24/7, never tired, never bored, never frustrated with you, and will just keep talking to you.
Always kind.
Always kind. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, that's incredible. You don't can speak, bro. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Time goes really fast. That was awesome. I think we can stop the live if we're going to go further. But that was really awesome to have you with us, Joe. It was a real pleasure. Feel free to follow Joe on her. She's got this is your website, right?
That's my website. I send out a newsletter every week. If you can sign up for that on the website too. And I've got a course on there, lots of free material on there for teachers and for trainees and for video makers. So check it out.
And you can also find Joe on LinkedIn, right?
Yep, I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on Facebook, I'm on Instagram, I'm all over the shop. Not really, I am on TikTok, but I don't really do anything on TikTok. I've kind of given up on that one for now.
Yeah, me too. I'm trying to work it out. I'm trying to find a good space between people like doing silly stuff with cats and
yeah, it's never easy, huh?
Hard to find a way in. Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. Hope to see you soon in the live stream. That was a real pleasure for us too, and wish you as well a happy Mother's Day. I don't know if you get, but just guessing. All right.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
3 boys.
Yeah, I've got that 3. Yeah.
4 for me. Yeah.
Mike's got 4.
Well.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
Bye.
See you, Joe. Bye-bye. Cheers. That was a good one again. Really awesome. Joe is really someone, really, you really want to listen to her. She's got a lot of good ideas that we do share as well. I know what she's really talking about. That was a great live. What do you think?
Yeah, it's and as you said, all you need is a phone, and you can start making short videos.
Of course.
And just upload them, get them out there into space, because it's going to be great for your own development. It's going to be useful for lots of people out there that you don't know, you've never met, you probably never will meet, but you've connected with them through the content that you make.
Exactly. And remember to be self-confident. Doesn't matter. We all make mistakes, right? We are people. We are not AI. So we make mistakes, which is.
It doesn't matter if you make mistakes. It doesn't matter. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Life's too short. It doesn't matter. Just get it up. It doesn't matter.
Exactly. Thank you, Stu. Hope you're doing good. I know that's been a very busy week for you and me as well, but hope to get back.
It's going to be good. I'm going to go off very shortly. I live near an old historic town called Lewis, and they had this famous battle.
Oh, nice.
Lots of Game of Thrones. The Game of Thrones series and storyline, a lot of it was based on this battle. And it's going to be a reenactment. So I'm going to watch a medieval battle with swords and shields and lances. So I'm going to leave now and go and enjoy that today.
Thank you, Stu. Hope to see you. Yes, we're going to be here next week, hopefully. Feel free, everyone, to give some likes, help the channel, on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. It's never easy for us to keep it going. So if you like the live, give some likes, share with your friends, and we'll see you next Saturday, 5 p.m. Beijing time, which is about 10 a.m. I guess in UK.
Yeah, 10 a.m. UK time. So like Mike says, the best thing you can do is just hit the thumbs up button, and it will help the algorithm and will appear on more people's phones and stuff, and it will help us out. We appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone. That was the ESL live stream. Signing out. Bye, Stu. See you, bro.
See you later. See you later, Mike. See you later.
The AI image looks good. Do you have a second? Mr. Brickface, come in. Do you know that Children's Day is coming? Children's Day? Of course I'm ready. I have a video for Children's Day activities for teachers or schools. You might be interested. And how about the sandwich writing? Sandwich paragraph? Not this time, but I have a robot craft writing paragraph. Students can build their own robot. They can color, cut, glue it, and write about their robots. Flashcards? Of course, in color and black and white. I know what you're thinking, Mr. Brickface. And the Kahoot quiz, of course. Audio file, so that students can practice listening. Yes, thank you. How about World War? I know, right there. With a special matchmaking quiz. And is it still free? Yes, still free on Mike's Home ESL. Oh, good. Oh, and how about the Lesson plan. Yes, of course. There's a teacher guide to help and guide the teachers on how to use this material. Anything else? Huh? Not bad. Sorry for disturbing. Bye-bye.
To you.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I remember they really good for online teachers that are teaching online, right? And you can do different kind of language games and set your own assessments and everything like that.
Exactly. So we're gonna have we're gonna have live. It's gonna be on May 22nd at 7:30 p.m. Beijing time. I guess you might have classes at that time, right, Stu?
I think I will do. Yeah, I think I will do about that
Yeah.
time. But let's see, maybe.
So you're welcome to catch up anyway during the live. We're gonna have a full tutorial, and they have some new features that are game changing for online teachers. So feel free to join for this day with Xavier, the co-owner of Koalago. Feel free to join. It's gonna be awesome. You're gonna see really game changer tech tools that you can use in your class. So, without waiting, we're going to welcome Bulo, if I pronounce it well, to the live stream. Let's welcome Bulo. Here we go.
And now, let's welcome today's guest, Buelo Vanderpool.
And welcome.
Hello. How are you?
Well, thank you.
Hi, Bulo. Can you hear? Can you hear us?
I can hear you perfectly. Can you hear me too?
Yes,
Yeah, very
beautiful.
well.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful.
Thank
By the
you
way,
s-
two things. Very well pronounced my name, and second, the good thing for you, Stu, I can talk about this for hours. So if you want to miss the appointment and maybe put it to next week, next year, no problem for me.
Oh, that's good news. Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. Thank you for joining the live below. It's
Thanks
been
for
a
having
great
me.
pleasure. You asked me, yeah, Mike, you wanted to join the ESL live stream. And I say, yeah, there's no problem. We are very welcoming, especially, the what you are specialized in, your expertise would be really, really important for teachers. Can you please quickly introduce yourself to everyone so we get to know each other?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm Dutch from birth. You might see it from my surname. Been living in Spain for 30 years now, and I've been involved in language learning and language teaching for 30 years. So I worked for several language schools myself. Also worked in the UK for a year. Opened my own language school about 25 years ago, and ran a group of teachers teaching English to Spanish speakers. And I've always been very obsessed by students who seem to be unable, I'm going to say who seem to be unable to learn the language in a conventional way. Because I was always a student like that. So I've learned English, I've learned Spanish. I get by in German and a little bit in French as well. But I've never been able to learn it in a very conventional way. And I've also never understood grammar. So I don't understand grammar. I always say, don't ask any grammar question to me because I really don't know what you're talking about. But yet, I do speak the language. I can use the language. I can communicate in the language perfectly in all senses. So that's always
point.
been a little bit of my passion, like finding out how people learn languages. I did a coaching and emotional intelligence degree, specialized in language coaching as well. And then about 6 years ago, through an international project, I realized I'm dyslexic myself. So I realized I'm dyslexic. I realized I have ADHD as well, and this is when I went like, oh well, that's maybe a thing, because I realized that, especially speaking to dyslexic children and to their parents as well. When I say parents, I usually say mothers, and when I would talk about education in general, and then I would go straight to learning English. the frustration was like huge in their eyes. It was like utter frustration, nothing more than frustration. And so I said, well, that's not possible. I mean, because these kids should be able to learn the language. It's impossible that they can't learn the language, because I've learned the language with a brain that works differently. I know many other dyslexics that have learned the language perfectly with a brain that works differently. So I started investigating, researching, developing, trial error. I set up a special dyslexia-friendly course in school as well for Spanish speakers. In the end, we had about 150 students in the course from Spain and Latin America. It worked extremely well, very, very good results. And then I got more and more teachers, schools asking me and hearing about it, saying, hey, how do you do this? Can I learn how to do that as well? And then basically what I said, okay, well, that's it. So from now on, I left the school with the teachers. And since about a year and a half, I dedicate 24/7 of my time to helping language teachers and helping language schools understand dyslexia and ADHD and autism a little bit as well, but most of all dyslexia and ADHD. Understand it, recognize the signs, and also how to adapt my classes so they work not only for the other students, but they also work for my neurodiverse students.
That sounds really interesting, Bulo. So for your well, we've got the question on the screen here, but just to set the context, you say that you were only diagnosed with having dyslexia and ADHD 5 years ago. Is that correct?
Yeah. About 6-7 years ago, I think it was. Yeah.
Right. So how did you kind of suspect that something was wrong as a child at school?
No, I didn't. I did not suspect that anything was wrong at school. That's the whole thing, that you don't suspect. I have always felt partially stupid. So I've always known that I wasn't stupid. So that's not the case. But there were just some things at school that were completely over my head.
Yeah.
Like completely, I was literally unable to process it, and my brain was literally unable to understand it. As I said before, grammar, I was unable to understand grammar. I still am in a conventional way. It makes no sense to my brain at all. Whereas there are other things in school and in life that I know that I'm extremely good at. So in the end, what happens a lot, and you see this all over the place, and it's actually, there's a name for this as well. It's a thing called twice exceptionality, so 2E. And that is a child or a person with a dyslexic or ADHD or even an autistic brain that also has an above average level of intelligence. Now, I'm not saying that I'm gifted or very intelligent, but it usually, because it almost as if it balanced itself out, it balanced. So you in some subjects you're very, very good. It's like a piece of cake. You just walk through and you get straight A's and no problem whatsoever. And in others, your dyslexia gets it down, it draws it down a little bit, but not down enough for the red flags, for the alarms to go off. And that's when teachers start saying to you, and this is happening to me, you can do more if you want to, or teachers say to you, oh, you're just being lazy. Yeah, and as if it were a matter of wanting to do this. Yeah, as if it's I just don't have the willpower. Oh, Bulo just doesn't have the willpower. He just doesn't want to do this, And you grow up with this, and this is like a red thread throughout your whole life, basically, until you realize, no, this is not a thing of willpower. This is how my brain works, and I know I am extremely good at seeing patterns, at seeing opportunities, at seeing certain things, at seeing solutions. But I'm also extremely bad at paying attention to detail and sometimes even organizing myself. Yeah, that it takes me long. I am very organized, but it takes me a lot of effort and a lot of energy to be as organized as I am.
Yeah, to reach that kind of level of organization, you have to put in a bit of extra effort.
Yeah, exactly.
So, what exactly is dyslexia, and how can teachers or parents spot the early signs of dyslexia or ADHD in students and children?
Wow. So with question one, Stu, I think you can already postpone your dentist appointment to in about a week or something like that. No, because as a matter of fact, it is not very. I mean, exactly what it is, it takes a long time to understand because it's a complex condition. But to explain it in a very simple way, it's a different way of the brain in processing the information it receives. So all our brains receive, maybe in a classroom, you've got 20 kids in a classroom, and you give them the same instructions. Yeah, you give them the same instructions. So all the children receive the same information. Now, every brain processes that information in a different way. Yeah, and with a dyslexic brain, the thing is that it processes the information in a different way. Same as with the ADHD brain, it processes the information in a different way. And another issue as well is that when you know one child with dyslexia or one child with ADHD, you know that one child with dyslexia or ADHD. So it's not that every child with ADHD processes the information in the same way. So there's like an ADHD way of processing information or a dyslexia way of processing information. There isn't, and there's a lot of functions going on in the head. There's a lot of what you call them working memory issues as well here with students with dyslexia and ADHD. A lot of prefrontal cortex going on there, especially with ADHD as well. So that's the main difference between a neurotypical student, so that's basically 80% of your class, and a neurodiverse or neurodivergent student, which is about 20% of the population. And not many people know this. This is about 1 in 5.
That's a high amount. That's a high number.
It is a very high amount. Yeah. So it's estimated that about 20% of the population has a neurodivergent brain. So this could be dyslexia, ADHD, autism, dyscalculia, dyspraxia, giftedness, etc., many things. And of this 20%, probably the majority has at least dyslexia. So dyslexia is by far the most prevalent condition, but maybe also one of the most difficult conditions to recognize in your students, because it's really in the brain. It's not visible. You don't act out as being dyslexic. You know, when people say, "Oh, you don't look dyslexic," I mean, why? What should a dyslexic person look like? You know, should I have a different color, or should it say dyslexia or a big D on my forehead? I don't know. So that's the thing.
Yeah.
It's really difficult to find out because you are someone who's as well has dyslexia or has this problem, but we can't figure it out. That's the thing for teachers, right? It seems to be something really difficult because, we all have lazy students in the classroom, but you won't think about that. It might be a sickness in some ways. If
I can tell you, Mike. That when I work a lot with teachers. That's what I do now. I work with teachers in language schools.
Yeah.
And in any training I do, I usually ask teachers as well, how many students would you label as lazy, unmotivated, class clowns, disruptive, like the typical kid? I would almost say the typical kid in class that if your academic year goes September, June, in June you would say, "Oh, please don't come back next year." Yeah, or please go to a different teacher next year. Please don't come back to my class. Yeah, and I actually did this online in a webinar with about 5,000 people. And we did a poll, and the majority answered between 25 and 40. So there's between 25 and 40% of the students, they would let, definitely. And then I said to them, I said, what if I told you that it is highly likely, I'm not going to put my hand in fire here, but highly likely that among these disruptive, lazy, class clowns, unmotivated students, this is where you will find your undiagnosed dyslexic, ADHD and autistic students, because one of the main problems is that the vast majority of neurodiverse students isn't diagnosed. And it was actually, I think it was the British Dyslexia Association that a couple of years ago published an article saying that, according to them, approximately 80% of dyslexic children in the UK educational system goes through education without being diagnosed. And that's a huge problem. But going back to your question, because you asked, and I want the listeners to get some takeaways here as well. You said, so there's no easy way, but what is a way to spot signs of dyslexia and ADHD in the classroom?
Yeah.
And I usually say to teachers, start by looking at unexpectedness. So start by looking at, it's actually called a discrepancy model. There's a model, it's a discrepancy model. And it's basically the difference between what you know the student knows. So as a teacher, you know what your student knows, right? You go, I know you can do this. But why isn't it showing most of all, in a written exam? Yeah. So if I know you know this, but I give you a written exam and it's just not coming out, it's just not showing, and then I go, okay, well, you might have a bad day. That's it. Okay, everybody can have a bad day. But this is a continuous thing. It's today, it's next week, the week after, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and then one day I just grab you aside and I sit you next to me, and I do the same exam but in spoken format. I just ask you the questions and you just respond verbally, and all of a sudden, bang, there it is. You know this. Then for me, it's like all the alarm bells should go off. And that for me would be like, okay, let's talk to someone, because I'm not the one doing it, obviously. And maybe we should get this kid diagnosed.
Yeah. So like kind of that's the importance of, I guess, of doing formative assessment, like throughout your teaching. And then when you come to like a summative at the end, and you can see like a discrepancy, you know, like you say, an unexpectedness.
Yeah, exactly. And as well, and I always say this to teachers as well, the teachers in my training as well, I said, it's never our job to diagnose dyslexia. We're teachers, we're not diagnosticians. But I believe it is our job to understand how my student learns best. So it is my job to recognize if my student learns better in a different way, in a non-neurotypical way. And if I do that, then still it is my choice to say, hey, listen, I'm going to share this with other teachers. I'm going to share this with somebody else. I'm going to share with the parents, or I'm just going to work with my students first. And we don't have to take this lightly. I feel so bad about teachers, or I even get angry at teachers in schools that are so easy in labeling a child, you know, like, oh, he's done this, oh, he must be ADHD, or he must be dyslexic, you know, especially when stigma is such a huge issue around these topics.
Yeah, and it's very because you've had your career in, you know, Spain, the UK. Myself and Mike, our teaching careers predominantly been out in China, where it gets a little bit more problematic because of stigmatization, lack of understanding, lack of knowledge. A lot of teachers they've had no training on ADHD or dyslexia. Parents will try to stifle it. There'll be a denial that there's anything kind of wrong with their child, and they won't want to enter into discussions about it, right, Mike?
Yeah, and in Xi'an as well, there's no specialized school, if we can say it like that. So we had students in our classroom, that was even more than ADHD or dyslexia. It was even worse. And these kids didn't have any places to go for, you know, there were no education path. So in the classroom, it was really difficult because some of other students will not bully, but laugh at him, you know, laugh at this boy in the class. And what I would do with that, I would give the same chance to him. I remember that kid, he was super excited. He was like crazy. I mean, of course, you look at him, he's different from others, but I didn't care about it. I say, yeah, come. All right, come down. Let's go do the role play. And the guy never speak during the class, but right away he had the answer in this role play right away, you know? And then everybody was like, you see, everybody, a big clap to, I forgot that, that was 5-6 years ago. And the mom was even in the bag because he had problems to stay on his chair, you know, he couldn't. And imagine in China with 55 kids in the classroom, bro, that was something, you know. I always saw that kid, you know. For me, what interests me in the classroom is the challenge. When I have students like this, I'm going to do anything to show others that he's not inferior as you are. He's just the same. He's just has a different way to learn things, but he can learn even better than all of you. That's what I was saying to them, sometimes.
Yeah.
And the kid was so happy, and he would, he would go on while raising his hand. He would come from the back of the classroom, and believe me, it's far when you get 55 kids in a class. And he would come right in front of me. Hey, teacher me. And that was it. He had, because before nobody would support him. Even the Chinese teacher wouldn't care much. For the Chinese teacher, that was more a pain for her, and maybe she doesn't know what to do with him as well. That was the problem. So you know it's really difficult to figure it out sometimes in the classroom what's wrong with the kid. But in this condition, that was pretty obvious. But sometimes, I have students as well in high school. They're lazy, but I don't really think it's because of HDHD or Alexia. It's just, that kind of school, international school, where there are, spoiled kids as well. So it's difficult to make the real difference sometimes.
Yeah. But hey, I can tell you, Mike, that what you're saying about teachers in China, we can basically say teachers around the world. So I've worked with teachers from many places around the globe, and they all say the same. They all say, I wasn't trained to know this. I wasn't trained to understand this. I do some teacher training, and sometimes teachers are almost retiring, but they still want to go to the training because they go like, I still want to know about this. And then at the end, they come up to me and they say, where were you 30 years ago when I started teaching? Because had I known this 30 years ago, many students would have been treated differently. So but honestly, I do want to say this as well. We as teachers, we don't have to beat ourselves up on this. I mean, because it's not our fault. I always tell them, it's not your fault. You were not trained to know this. That's it. But now it is your opportunity, and I think it is your responsibility to get trained in this, because now you know this is a thing. Now you know there's I got it here, 10 to 15% of your students with dyslexia, and 20% with a neurodiversity, with a neurodivergence. Now it is your job to learn about this, to understand this, and to be able to reach these students and to get these students to their full potential. Because as you said, and I like it, I love it, Mike, what you just said. That kid in your class with a different brain, with a dyslexic brain, he could probably be more fluent and more natural in the English spoken language than all the other 54 kids.
Exactly, because it came out, when we do drills in the class, he's not going to participate. He's going to maybe say the word once, and it's going to be perfect, and some of the kids, they had to practice again and again because the pronunciation is not there. But when he would come up, everything was like, yeah, bro. I was like, woo.
But Bulo, I've got a question actually. Just before we, Mike, if you can just go back to that last question, because I think this is quite problematic, because it is such an important topic to cover in 1 hour. Very, we kind of need 2 or 3 hours, right, for this one, and there's going to be.
I'll be back anytime you want me to.
Yeah, we might have to get you back on, because we're going to have thousands of teachers watching this live stream to learn. Like myself, I don't know a lot about this, so this wasn't on our list of questions. It's just something that's popped into my mind. So when I started, I'd already been teaching for 4 years. I was managing a school in Xi'an. I was managing a very big EF school. And we went to Shanghai for a conference, and so I had a student in my class who obviously had learning difficulties. He was a different type of learner. There was something wrong there. And I raised up, I said, I think he's got dyslexia or ADHD and I got slapped down by the area manager. Said, are you a doctor? And I said, well, no, I'm not. And he said, well, then you can't diagnose. But and obviously he had a point. I'm not a doctor, but I knew there was something up. So
Yeah.
In your professional opinion, Bulo, as a teacher, what should teachers do if they know that there's a problem? Do they elevate it? Do they raise it? Or do they, what should they do?
Good question. First of all, I would say you said I think. You didn't say he is. So that for me is a major difference. And when someone says I think, then my next question is, what makes you think that? Basically. So what have you spotted in a student? What do you think? So, but that's on the other side. What I would say to teachers. So first of all, I would say get trained. Okay. Don't speak out of ignorance. Like, oh, he must be. There's a difference between I think and he must be. That's a huge difference in opinion. So first get trained, and what I say to my teachers as well, the teacher on my training, I say you now can spot the signs of dyslexia and ADHD. Still, when you see the first red flags, so to speak, you recognize the first signs of a possible dyslexia and ADHD or autism in your student. Go over the other elements, the other signs, because I usually give teachers a whole list of signs that they should go over. Go over the other ones. Observe over time. Like, see if this may be a day off. I mean, I think Mike said as well. I mean, dude, everybody has a bad day. And there are lazy students. I mean, let's face it. Some students are lazy. It's not like you're lazy, you must be dyslexic. No, you're lazy. There might be something behind this, and it might be dyslexia. It might be something else. So I would always say, observe over time and see that this is something that's a continuum in the students. Maybe even talk it over with a colleague. If that same student is with another student in another class and talk to that other teacher and say, hey, I've been observing this in that student. Have you seen that as well? And then with all that information, then probably take it up with I don't know who in your school would be responsible for that, an academic manager, a special educational needs coordinator, your director, etc., whoever. But don't take this lightly, take this very seriously. And what I would usually say to teachers as well, that while you go through that whole process of observing over a couple of weeks, say a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks, already implement the dyslexia-friendly strategies that I work with on the course, implement them with students, and see how they work. Because if after 3-4 weeks of observing that student and me implementing strategies for my student, I see that they worked, and I see that my student is improving both in his behavior as in his English abilities and how he operates in the classroom, his self-esteem, if everything is going up, then I have more arguments to give the other person. I can say, hey, listen, I spotted this, I spotted that, I observed it over time, I talked it over with another colleague, I haven't taken this lightly. I have also applied some strategies to the student, this, and this, and dude, they worked. Yeah. So I'm going to leave it with you. I will keep on doing what I've been doing so far. I mean, I don't need further instructions if you don't want to give them. I'll keep on here because I know the student's on a good streak. But take it with you, do whatever you think that has to be done. And I would usually do the same when approaching parents, because many teachers say to me, yeah, but how do I... If I'm the one that has to talk to the parents,
yeah, a bit of a delicate subject, right?
Exactly. Then for me, it is always easier to talk to a parent after a while and say, "Hey, listen, I have been observing your son, your daughter. I have seen these elements or these signs in your son, daughter. I'm not sure if you've seen it. I'm not sure if it's been spotted somewhere else. I have tweaked a little bit in my classes. I've done this, these strategies. They work perfectly. I don't know how you have seen your child at home, if you have seen any changes in self-esteem, in motivation, in whatever. And this is extremely important. This is extremely important. Whenever I speak to a parent or the child, and maybe even the special educational needs coordinator, especially the parent or the child, I always talk about the strengths of that student as well. So, and that's a very important thing. And many times when teachers come to my courses or webinars maybe as well, and they walk away, they go like, oh, I didn't know this was a positive thing. And I go like, dude, I'm wearing the t-shirt, it's all over here. Because dyslexia and ADHD exists for a reason. It's an evolutionary thing. So we do have a purpose in in society, to put it that way. And there are many dyslexic strengths and ADHD strengths. But the problem is that society in general, so I'm going to say 99.999% of society, what we do is we focus on the weaknesses. We focus on the can't do's. So you got this 12, 13, 14-year-old kid that has been hearing for his whole life what he can't do. Yeah, what he's not good at. And he's never heard what he's good at. He knows that he's good at some things, but he thinks normal. He thinks, well, I've always been like that. I've always been a good actor or a good drawer, or I've been good at, I don't know, making videos, whatever, fixing things, building with Lego, whatever, you know. But then we can point out, hey, but you are not very good. You are brutally good. You are extremely good. And what you did, Mike, when you got the kids in front of your class and said, let's do a role play, and all of a sudden, bang, he flourishes, you know, and you see this is his strength. So I will always bring this strength with me when I communicate with the parents and the child as well. So at least, and what you said as well, from the stigma point of this being a very negative thing, this being almost a reason for shame. Many societies think this is a disease, that it should be cured, or it's a spell, maybe even. And when someone says, oh, it's a spell, I say, no, you got this wrong. This is not a spell. This is a blessing. I said, the spell is the educational system. The spell is the, I said, the whole problem here in the equation is not your son's or your daughter's brain. The whole problem is the educational system. That's the problem. But you are blessed with a child like that. Absolutely.
Yeah. It's like Mike said, you know, in China, maybe in Shanghai, you'll have something. But I mean, if you've got ADHD or dyslexia and you're in a smaller city in China, you've had it. There's nothing for you. We had in my last school in China, it's just over from Mike's school. It's another posh school. You know, only rich parents can send their kids there. Yeah, exactly. We had a student. I won't say his name, but he was really he had severe autism. You know, had been diagnosed, everything, and there's no. The only other place in Xi'an for that boy was just this place out in the countryside with like these IEs cooking rice and you know, learning next to nothing. So his parents kind of used their, you know, I guess their network and their authority, and they got their kid into the school where we were. And it was a huge problem for him. He didn't have the correct qualified teachers around him. He caused difficulties for the other students. And in the end, he kind of got asked to leave at the end of primary, and he's gone over to Kung Chau, which is Mike's school. So Mike, you'll probably have him in your school now. Yeah, so it's just a difficulty for teachers to know exactly what to do. So, well, yeah, we'll get cracking on. Actually, Mike, that
goes to that question.
Yeah, so actually, it was number.
Yeah. That joined that question.
Yeah, that's it. So, yeah, exactly. How would you support students without neglecting the rest of the class?
Okay, so
yeah.
Presume you have a mixed ability classroom, right? Which is this, and bearing in fact that what I said before, I gave some statistics, and I said that about 20% of the population has a neurodiverse brain. Yeah, so dyslexia, ADHD, autism, etc. Now it's also true because many teachers will say, well, that's not true. I got 50 students and I only know 2 in my classroom. I say, yeah, but it means that statistically there's another 8 that don't know they have a dyslexic brain or an autistic brain. Yeah. So that's and I always say, bear in mind that the vast majority doesn't know they have a neurodivergent brain, but they still have it. Yeah, it's not that I don't know, so I don't have. No, I have it, but I'm not aware of this. That is the thing. So 20% of your student has a different operating brain. I would, and what we are taught as teachers, and I think I said this before as well, what we are trained for as teachers is to teach the neurotypical brain. So we are taught, or we are trained to teach the 80%, the other 80%. What if we tweak this question and we turn this question around. And what if we say, how do I teach the whole classroom so it also works for my neurodiverse students? Because that's the beauty. The beauty is that when you adapt your classes in your mind, I adapt my classes to work for my dyslexic or ADHD or maybe even autistic students. Actually, what you're doing is you're opening up your teaching strategies to the whole group. I can't think of anything that I could tell you to do for your dyslexic or ADHD students that would go in detriment, that would be detrimental for the rest of your students. That you would say, oh yeah, but the other kids below, honestly, doesn't work for them. It's the complete opposite. Usually teachers say, oh, that works for all my students. So for me, it's not about this for you and this for the rest. It's let's open up to all my students. And what I do in my training, I do not make teachers' lives more difficult. I try to make teachers' lives easier and more pleasant. And I try to make them reach more students and have a better rapport and a better relationship with their students and have more inclusive classrooms. And face it, if they're private teachers, in the end, also more money, because these parents are willing to go a long way if they know that you are the teacher who understands their child.
So what things would you do below? Sorry, what things below would you do as a teacher? Because a lot of teachers will be watching this. So it's okay. So what do I do?
Listen, I can give you three. Let me try and give you three very simple examples. One, I would give always, whenever I give instructions, make sure I give very clear instructions. Make sure I make the instructions 1, 2, 3, 4. Make sure I write the instructions on the board so the students can check what are the instructions. Dyslexic and ADHD students usually have very big trouble with working memory and short-term memory and sequencing. So for them, following instructions might not be the easiest thing to do. If you tell your student, like 55 students, you've got big class, 55, you tell a student, hey, get your student book out, open it on page 25, look at the text on the right side, read it, answer the questions, and make a drawing when you're finished. Yeah, it's six things. The neurotypical student would usually be able to understand this sequence and to follow the sequence. Yeah. Now your dyslexic student will go like book. Okay, book. Gets the book out, regardless which book it is. So it might even be the wrong book. Page. There was a 5 in it. Was it 25, 35, 45? I don't know. There was a 5 in it. So maybe it's 35. Reading. Oh yeah, text. Looks for a text. It's on the left side. Yeah. Reads the text, and then I think there is something about drawing. And then starts scribbling something. And then you walk around the classroom and you go, what on earth are you doing? Yeah. And he goes, what you said, teacher? You said, no, this is not what I said. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Well, then you got this whole fight, and obviously you were right. But so that's one tweak. Very, very clear instructions. Make sure everybody understands the instructions as well. Something else, what I would do. Oh, yeah, especially for ADHD students, I would put an analogical clock at the front end, so where I'm standing, of the classroom, so all students can see this. A main issue with dyslexia and ADHD is time blindness. And time blindness is not the fact that they can't see time, that they can't read time. If oh, what time is it? It's this. Oh, I don't understand what time it is. But it's the ability to estimate time, how long a task will last. Is it going to be 5 minutes? Is it going to be 20 minutes? I don't know. Also, when you tell a student, you have 20 minutes to do this, and you go, yeah, but exactly 20 minutes? How much is that? Yeah, is that much longer than going to the toilet? I don't know, as an example, or is that shorter? So for them, that estimation of time in their head. So if I put a clock in front of the room and I tell them, this is where we start, and when the big hand is over there, this is when we finish, the students see time passing. Dyslexic students are very visual. So they have to see things happening. Yeah, they have to see exactly. And again, it's good for your dyslexics, it's good for your ADHD, but it's also good for the rest of your students because they can keep track of time as well. And one of the things that I would do, maybe the first thing that I would do as a teacher, is empathy. So for me, empathy with capital letters all around, empathy and understanding. And to my neurodiverse students and say, hey, listen, I understand that your brain processes in a different way. I understand that some things are difficult for you. I understand that traditional education might not always be the best environment for you. But I have been trained in this, or I get trained in this. I want to help you. And very good question. Do you know what I can do to help you? And that
Exactly.
That small conversation, those 2 minutes, yeah, and also the I believe in you, because I to the students, I know this is difficult, but not impossible.
True.
And I always say to my students,
obviously, you know, kids didn't choose to be like that, right? I mean, you're gonna have that empathy, you know. So of course, and be heal, support, help, always be behind him, and maybe asking him twice or a third, like, hey, do you understand, or is everything all right? Yeah, this is something you gotta constantly ask, I guess. Maybe with that's one thing as well. Maybe there are teachers, they don't know, should I always ask him what's going on, or should I, you know, it's difficult to find the right, the you know what I mean.
It's difficult to find a balance, I guess, with all kids, and especially with those kids.
Yeah, that's
but,
it.
But many times with these children, even the younger ones, only finding a teacher that is empathetic about it and that understands it, that makes such a huge difference. That is wow. And I actually had one student once who said to me, he said, Bulo, he said, finding a teacher like your teachers who understand about dyslexia is almost as difficult as finding a unicorn. So I was like, wow. I said, that's beautiful. It makes you feel a special teacher. It definitely does make you feel a special teacher, and it makes you feel that you truly make a difference in other people's lives. You truly do.
Yeah, you Bulo, you run a course, right? You run a course about. Would you like to just quickly tell us something about your course?
Yeah, no, exactly. I run a course. I call it the Dyslexia Smart Teacher Program, as you can see here. And what I do with language teachers around the world, I take them basically through a whole process, a whole journey, a Dyslexia Smart journey. So I explain to teachers what dyslexia and ADHD is, so they really understand the basics of dyslexia and ADHD, how the brain works as well, how it affects language learning. I even make them feel a little bit what it is like to be dyslexic. Then I teach them how to recognize the signs of dyslexia and ADHD in a classroom, so they can easily spot, as we talked about before, the signs of dyslexia and ADHD, and how to go and what to do after that with those signs. I teach them dyslexia and ADHD friendly strategies. So how can I adapt my classroom? Also, how can I adapt my classroom environment, like literally adapt my classroom, my teaching? How can I adapt maybe the school environment as well? It's also about how can I adapt my material? So how can I create dyslexia-friendly material? How can I tweak the material I have and adapt the material? How can I make dyslexia-friendly exams and exercises? We talk about motivation and self-esteem, because this is a very, very big issue for dyslexic and ADHD students. Self-esteem is a huge issue. We talk about inclusiveness, communication, what we talked about before, like how do I communicate with parents? How do I communicate with other teachers? How do I make my own classroom inclusive and fight or prevent bullying? I think Mike, you said it before as well, that the child being bullied in class by his classmates. So we talk about that as well. And at the end, we also talk a little bit about the other specific learning differences. We talk about autism, we talk about dyspraxia, we talk about dyscalculia, a little bit more about ADHD as well. Teachers can take it in two ways. It's either completely asynchronous, so that's no direct involvement with me. And there is also a combined hybrid program where teachers will have 3 live sessions with me, and later they will also join a network of international dyslexia smart teachers. So it's a very, very, it's about 6-8 weeks more or less. It's a journey. Teachers that take it at the end, they say, it's better that it was 8 weeks. I could have never processed all this in 1 weekend or in 1 week. And this is specifically for teachers who teach already. So this is very important, that teachers are able to reflect on it, apply it immediately the next day or the same day in the classroom, and trial and error and see what works, what doesn't work, and basically see that it does work for their students.
I think this is something also that might be good for schools to get involved with, to do a whole school training, right, as well.
I do whole school programs as well. Exactly.
Yeah.
So what I do this for individual teachers, and with the individual teachers, we also talk about how can I make this work for me, because then we talk mainly about private teachers that say how can I make a financial profit of this, you know, because hey, I run my own small business and I need to make ends meet. And as I said before, this is a market. There is a market out there, and these parents will go far away. And if they do find that unicorn that we said, if they do find that very special dyslexia smart teacher, they are willing to invest, because it's not paying, it's investing. They're willing to invest and go a long way, and they will stay with you.
I think schools have a duty. It's not like, oh, you know, we want the teacher. They have a duty to respond to the needs of the students.
Yeah. Exactly. So my other program is exactly, it's basically the same, but then what I do, I work with groups of students, with groups of teachers, and that usually does include live sessions, and then I have live sessions with the teachers online, obviously. And what we do as well during that program is that the teachers create their own material, they create their own lesson activities, the lesson plan, we try it out, they try it out, so we got real feedback from the students, and it really takes them on that journey, and teachers are not the same afterwards. I can assure you, teachers change, and the beauty is that many teachers throughout the program, they go, they say it's not a complete change of what I've been doing. So I do a lot of the stuff that I did. I do the same, but now I tweaked a lot. So now I edit here, I edit there. It's easy tweaks, but you have to know and you have to understand why they work also as well for your students, why they work for your students. And they say that the atmosphere in the classroom, the whole ambience, the inclusiveness changes almost overnight. Sometimes with 1 or 2 activities, bang, everything changes.
Very, very, very cool. Yeah, I like that a lot.
Awesome.
Mike, you've got a question about tech or something?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, exactly, because this is something that very important with AI and all the tools that we have now. I guess, do you get 1 or 2 tools that you can recommend, or what kind of blended learning we can use in a classroom? That would be great.
So you have several versions of reading pens that are specific pens, like small computers almost, that you can read. You read a textbook, and it literally reads out. It's a text to speech basically. Yeah. Those are very good. I would use text to speech software. So if I can give my student something in writing that he can listen to it, but also speech to text software. So I have my students dictate, and then it goes directly on text. And basically Microsoft has it. I think Google has it. Almost all the big programs have that as well. And honestly, I would say for your ADHD students, and I'm not sure if you saw this, but this is not techie at all. This is as easy as something like this. This works perfectly for many ADHD students, because ADHD is all about that energy that flows through the body, and that we don't know what to do with this energy. And what I do to channel that energy and to keep focused, because it's a matter of focus, of me being focused on your questions, on the text, on me speaking, etc. This keeps me focused. So my nerves are a bit less. I have this in my hand. I maybe have a pen in my hand. I play with my pen. I also work standing most of the time. So I'm standing right now. I'm not sitting. I know this isn't easy in big classrooms, but I think you said before as well, like 55 kids in a class are all sitting down. Maybe there's an option for the ADHD kids to stand up every now and then and maybe lean on their desk or have a different place to work in. It's trying to find, again, easy tweaks around what I can do with my students.
Yeah, so kind of like moving things around, making the classroom setting a little bit different, and just just engaging with students all the time.
Yeah, make it work.
Engaging. That's true. That's pretty much.
Yeah, make it work for all your students. I mean, it's something is as easy with your ADHD students as to make sure they're the ones to clean the blackboard or the whiteboard, and make sure they sit close to you. Because if they sit close to you and they're dyslexic or ADHD, you can keep an eye on them. You can keep them focused. It's very likely that your ADHD student wears off every now and then, because that's just how their brain works. That their brain isn't able to focus continuously, and every now and then there's a fly, and then they follow the fly, or basically their mind just drifts off, and then the only thing they need is for you to go over and to maybe tap on the shoulder and, hey, come back to class. Oh yeah, thanks, teacher. Or maybe agree with them before you start class or before you start the course and say, hey, I know this is an issue for you sometimes. What can I do to bring you back? Yeah, and maybe they say, hey, I don't know, obviously not throw something at me, but and again, empathetically, how can I empathetically bring you back to class? That's
I think students they really don't often get that from, I think, especially in Asia, where the teaching is very teacher-led, huge classes, up to 80 students and stuff, and that students just go missing. The teachers have little training, little time. They just have to keep going, and they don't have this connection, this human connection.
But this is also one of the reasons why I do the one-on-one sessions or the group sessions in the Dyslexia Smart School program, because this is exactly where we can talk about what the teacher's daily life looks like, because obviously in any training anywhere you talk about idyllic situations, you talk about utopia. And I always say this is utopia. This is if you had a one-on-one and you can do anything you like with your dyslexic students, do all this, and it's beautiful. But then you have to take, it's almost like a menu, like pick and take what works and what you can do. But then in those direct live sessions, we really talk about and we brainstorm, okay, in your situation, 80 students in a classroom, what can I do to make it work for these 20%, 16?
Oh, impressive. Yeah. good maths brain right there.
Yeah. No, it did take me 2 seconds. But
no, impressive. We got a comment from.
We got a question from.
Go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
Yeah, from Ibtisam. Yeah, I have many cases in my class, especially neurodiverse and ADHD. But the problem is the short time of the session. I cannot deal with them, and I come back home feeling sad about them. So she's asking, please, sir, how can I use the dice?
The dice. This is not a dice as a dice. This is a fidgeting toy. So a fidgeting toy is basically something that keeps your hands occupied and it keeps you busy. You will have many ADHD students that fidget with or fiddle with a pen as well.
Yeah,
and it might be horrible when it was a clicking pen and they go click 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 click.
I need a marker all the time in my hand.
So I use this. I got it at a conference a couple of weeks ago.
Even if I don't
and then I can do this all the time. I can play around with it, and it works for me. It might not work for another student. I said this to a teacher today, and they said, "Yeah, I gave one to the student. He threw it at his friends."
Of course,
it's not the reason. But coming to what she said before, she said about I got short sessions, a lot of students. And I'm coming to what I said before. It's not about dealing with them. It is about what can I do that works for the whole class.
That's it.
And if you have a short session, two things that I would do. First of all, try to make sure that the neurodiverse students sit closest to you. Yeah, make sure they're not in the back of the classroom, like the student you mentioned, Mike, that kid that sits far away in the back. Make sure he sits closer to you, so you can keep an eye on him, and you can see in their eyes if they get it, they don't.
Of course.
And break. I mean, your class is short.
Exactly.
Break your class up in short chunks. Make it 1 to, I don't know, if it's a 45-minute class, make it like, I'm going to say 5 chunks. A little chunk, an activity, standing up, sitting down, stretching, I don't know, dancing a little bit for 30 seconds. So I'm not saying about minutes. 30 seconds, sit down, the brain gets a different movement. You got dopamine flowing around your brain as well. You sit down again, you can focus again. 7-10 minutes or 5-8 minutes, do another activity, 5-8 minutes, another activity. So it's all about getting everything that's on the menu and choose and pick what works for you in your particular situation.
Yeah, very good advice. Yeah, thank you very much, Bulo. Yeah,
Yes.
really good.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, that was awesome. The time flies so fast. You see, it's already time to say goodbye. Very interesting. Thank you, Bulo. It's impressive the way you present everything. I really recommend to go and check out his course. Of course, not check out, but if very interesting too, for sure. Because sometimes I'm afraid not, we're all afraid to do something wrong. In fact, that's the thing. And for me, every student is the same. There's no stupid ones. There are no better than others. It's just there's only a stupid education. That's what I mean, because everyone is on this way to educate, mainstream education. And then there are many ways to teach something that, and there's one that, like I always say, when you have pleasure in learning something, you're going to remember. Because what we do with pleasure, we never forget, right?
Exactly.
What we learn with pleasure. Yeah.
And
Thank
it's
you so
really,
much, Below.
yeah, sorry, Mike. I was just going to quickly, just before we finish up. I mean, I've been teaching for 21 years, a long time, and after 21 years, I still don't know or didn't know before this live stream very much about dyslexia and ADHD learners. It's just some kind of information that's floating around that's not, whether it's true or not. So I would really advise people to take Bulow's course. And if there's administrators out there, people in leadership positions, check it out and start making moves to get your teachers on, because we need to know more.
That's the website. People can visit. People can contact me. I'm happy to talk to administrators, to school managers as well, and see what we can do and work together, and make this a dyslexia-friendly world.
Well said.
Sure. Exactly. We're all sisters and brothers, and our mother is Earth. That's what I always say. That we had to help each other in a world where everything is going not the right way. When I think we got to keep on moving, we got to keep that positive attitude, help each other as teachers, all together, and make a better world, because we are caring about kids that are going to be the future of humanity, right? Ah, man. Thank you, Bulo. That was awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much
Thanks, Bulo.
Thank you, guys.
And all right, take care. We keep in touch. Teachers, thank you everyone for following. Don't forget to give some likes. Follow the channel, help us, Mike and Stu. In here, we are helping you every year. Don't forget to follow Stu on YouTube as well, and his wonderful course that is right here on the screen. Always, Stu has an incredible TESOL course.
Yeah, it's a wonderful course. We're up to 3,200 learners now, all working away on their TESOL course. So if you're out there and you want to get into language teaching, or you're already teaching and you want to get better, you want to have a better course, click the code. I think you get 30% off.
Thank you, everyone, following on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. We'll see you next time in the ESL live stream. Thank you, Stu. Bye-bye.
Cheers, mate. Yeah,
Take
see you
care.
later. Bye.
And be careful to your, you got to make it with your teeth. No problem, bro.
Don't remind me. See you later.
Cheers.
Right.
The AI image looks good. Do you have a second? Mr. Brickface, come in, come in. Do you know that Children's Day is coming? Children's Day? Of course I'm ready. I have a video for Children's Day activities for teachers or schools. You might be interested. And how about the sandwich writing? Sandwich paragraph? Not this time, but I have a robot craft writing paragraph. Students can build their own robot. They can color, cut, glue it, and write about their robots. Flashcards? Of course, in color and black and white. I know what you're thinking, Mr. Brickface. And the Kahoot quiz, of course. Audio file, so that students can practice listening. Yes, thank you. How about World War? I know, right there. With a special matchmaking quiz. And is it still free? Yes, still free on Mike's Home ESL. Oh, good. Oh. And how about the lesson plan? Yes, of course. There's a teacher guide to help and guide the teachers on how to use this material. Anything else? Not bad. Sorry for disturbing.
Welcome, Ryan. It's a great pleasure to have you with us. How are you doing?
Good morning, good afternoon, gentlemen. It's a pleasure to meet you both face to face. I know a little bit about you and your work, but it really is an honor to be here. So first of all, thanks so much for the invitation.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Ryan.
Very nice.
Exactly.
Very nice.
Great. Hope is not going to be lagging because they might have a little time difference, especially with me. So I hope it's not going to be lagging too much, but we're going to figure it out. And thank you so much for joining. The pleasure is ours. And can you briefly introduce yourself so everybody get along? We know you a little bit better.
All right. So first of all, I have to say, like everybody else, I'm pretty new in the AI sphere. I've been doing this for about a year and a half about. And so I was a little bit late to the game, if you can believe it. The technology came out 2 years ago. I've been using it a year and a half, and I'm a late adopter already, which is, I guess,
it's
a
not
sign
late
for the times. I am an educator. I started when I was... Education is in my blood. My parents are both educators. I started working quasi-legally for the Toronto District School Board at the ripe age of 17. And from that transferred into both public and private work, spending many years in ESL. I still teach ESL. And so I have a few other things. What brought me back into really education in schools was, or education and AI, was I started writing about it on LinkedIn, and I was really surprised because a number of people started coming to me with questions on a variety of different things, and I thought, like, wow, there's a lot there's a lot of questions out here. So it got me really digging deep into it, and then here we are 6-8 months later, and so this is it. But I approach everything not as an academic, but as a practitioner, and my goal is to find solutions for what people are going through, especially the frontline educators, because like I'm in the trenches right there. I'm in the trenches with everybody, and I know what people are going through. So that's kind of my perspective on things.
Yeah, it's like and that's the thing, isn't it? Like we've us teachers, we're at the chalk face, and this whole AI thing, we were hearing about it, and all of a sudden, bam, we've got it, and we kind of like have to kind of almost teach ourselves, unless like we enroll in some AI courses or whatever. We're kind of like learning, kind of feeling as we go, right? Yeah. So live streams like this really help educators to understand, how to start, what to do, and just get a deeper understanding of everything.
Most certainly, yeah, and that's it. So let's dig in, gentlemen. Go ahead. What would you like to know?
Yeah. But you see, you started to answer the first question that we can see right on the screen now. You started to answer. So can you tell us a little bit, because you write the Stopgap AI policy guides, which sounds really interesting.
Yeah. So right now we're in a really weird phase where we don't really have a lot of governance. We don't have a lot of rules. But as Stu pointed out, teachers are stuck kind of in the middle, where on the one hand you've got to deal with your students and your parents and the wider community, depending on your role exactly, but you're dealing on the front line with these people, and on the other hand you're looking up and trying to get a little bit of guidance, and you get really weird things, like we have to be equitable and have transparency. Okay. What does that mean? Well, we don't know, right? And so I guess to bring it back, I started looking into specifically policy and AI and education about 6 months ago, and I was like, well, I'll write a quick little article and throw it up onto LinkedIn. And then I did a bunch of research, which led to more research, and then I ended up with something like 7,000 words, and I'm like, wow, this is way too long to be a LinkedIn article. So I was like, okay, I'll break it up into 5 or 6, and I can actually look at a few different things. And then that ballooned into, then I got up to around 15, 20,000 words. And I'm like, this is huge. And then it's okay, well, each of these articles looking at things like stakeholder perspectives or gold standards, like what actually are people doing right now? What's working, what isn't? What are the challenges that people are facing? How do we have to change pedagogy? And these were all the things that kind of came up in my research. And I was like, well, these are interesting and useful topics for teachers. So I was like, okay, I'll put all that together. But what do you do after? What's the capper? And that sort of a manual of something that's written for teachers, and maybe lower level administrators, higher level administrators if they want. But come on, you guys are teachers, they don't care. But like higher level administrators whose job it is, they won't read it. So it's going to be the people at the bottom who it's their work to do it. So I wrote this kind of meeting structure where it's like, listen, I know you're overworked, but we got to do something because we're in limbo right now. We don't have guidance from above. We've got a lot of pressure coming from below. And here's what we do. So that's why I wrote it. And that's kind of a rough outline of what it is. It's a series of different, sorry, I'm distracted by the graphics. It's a series of meetings that teachers could use over their lunch breaks, written in very plain language to build a very solid foundation and starting point.
So it's kind of almost like a manual for schools to understand how to roll out AI within their schools, what boundaries, what limits that they can set, how students should use it, how teachers should teach it, how teachers can use it in their own classes. It's kind of like a how-to, and also
a little bit. But the key thing here, and I think this is where all policy is probably going to go, is that we have to take a step back because things are moving so fast. We can't say this tool is good, that tool is bad. We can't use language to say this perfect bit of legalese is going to apply. It won't apply for more than 6 months. By the time you're rolling something out, it's probably not going to work.
It's out of date already.
So something I come back to time and time again is that we have to change the way we approach policy to a principles-based approach. That we have a principle that we believe in our particular school. It could be anything. It could be we believe in human-led guidance. That's the principle. So now it gets a lot easier to start prescribing rules because we've said we are starting here. This is our belief. This is very important for us, and we go from there, right? Or sorry.
So it's kind of like flexible guidance. So what might work for one school might not necessarily be perfect for another.
Exactly. So that's why I was like, well, it has to be flexible because it has to be applicable to, you know, in this case, I divided it. The first book's about primary. I'm just about to launch the second book for secondary, post-secondary, and I hope by the end of June to have one specifically for ESL. Because, you know, we've got different needs in the ESL field.
Yeah, it's so exciting. It's just moving so quickly, isn't it? You know, and as you say, if something's published and you know, education departments and education ministries, if they release guidance, by the time it gets talked about, discussed, committees, subcommittees, by the time it actually gets released, things have already moved on, and they're playing catch up. So I've got a question. What do you think is the biggest misconception that schools have about AI at the moment?
Yeah, I keep, I run into, I guess there's, the first thing is they're going to figure it out. That is the biggest problem that I think schools have as a collective, right? Because the assumption is they're going to get this figured out at a higher level, and it's going to come down to me real soon, and I'll know what I have to do.
When you say lay, who do you mean?
I mean higher administrators and the senior policy makers, and we look like the EU AI Act is pretty big. That's probably going to be the gold standard for federal level regulation, and then that's going to trickle down and trickle down. But again, it's going to be very vague. Schools, of course, are going to be left with like, well, how actually do we do this?
How do I interpret in action?
And the second big thing that teachers have, because a lot of teachers I run into, they're using AI. They're quite well versed in it. They've found a way to use the literacy that they've been able to glean individually, apply that to their classes, and make their rules. So I'm just met a whole bunch of teachers last week, just you know, all over, different groups on Facebook, you know, Canada, United States, Britain, Europe, right, all over the world, and people are like, you know what, I'm good. I know what I'm doing, and this is cool. Like, don't worry, I got this, right? And the problem is, it's like, okay, you got it, but what about you, Mike? Do you got it? Well, is your got it the same as Stuart's? Are those working together?
Yeah.
And where is that communication?
Exactly.
And so then I started hearing people say like, oh, well, my principal says it's cool, or my principal says, well, we have to do it this way. And it's like, okay, well, that's some guidance, but is everybody pulling in the same direction? Are we all working together? Because really, I think this is probably the biggest thing we all have. Like, we all have to work together. AI is so big. This is such a big change that's going on in front of us. If we don't really come together and be like, here's how we're going to deal with this, we're just going to get steamrolled one at a time. Not to be too doom and gloom.
A little bit of an analogy. When I was secondary school, you know, I'm from England. In England, we play a ton of cricket, but in my school, we didn't do any cricket. And but other schools were doing lots of cricket. We were doing no cricket, and it was because our PE teacher wasn't into cricket. He was a football guy. So we played tons of football. We played tons of rugby. We didn't even do any cricket. And this comes down to individual teachers and their preferences and what they're good at, and they will take their students in the direction that they're comfortable with. And it's the same thing is happening with AI. If teachers are comfortable with using AI, they're going to be using it in classes, and their students are going to be having lots of practice using it. But if teachers are uncomfortable with using AI and they don't really know what they're doing, they're going to push back against it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And a lot of, I see a pretty big generational split, that the younger teachers are really keen to do it, and they're already using AI in their own work, and they're bringing it into the classroom. And a lot of the older teachers, you know, a couple of gray hairs, like, I don't know about this. That's not really learning.
That's not real learning.
That's cheating.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
That's a good one. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
that's true.
But it's so true. I mean, I did my master's in TESOL, and I researched this, and a lot of older teachers, they have anxiety about technology.
Yeah.
And
it's difficult to change habits.
Yeah,
sorry.
No, you're right, Mike. It's difficult to change your habits. You're intimidated that you will get shown up because your students know more about it than you, and you lose credibility and you lose face. So you reject the technology to safeguard yourself, and then you've lost affordances, you know. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there's another question. Your guide that talks about starting with a pilot policies instead of waiting for a perfect one. Why is that so important?
oh yeah, well, because as I said before, we're not going to get much help, right? So we're going to need it, and I think you know, unfortunately, I think I was talking a little bit about this before, that the schools are going to have to adopt this. They're going to have to adapt it on their own, right? Like, you have to figure it out, because when they do figure something out, again, it's going to be abstract, and actually what that means to you and your school and your classroom environment has to be figured out on the ground. So adopting a principles-based approach now, and then using that to adapt to official frameworks, is a lot easier than getting official frameworks, not knowing what you're doing or why, and then trying to scramble when something finally shows up. So basically, we need to start figuring it out now, so that as the technology and the legal situation evolves, we'll be able to integrate a lot more effectively and be able to create buy-in from the teachers and the community, the students, and administration. Otherwise, you're just kind of pasting a notice on the board, and it's like, well, that's it. Job's done.
Yeah.
That's true. Exactly.
All right. Yeah. So we've got. Sorry, carry on, Mike.
No, I was all right. Yes, great. We're gonna go then to the next question, which is, you've worked with both K-12, right, and higher ed. What's something that surprised you, and about how different those conversations are?
That's an awesome question. So, yeah, they are very different conversations. When we talk about younger learners, and I can see someone asking about young learners in the chat here. When we talk about young learners, you have to change the conversation to say, well, really, we're having a developmental conversation. What is appropriate for young learners, for 3 to 6, 6 to 9, 9 to 12, and 12 to 15 and 18 and up. So really, once you get into teenagers, it's all the same rules, more or less. But with younger learners, you're going to use very different rules that you would for very young children to preteens, I guess would be it. But when we start talking about post-secondary post-secondary or later secondary education, then we need to look more at compliance a very different set of rules, because we're talking about plagiarism, academic integrity, be ethics, right? And so we, this goes from being, I don't know, maybe for a 5-year-old, it might have, like the robot helper thing where, and you have a set of rules where it's like, well, of course the children can't access this unless it's direct supervision with the teacher standing right next to them, using it in a very controlled way. Now, when you get to an 11-year-old, you might not have the teacher in the room, but you will make some rules. And one thing I liked for younger students is to talk about, I can't remember which school, and I feel bad about this. I should have brought some notes, but there was a school in the United States that talked about developmentally, it was swim, snorkel, scuba. And their idea was that for swim, everybody's swimming. So these are rules for everybody, right? And then they talk about snorkeling, where it's like, well, a lot of people can go under the water, but not everyone. So these are rules for some people. And scuba diving, only a couple of people can do that. And kind of setting it out that way is a very good way to classify things for the younger, the primary audience or the primary students. And this, of course, would apply in ESL as well. And if you think about it that way, then it's a lot easier than trying to say, blanket rules. Yes, 100% AI or no AI or this tool or that tool. It's like, well, here's what we do for the people, rules for everyone, some people or none.
I think it's more.
Sorry,
I think it's. Yeah. What it make me think is, like, these days the trend is personalized teaching to students, right? I think it's going to be as well with AI, personalized people like maybe us, because I've been in AI almost like you since ChatGPT was here. I was in, I guess, earlier than Stu, maybe. And then I always very interesting, and I'm really on the same line with you. And I feel that teachers in schools, they might need as well personalized help to how to use AI in the classroom.
Yes, well, and there we come into literacy, right? You're talking about AI literacy, and from the teacher's point of view, and this is a huge area, right? Because what are we talking about here? We're talking about, we have to take all of our ideas about education, strip it right down, right? Because the AI is so big, and to be honest, educational theory has not developed as much as we like to pretend, right? We like to pretend, oh my God, what a great change education is. So, but it's like, well, we've had, since the 1800s, education theory has added on bells and whistles, and we put on some fancy things, but the ideas really haven't changed of what we're teaching, why we're teaching it. And AI, I think, is forcing educators to, it's like, well, now, well, why are we doing this? And so we're going to be coming up with something that's really, really a massive conversation, because, Mike, you're talking about how do we change pedagogy and how do we change assessment? Both of these have to be completely started again.
It's a really tricky one. I mean, with AI, it's got so many opportunities, but there's so many problems as well. When I stop and think, I made a video to promote this live stream yesterday. I put it on Facebook, and one of my friends on Facebook, he's a teacher, and he said, I stop all AI in my classroom. I just give them a text, a pen, and they learn in the traditional way in my class. And he said, I don't get any problems. That's fine. The problem is he really preparing students adequately for life after school? AI is going to be in the work arena just as much as in the school arena, and by doing that, is he doing harm to his students by not giving them experience while they're in school before they hit the workplace? You know, is he doing them an injustice? But then on the other side of it as well, I mean, this is going to come up in question 7, but it's just what's on my head. I mean, when I was doing my own masters, there was no AI. I had to read everything. I was reading books up until like 2 a.m. reading papers, research papers, essays. I was reading, taking meticulous notes. Now, I know someone, I won't mention names for obvious reasons, but they pretty much did all of their masters using AI. And then they, all of their essays, they did, they just huge chunks of text, then put it into another bit of software which span it in an academic language so that the Turnitin couldn't recognize it, and they got a really high mark in their masters. And their level of understanding compared to someone that had read and read and read and read, it must be like that, you know.
Yeah, but this is a really interesting point here, because I think when I went to school, it was 100. Probably you guys too. You don't look that young. You know, when I went to school, it's like you have to learn a process to create a product, right? And it doesn't matter, science, math, English, literature, it doesn't matter. So like you're talking about the writing component, right? They said, okay, we can assess the writing under these standards, and if the writing meets these standards, that means this person knows what they're talking about. Well, how's that work with AI? Right now, we actually have to flip this on its head, because we're not starting with process. We're starting with product. We've got a fully written, perfectly researched essay. I could get something passable churned out within 20 minutes for a master's thesis.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. Right? So now I've got a product. What we have to evaluate then would logically be process. And this would be a fundamental redesign of how we evaluate and assess
within education
these benchmarks in education. And of course, this translates, speaking mostly about writing, when we're talking about ESL, you know, the letter of complaint and the essay and the explaining essay and blah 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 and all those things that they put in the standardized tests. It's like, well, what are you going to do, Oxford? They don't know, guaranteed. Yeah. They don't know how they're going to redo IELTS or any of those.
That's a really good point. Yeah, no. So basically, like the product that you're saying is basically the dissertation, the thesis, the essay. That's the products, and that right now universities and higher education and secondary or whatever are looking at that final product and doing the grading based on that. Whereas your idea is to maybe assess the process of learning.
Yes.
To make sure. That's amazing. Yeah.
I argue for this in chapter 3 of both of my books, that we need to develop kind of two streams. Speaking generally here, we got to develop two streams. One that's incredibly conducive to AI, where AI can mark this, AI can assess this, AI can assign this and monitor this. AI does almost everything, and we have the human element is, you know, I would say the minimum right now is about 20%. So we'll say the human element is 20% of the work there. But then we need the other side, where we have pedagogy specifically designed that's AI resistance. AI can't really do this. You can't fake collaborative tasks. You can't fake reflection the same way. Yes, you could fake one, but you can't fake 12 or 15. Right? It's not going to work. The humans are going to see it. You don't need special anti-plagiarism software. Just take a look. Any educator would look at these three and be like, yeah, you did that? Force, Pucky. Right?
I mean, we work within like language. We work within like language acquisition. And, you know, we know what our students can produce because we teach them all the time. You know, they can barely speak English, and then all of a sudden they've got this like polished essay. You know, they've cheated.
Exactly. Of course. So I would argue like writing's going to be a massive problem for ESL. And I'm sorry, I know we're jumping ahead here, Mike. I'm sorry about that, but writing's going to become a massive problem for for ESL because it's so easy to fake, and then it gets so much more difficult to assess, even if you're trying to look at the process. I mean, they might make something, and I'm just spitballing here, but they might create something where it's like, here's a finished product. Now break it down and explain its components and how they fit together and why they're effective. Something like that might be a bit of a different way. So instead of constructing, you're deconstructing, and this would be a different way of showing writing skill. But you're right.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Ryan. Yeah.
I was just going to say that you're right. We're running into a number of problems on this front, and how do we get around it? Another question is, let me ask you, Stu and Mike, if we have AI that's integrated into everybody's life, which it looks like we're going that way, if we have AI that can create very convincing writing in any language to serve any purpose, is writing an important skill to teach?
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Right.
Yeah.
That remembers when Joe Gakonga was saying language language, dead in the water.
But no,
language.
Ryan, you're right. I mean, like, for example, 200 years ago, we were learning Latin, right?
Right.
We were learning that for a reason. We don't learn Latin anymore, and we don't learn Latin for a reason. We don't need it.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
But now that I've said that, right, as speaking about ESL, if we look at speaking skills, this is something that will be more critical, I would contend.
That's it.
Speaking skills probably will become more important in the age of AI, because you could fake it, but even the best AIs, we can tell at this point. Even if we can't tell, what happens once we're just going to move up the bar. Let me rephrase this. We're going to move up the bar for what is acceptable. So right now, somebody with, a passable level of English could do something very, very important internationally. A high government job, maybe, sell Lamborghinis, be able to build nuclear power plants, and everybody's really happy. Well, once everybody can make it to that level, they're just going to move the bar higher. This is a mechanism by which people are able to filter for quality that they're looking for. So if you want to get to that sort of elite status, if you want to be the person who's got, a fleet of Bentleys, and whatever you're doing involves English, you're probably going to need English. If you're selling a $40 million or a $400 million nuclear power plant for Siemens, you're probably going to need to speak English, and you're going to meet somebody, because they're giving you $400 million. You're going to meet somebody who wants you to speak English. They expect you to speak English. Yeah. And if you can't, guess who they're going to give the contract to? In the world of business, politics will be the same. It's that the goalposts are going to move, because that's what happens, right? Yeah. Look at how the value of university degrees has
business English.
The last 50 years, right? Now everybody's got one. Okay, well, now you need a master's. Oh, okay, now you need a PhD. You want the same job. We'll keep moving it higher. We're going to come up with super PhDs soon. You need 2, right? Just change the rules on us.
Yeah. Well, actually, you go saying about
super PhDs. That's a good one.
Yeah. Like English is
Sorry,
like
go for it.
Talking about, like within the world of business or whatever, and English is going to be necessary. That really conveniently brings us on to like ESL and how policy is. So, Mike, do you want to take this question away?
Yeah, sure. So the number 6 question: how do you see AI policy as specifically impacting ESL teachers and language programs in the next year or 2?
Okay, well, if we're talking about policy, we run into some very interesting ground here, because I've mentioned this before, the AI Act from the European Union, that actually gets some teeth in 2026. So now I'm not an expert on this, but I have looked through it. And from what I can glean, if somebody out there has read it closer than me, then please correct me. But from what I can glean, it's that schools like ESL schools will have to have disclosure, transparency, and they're supposed to have a compliance officer of somebody who has actually read through this and can translate what this language school has to do. As well, because the EU sees AI as a high risk activity. That means there's incredible safeguards that have to be in place to protect your clients, and especially for minors. So now it's like, okay, so now it's like, can children even use AI? Are they even allowed to use it? And it's like, well, technically, if it's Claude or who else, or Google, right? I guess Google's 13 up, but and GPT, you can be 13 years old with parental supervision. But even then, the school has to be able to show transparency. It has to log the way people are using it, and they have to communicate that. So there's a number of new responsibilities that are coming in just 6 months. It's now we could say, can they enforce that? How is that going? Like, what are they actually going to do to people? And it's okay, well, that might take an extra 3 or 4 years. But if you're living strictly by the letter of the law, you're supposed to have these systems in place. And that's just in terms of legal compliance, right? There are certain needs that language schools need to address that'll be a little bit different from what universities address. As we were talking about problems with writing before, it's like, well, how are you going to then approach writing? And as we said, you'll have to redesign how you teach it. And of course, I don't think our Lord and Savior Scott Thornbury will be able to write another book fast enough to teach us how to do that. But
and if he does, he'll pull the ladder up behind him as well, so no one else can.
Yeah. But we'll be left in a certain limbo. Fortunately, though, as we said, speaking skills will stay the same. A lot of like reading comprehension. It's really. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I guess to put it more simply, what ESL schools will have to do, which is something similar to something between primary and post-secondary education, they'll have to be able to create a bit of buy-in with their students and the wider community of their school, which includes the teachers and administration. Again, you need a principles-based approach, and you're all kind of pulling in the same direction. And one of those principles is AI literacy and transparency. Right. And it's like, well, what is important for our school right now? And you just communicate that. And guess what? If you do that, that will also satisfy the most stringent policy that's coming down from the federal level. And there you go. But you're doing it because you say, this is what we believe in this school. This is how our school, this is what we believe, and this is how we express that. And here's what we would like you to do to be able to help us with that. And it becomes very easy to communicate that kind of information when you take a bit of a different a principles-based tack. But this is a problem that's coming down, and internally the schools will, of course, they have to, they're going to have their own problems. They're exploding, right? What are we going to do?
I think in TEFL, because TEFL and state schools is a very different animal, and with state schools, they're beholden to whatever the state wants, whatever the county wants, or whatever, with their guidelines. But I think with TEFL schools, because they're so fragmented, and normally they're kind of private enterprises, small businesses, they might have 2 teachers working at the school in a rented property. They don't have this state pressure on them, and this is where your kind of guide comes in, where each school is going to have to work out their own route, their own path. But I think
exactly, Stu, and it doesn't have to be complicated, right? It doesn't have to be a big thing. It could be as easy as like you know, a short email every couple of months, but between them. But the important thing is don't get siloed. Don't be like, well, I do my thing, you do your thing, and that's fine. As you said, we've got to prepare students for living in a world with AI. We need to, you know, it doesn't help if we don't acknowledge that. And just to have a few statements to say like, well, here's what we think and here's how we'll do it. And then every once in a while be like, hey, do we have to make a change? No? Good. See you next month. Right?
Well,
like
I think
just that simple would make a big difference.
Absolutely. I think society and the customers of TEFL schools will demand change themselves, because if they're going to a TEFL school to learn English, and they find that the teachers there are not using AI and they don't know how to answer any questions that are posed to them, and it's clear that they're behind the times, then that customer is likely to go to a different school. So these teachers are going to get phased out eventually, because they're you know, they're not changing with the times, right? So I think the change with AI, it will come from top down, but also from bottom up, with expectations about what a good educator should be. Yes.
And unfortunately, we don't have definitive answers for that anymore.
No, right?
2022, we kind of knew. We knew. We were like, well, a good teacher, blah, 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 blah. And now we've got AI, and this becomes a little bit of an existential crisis. I mean, especially, let's say for younger teachers, especially, because it's like, well, what can you do as a first year or newly minted CELTA graduate? What can you do that AI can't do? And of course, you know, schools and teachers will have to figure out those leverage points and really push back on them hard. My advice.
We were Ryan, we were talking, was it a week ago or 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago now, right? It was 2 weeks ago. We were talking to a teacher
2 weeks,
2 weeks ago. It was a real bombshell for me and Mike. We were talking about it. She was saying, you know, she was in her late 50s. So she said, I'm going to retire in a few years.
Oh yeah.
So it won't affect me. But she said, if I was a young language teacher now, I'd be really worried, because she said there's no future in it. Because in like 10, 15, 20 years time, the AI, you can have a class with an AI, it will listen to you, say, right, okay, you've made these mistakes. This is what you can do to fix those mistakes, give you immediate feedback based on you. It's like, crap.
Okay.
Like
that's something I do. I heard some of the clips. Mike's really good at putting up those clips, by the way. He chooses some great bits, and he put up that clip, and I saw it, and I thought, well, I don't buy that completely, because
it's not me, it's the AI.
It's good to hear, yeah.
How are you were trained by an AI that you trained for you to teach you how to speak the way you want to speak. That's great. How is your special way of learning to speak going to interact with my special way of learning to speak? Are we going to have any problems there? Right? AI is not going, even the best we can imagine is not going to be able to anticipate human messiness, human inconsistencies. And even if you have this perfect in every possible way AI teaching you to speak, it's still not going to be able to replace human contact. And ultimately, as I said, no matter how good the people get, the bar will continue to raise, and it won't matter. If we have everybody in the world speaking at a certain level, there's going to be some way to block people out of a certain level of this club because they can't do X, right? And it doesn't matter what that is. And I think that's maybe a larger philosophical point, and I'm sorry if, you know, some people don't like it, but I find like that's just kind of how I've seen the world work. So there's always going to be a place for that human interaction. And as people have said, I've seen a lot of people say, well, AI is getting better and better, and and other people are saying it's about to collapse. From what I can tell, both things seem to be true. But I think on some levels, AI has hit a certain plateau, and we're going to have a bit of a pause. Maybe not exactly here. Things will get a bit better. Things will get better in different areas, but they're also going to slow down. And one of them is going to be how we deal with communication, combined problem solving, right? Working, collaboration, right? These are very important skills. How are you going to teach? How is personal AI tutor going to teach you how to solve a problem in another language with 7 other people from 7 other parts of the world? So
that's really
right.
something incredible. Yeah.
Yes.
So let's go on with some questions that we're taking here. That's the question number 7, but I guess about the students, right? What role do you think students should play in shaping or responding to AI policy in their schools?
Oh, bring them on. Once they're a certain age, I would say, like older students, I wouldn't form a committee of 6-year-olds, but I would offer, 16-year-olds, bring them involved. They're going to have lots to say. And I added a special meeting just to talk about this point in my post-secondary book, that you can add this in. There's a whole section on just basically generating buy-in and getting people involved in the community. And how do you support? You have these principles, and then how are you going to support that? How are you going to create a culture that that supports these principles that you believe in? Presumably AI is good, but we have to do blah, blah, blah because we're humans. Okay. Well, bring the students in to help manage that. Because this is like, what do you do? Do you put up notices? Do you create some art? Do you go out and just talk to people about it? Do you have meetings? Well, let the students run the meetings. Go find out what the kids are doing, and then you come and tell the administrators and tell the teachers who are like, I don't know what to do. I hate AI. Like, well, here's what people are doing in your class, sir. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I guess that means blah blah blah. So yes, they should definitely be involved. Probably not as much in the core level, or maybe if you're able to put together a larger committee of like 6-8 people, one of them could be a student. But of course, this depends on on your institution. If we were talking about one of our small language schools, well, there's not that much of a point. But if you're talking about a community college with 6,000 people, certainly the student body should be involved.
Yeah, and we spoke to Michael B. Horn last year. He's like a Harvard professor, and really respected public speaker. And he was saying AI won't replace teachers. He said, but teachers who aren't tech savvy, who refuse, they keep pushing back, and they refuse to have AI within their pedagogy, they will get phased out.
Of course, yeah. Well, we've been talking a lot and touching on often about AI literacy, right? Like on a scale of 1 to 10 in your life right now, how important is knowing how to use AI in some degree and learning about this?
Important,
right? For me, I'd say. Right now, it's like a 9 or a 10. It's absolutely important for me in everything I'm doing.
Exactly.
I need it in some degree. Now, I'm not saying AI is doing all my work for me. What I am saying, though, is I need it to be able to be successful in the work I'm doing.
Assistant.
Exactly.
Yeah, it makes your life easier.
Yes, exactly.
It does.
Exactly. That's true. That's true, but you see, I have students in the classroom. I have grade 10, 12, 10, 11, 12. I'm a French teacher in high school. And, sometimes they do I give them I use a platform called VHL Central. A lot of the work after we go through the different drills or practicing in front of the class. Then after I let them go to that platform to do some, activities that are online. Sometimes they don't know because might be a little bit difficult. I mean, you got to know that we used to be in international schools in China. So the kids there are mostly ESL students, if we can say. They are not native, but what they're learning is on American curriculum or British curriculum. So it's quite high for their level, especially when they reach grade 10, 11, 12. And that was funny. The other day, I had a student say, teacher, he's using Chat GPT. That's not cool. And I went to him and I say, yeah, good job. I had fun and I say, A plus. And then the other student was like, why? I was like, you know what? You guys, in 2-3 years, you're going to be going in universities. And maybe after a couple of years, you're going to be working maybe in America or all around the world. And it's going to be even difficult to get the job because the person, maybe your boss, is going to choose the person who can use AI better than you. Even if you have all those diplomas, if you don't start now trying that AI, I mean, get along with it. Of course, it can be something not good for students, right? But they have to know how to use it. It's a wonderful tool for them too.
Yeah, it's well, as you said, like this will be very important, won't it? So this is something where ideally the universities, post-secondary education, trade schools, vocational schools will add in a certain degree of AI literacy into all of their programs. And hopefully, I honestly, I'd like to see it worked out into trades as well. What can electricians do, right? What do they need AI for? I don't know. I'm not an electrician, but I bet, and if I had an electrician here, he'd be like, you know what? AI would really help me with blah, 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 right? And like that's something people need to know how to do. And we were talking about young students as well, younger teachers or young professionals. It's like, well, figure out what you can do with AI. And unfortunately, right now, we're living in kind of a dark age. This is like the internet before Google, right? If you remember Alta Vista and Netscape, right? Yeah, AOL, right? Like we're kind of in that phase right now. We haven't quite figured out what's the one thing that's going to take care of to rule them all.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. But that's exactly why I wrote my stopgap guides. Is like, well, listen, like we got to get through these dark ages. It'll get better. We don't know how or when or why, but it will.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as more people kind of get used to it. I mean, I know lots of people, they just they've never used ChatGPT. They don't get it. They kind of think it's a bit of a gimmick. They don't get it. And there's tons of teachers out there that also don't get it. So like you say, we are in the dark ages right now, but we are going to come out, and it's going to be in the next year or two.
Yeah. We just hope we hope we come out into a human-dominated future. Sorry. Very nice. Now, what other questions have we got here?
Like we always say was too.
Yeah, what's that?
Yeah, like I was saying, like we always say was too, whatever happened, whatever the challenge in your class, teachers always have to try new stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Always try new stuff in your classroom, right? Challenging, AI becomes something that is make your classroom even more fun, because we've been teaching all of us, three of us, we are over 25 years of experience. So we got to kind of get bored of that traditional teaching, and then that AI is bringing that fun.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah.
And there's so many new products out there. I mean, I'm glad we haven't talked too much about tools because there's just too many to name, and they're probably going to be in 6 months.
Too
many
to name. Yeah, so well, we're just kind of where we're closing in on the hour mark here. That's gone super fast. So Ryan, just before you leave us, how can we? Yeah, well, so maybe we've got time for. Do we have time for?
I've got time. I've got time. This is my exciting
for the
Saturday
last
morning
question.
here.
Yeah, so if you could rewrite one common school policy today to reflect the reality of AI, what would that be?
That's a tough question. If we're just looking at one school policy, I had a note. Do you mind if I check my notes here?
No. Yeah,
we were talking about so many things.
Oh no, you're all good.
And I made.
Yeah.
We are all about that age.
Like, I just
Here we go.
Wine. Yeah, carry on.
Sorry, I'm getting a lot of music here.
No, I've just still got that friend of mine.
If you ask me something, I don't know.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just getting a lot of music here. Oh, anyway, I'll try and answer the question with some music coming here. I don't know what it is. Something opened up. Anyway, I'm so sorry, gentlemen. So, if I had to just say, like, you've only got one thing to change, I would say focus on academic integrity. This is probably like this, because from that you'll be able to start redesigning your pedagogy to align with it, and then on the other end you'll be able to get a little more honesty out of your students, because it's a two-way street, right? It's not about, academic integrity is what you focus on, but I'm not saying punish the people who aren't using it. I'm saying teach that literacy to people, to be like, well, no, go and use ChatGPT, or go and use the thing. Presumably they're old enough to go and use that AI. Use it to brainstorm your ideas. Use it to help proofread your work and show you what you did wrong. But you have to whatever aligns with your institution. But it could be you have to write it out by hand, or you have to do it this way. So we can't really live in a world where it's like, well, you can't do this. It's like, well, they're going to do it anyway. Adoption rates closing up to 100% now, isn't it? We almost have everybody in the world using it. So it's like, well, you're not going to be able to stop it, but you can give training on what is acceptable and what is useful, and what's not going to help you.
Something needs to happen, because like you say, this academic integrity is so important. But if you extrapolate, one of my friends, he's got his master's degree literally solely through doing ChatGPT. That's just one person in one niche degree. Now, if you roll that out and extrapolate that across entire countries, continents, you're going to have generations of people who are not very good at what they do, and they don't understand what they do very well.
To come back to this guy. Well, let's say if we have an extra couple of minutes, I'd love to talk about this, because this is the dark side, right? I wrote an article a month or so ago about AI is making us dumber. So there's a couple of studies that came out. Basically, if I may paraphrase, Forbes got dinged by Google because in 2023 they started using ChatGPT to write everything. They wrote thousands. They wrote like 10,000 listicles and top 5 articles. They were nonsense. But the people who were writing them, those people actually got stupider because they weren't using AI in a responsible way, and they lost critical thinking ability. They lost their ability to edit. They lost their ability. Why? Because all of that is, your brain's a muscle like anything else. If you don't use it, you lose it. And they've got pretty convincing data now that cognitively, if you let AI do your thinking, you're going to lose your brain.
Yeah.
Right? There was one woman I read about, incredible. She spent for 2 years, she would use AI to record everything that she did and said in a day. And she'd be like, well, what do I have to do tomorrow? And what did I promise today? And blah, blah, blah. 2 years later, she's lost her long-term memory. She has no ability to remember things anymore because she outsourced all of her thinking to AI.
Yeah.
Right. And I know that's anecdotal. I'm not saying that's a massive statistic but if it's happened once or twice and we have, we can connect the dots and say, yes, there's definitely a danger here. And so this brings into sharp focus, our conversation about AI literacy, and it can be quite dangerous. And once you impress that upon people, I'm sure in a few years, there's going to be like some mental hospital somewhere.
Yeah, I think some longitudinal
used AI too much, and now they can't do the most basic things.
Yeah. I think if there was be a good call for some longitudinal studies, over like 10 years, 15 years, what was happening to people. Yeah. Interesting.
Exactly.
Ryan, how do people reach out to you? How would they get hold of your guide? Tell us how.
The guide's available on Amazon and
selling
Lulu.
shovels.
Yes, I'm selling shovels.org. I also have it for sale on there.
I love it.
It's got to be like Google Pay or PayPal there. So the first choice would be Amazon, because if I sell a few there, Amazon's going to try and promote it. And really, I just want to get this out to as many people as possible. If you can't buy it for some reason, send me a message. Right? I'm James Purdy 624 at gmail.com. James Purdy 624 gmail.com. Send me a message. Find me on LinkedIn. R James Purdy. I'm on LinkedIn. Find me there. Send me a message. It doesn't matter. If anybody listening to this shows up and asks me for a free guide, sure. If you can't afford the $10 for the Kindle, go ahead. I just want to get people reading it. I want people thinking about it, because it's
talking about it.
Yeah, it's such a critical time for us, as we discussed. So anything out there, find me on LinkedIn, R James Purdy. Sellingshovels.org is my website.
LinkedIn.
And also my email. So anything else, I'd give out my phone number, but that would be weird.
Yeah.
all good. We're gonna have after the live, we're gonna have a replay of the live on Sunday 9 p.m. With all without all the intros. Is gonna go right into the topic, and it's gonna be on the loop 2-3 times. I can even put it on the loop 10 times, so people can try to reach more people views, and so that they can get along with you with all the different links. All the links are in the
The AI image looks good. Do you have a second? Mr. Brickface, come in. Do you know that Children's Day is coming? Children's Day? Of course I'm ready. I have a video for Children's Day activities for teachers or schools. You might be interested. And how about the sandwich writing? Sandwich paragraph? Not this time, but I have a robot craft writing paragraph. Students can build their own robot. They can color, cut, glue it, and write about their robots. Flashcards? Of course, in color and black and white. I know what you're thinking, Mr. Brickface. And the Kahoot quiz, of course. Audio file, so that students can practice listening. Yes, thank you. How about World War? I know, right there. With a special matchmaking quiz. And is it still free? Yes, still free on Microsoft ESL. Oh, good. Oh. And how about the lesson plan? Yes, of course. There's a teacher guide to help and guide the teachers on how to use this material. Anything else? Not bad. Sorry for disturbing. Bye-bye.